As someone in the OnlyFans guild, they cheated. They bought from the auction house. Auction house. Sequisha. I was about to say his name and then I slurred it. Sequisha. I guess like they have an add-on that tracks it, right? And he turned it off, and they got caught. So then Summit was mad about, and Soda Poppin had to go in there and tell him like it's not like that and there's nothing to be mad about. And dude was like ranting for like a while about my game's updating. Why is it updating? What did it need to update? I mean, I guess okay, today was patch day, so that makes sense. I went to load it up, but it wasn't loading. I was like, what the heck? But yeah, so I was watching that because that was really interesting. I don't know, maybe he just doesn't understand. I thought it was really silly. Why is that crop weird? It opened up weird. Hold on. I can't see half the game. System. Why is it cut off? Okay. I fixed it. That was weird. The game update did something. So yeah, he was like yelling and screaming on his Twitch stream. I'm gonna be watching that in a little bit. I have this open. I also found this. I like the cadence. I was watching like, yeah, 1 minute and 20 seconds, and I really like the cadence of this guy's voice versus the other person that I watched the guy's video about Sylvanas. And I mean, I really liked that guy and everything like that. I wanted to like shop around, I guess you could say, to people who do WoW lore and stuff like that, and listen to like, I don't know, some classic lore, refresh my brain, and maybe some other people's, because I love that. But anyways, yeah, so that was like the drama today in hardcore. If anyone didn't see that stuff, that was spicy. That they were arguing, and Soda Poppin, I had to like go in there to Summit stream and on voice chat and like tell him to like stop, and then like he still was like, I just don't like the guy, because he was saying he didn't like the level 60 that like went in to like help everyone kill the guy Sequisha, who he had to go into the Gurabashi arena for 10 minutes and survive, and if he survived he could have like, I guess, lived and kept his character. But like, this is what they were doing so that they weren't like basically kicking him out of the guild, because otherwise the repercussions for basically cheating should have just been him straight up being kicked out of the guild. But like, I'm guessing probably because like who he is right, and like, I don't know, like the kind of player he is, his value of a person and everything to people or whatever, and the fact that like, I guess maybe not, people didn't want to see him get kicked out, so like instead that's what he had to do because he cheated, and then like Summit was mad. So that's the summary of the tea that happened like just a few hours ago, and I was watching that, and yeah. I don't even know if cadence is like the proper like word to use for the way this person sounds. I hate to say it. I really hate to say it. It's almost like, well, and it's not that it's robot-y. It's not even that. It's like they sound like a narrator of like movies. Listen to them. Let me make sure the audio's coming over here to OBS.
Venture forth into the depths of the Undercity,
it is.
Brave adventurer, and descend into the heart of the Forsaken's monarchy of shadow and defiance.
How's that for sound?
I invite you to accompany me, the lawmaster of this plagued city,
to
guide you through its ancient crypts and allow me to unveil the somber grandeur of this underground fortress.
That up as Flowmaster.
Amidst the echoes of conquest and the whispers of the undead, a legacy is woven, as dark as the labyrinthine corridors that pulse beneath the ruins of Lordaeron. In this place, where the chill of death mingles with the resolve
Sounds like
to survive,
Regal.
the Forsaken forge their destiny.
The other guy did too.
Undeterred by the world above
So it's
that
not
has
like
forsaken them.
much different, to be honest.
The Undercity, a name veiled in darkness and mystery, earned its origins deep beneath the magnificent palace that belonged to a kingdom now in ruins.
I was like,
Long
this
before
is
its
a good
fall,
representation,
the human kingdom of
I
Lordaeron
feel.
was
It
renowned
was like,
for
it
its
sounded like he knew what he
prosperity
was
and
talking
might.
about.
Through the ages, Lordaeron weathered many storms, standing tall through countless conflicts.
Because anyone
and for
who...
centuries, the kingdom endured.
Where's my space button?
As the Third War ravaged...
Or just hit that button, okay. Anyone who can read off Warcraft lore and sound good, could, like, make a video of them yapping about Azeroth, but I don't know, I just feel like there's a certain way that somebody who's familiar with the game speaks about the things in the game, and you can kind of clock it.
the lands of the Eastern
Kind of,
Kingdoms.
yeah, it sounds
Prince
like really
Arthas
professional.
Menethil, ensnared by the icy grip of the Lich King's will, enacted a tragedy that would forever alter the fate of Lordaeron. Within the hallowed halls of the throne
I also
room,
like the bit,
he
like
brutally murdered his father, King Menethil,
you know,
marking the beginning of his own kingdom's downfall.
we're just like walking
Beneath
through
its
the
capital
city as we're like
lay a
chatting
vast
about it.
network of sewers, crypts, and catacombs, a sanctum for the deceased
Okay.
loyalty and a prison for enemies of the realm. Known ominously
I am
as
gonna
the
at least get to
Undercity,
level
a name that
25.
would later echo
I'm
its
level
dark
22,
future.
and I'm already almost
As
level 23.
Lordaeron's
Look at all that
splendor
rested
crumbled
XP
under
up
his
there.
merciless campaign, and following the city's destruction by the Scourge, Arthas took to the shadows beneath the ruins, envisioning the catacombs as his
Love
seat
that.
of power, from which he would rule the Plague Lands. Yet fate called him to Northrend, leaving the underground city ripe for the taking.
Let's fix my
Sylvanas
questy.
Windrunner, at the helm of her undead army, who had also cast aside their chains of servitude to the Lich King, seized this opportunity. Together, they claimed the desolate ruins and the fortress beneath as their principal capital. Under her determined leadership, this
Good
collective
evening,
of
Darker
free-willed
Reeve.
undead soon came to be known
How are
as the
you?
Forsaken.
I am
They
back.
tirelessly worked to expand the
You've
Undercity,
probably
transforming
well
Arthas's
surpassed
initial
me by
vision
now,
into a
unfortunately. I
formidable
only got to level
stronghold of their
22.
own, a citadel of defiance in the dark corridors beneath the
On
earth.
Sunday, I had like a little bit
Upon
to play. I
becoming
didn't really
a
do
faction
much.
of the Horde, the new capital
And then,
faced an insurrection from within.
I didn't play at all yesterday.
Demonic forces from the Burning Legion alongside Forsaken rebels, under the leadership of
At least I got to
high-ranking
level
officials
22.
serving the Dark Lady,
But yeah,
briefly wrested control of the city from Sylvanas.
63%.
In
to
response,
23.
a determined counterattack
I have
was
not done
launched by
anything
the
here
Banshee Queen
in Hillsbrad
herself,
yet.
alongside the might of
Nothing,
the Horde,
so.
to reclaim their subterranean seat of governance.
We gonna start.
The battle was fierce, ending with the restoration of Forsaken rule over the Undercity. To safeguard against future betrayals
Dark
and ensure
Lady,
the
watch
city's
over
security,
you.
the Corcron Guard, elite warriors of the Horde, were stationed within its depths, standing vigilant against any who would dare challenge the Forsaken's dominion again. Today, the echoes of the Lich King still resonate through the stone halls and twisted corridors of the Undercity,
What? That didn't
marking a
work.
pivotal chapter in its storied past. The Forsaken continue to fortify their stronghold, ever vigilant against threats both from within and beyond their borders. Amidst the remnants of Lordaeron's glory, the city remains a sanctuary for those who have faced the abyss and
I
emerged
forgot. I
largely
moved. So I
undeterred.
got evocation at some point.
Here,
and I
in the
had
underbelly of Azeroth,
my
the
arcane
story of the
explosion there,
Undercity
but I
and
used to
its
have the arcane
inhabitants
explosion on
unfolds,
Blink. I keep
a
moving
tale
that
of
around. It's
defiance,
keep confusing
survival,
me where I'm moving
and
it.
the desire for a place to call home in a world forever changed by war,
Next day
betrayal,
off is next
and
Thursday.
the unbreakable will of the undead.
It will pass me soon enough. We'll see.
The societal fabric of Undercity
I gotta get
is
to
marked by
jamming.
a stark
I should be
rejection
level 30 by
of the
now.
conventional
It's
moral
like a crime that
dichotomies
I'm
of good
not.
and evil.
And now I'm gonna have to
Governed
compete
by
with a lot of
Sylvanas
people who have
Windrunner,
caught up.
the capital's citizens
for
range from
mob
spectral
spawns and
wanderers
stuff,
and
probably.
banshees to sturdy abominations,
Hi, Jimmy!
all loyal to their Dark Lady.
How are
Despite
you?
their grim exterior, these residents manage a community life that's surprisingly vibrant. It's not
Surprisingly
uncommon to see a
vibrant.
Forsaken pausing to reattach a limb or two,
A
lending
limb or
rather
two.
literal hand to their neighbors.
a literal
Culturally,
hand.
Undercity is steeped in the practices and beliefs of the Forgotten Shadow.
You need a
religion
hand,
that
rips mine
venerates
off
the
and
darker
hands it to
aspects
you.
of the world. This faith deeply influences Forsaken culture, emphasizing self-reliance, resilience, and a profound understanding of death and coming back from the shadows. Socially, the subjects of the undead maintain a complex relationship with the other races of the Horde, often marked by mutual
I ate a bunch of good
respect
food
born
yesterday.
from their shared battles
And then
victories.
I also went to
Within
a
Undercity, yearly recurring
science
festivals
center.
encapsulate the
It
Forsaken's
was really
embrace
cool.
of their identity, celebrating their
animals and
liberation
stuff.
from the scourge and their sovereignty.
It was nice to touch grass.
Interestingly,
Technically,
during
even though
Hallow's End,
the entire place
newcomers
was
often
inside,
remark
but
how
you know,
little the city seems to change.
y'all get
After
it.
all, when your neighbors are already
I feel good
ghouls
too.
and skeletons,
I don't feel sick, and there's tons of
jack-o'-lanterns
kids
just
running
blend
around
in
that
with the
place.
decor. The architecture of Undercity is
And the other thing, what is up with people not supervising their children who are not even old enough to speak? What is up with that? What? It's crazy. I mean, it drove me up a wall. I was just so scared. I saw so many people who were just, they had like their other children they were paying attention to. And then they like, their youngest child, you know, just running away from them. Like, to God knows where. And I'm like, I feel like I'm the like only person who like sees the kid, and I'm just like, what? I'm like pointing at it. I'm like, y'all. And they start looking around, and then somebody finally looks at me. I'm like, I think it went that way. That there's stairs and stuff that way. Like, people are crazy,
a
man.
network of catacombs, crypts, and sewer channels that sprawl beneath the surface, mirroring the complexity and depth of the Forsaken society itself. The city's design, characterized by its dark, gothic aesthetic, are not only a stronghold, but also a cultural hub for
what
the
I dealt
undead.
with yesterday.
Dark rangers like Cyndia Hawkspear
you know,
patrol the city,
it was fun
their
regardless.
keen eyes piercing through any attempt at stealth. These elite guards, who were high elves once, now embody the Forsaken's martial prowess, always ready to defend their domain against
I
intruders.
was so obsessed
Despite
with
the
Dark
perpetual
Rangers and
gloom
stuff
that shrouds
when I was
its
younger.
stone corridors, a sense of unity and determination pervades the Undercity. In this place, every shadow tells a story, and every corner might hold a Forsaken trying to remember where they left their head. It's a city where life, in its most untraditional sense,
the
flourishes
Orlando
against all
Science
odds,
Center.
driven by a community
I went to
that's
go
as
visit my
tight-knit
parents.
as their stitching.
They live sort of in Central Florida kind of area, and yeah.
The journey through the glades of
We
Tirisfal,
went, and
with its
I
eerie
wanted to do
beauty and
something
haunting
that
quiet,
was kind of like
prepares the
family-friendly,
heart for the
fun,
remnants
get
of
out of the
Lordaeron.
house sort of
And
deal.
approaching these
The
ruins,
place was open
travelers are
from,
met
like,
with the somber
10 to
majesty
5.
of a fallen kingdom.
So did that
Within
before
the ruins, the courtyard
dinner.
stretches out before us, a vast space where murmurs of the past linger. The spectral presence of citizens long perished fills the air. Their
There was
whispers
animals
carried on
there.
the wind.
Like a little aquarium, and the middle of the place, it's like this giant circle, and there's like a pond with a tree inside the building. It's crazy. And so there was like turtles and a fish. It was pretty cool. I mean, it was just like, it was a lot of floors of like a bunch of different things to like see and do and interact with. They had a rainforest area, like actual rainforest. Like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, they made it so the animals have this part of the building that the temperature is like completely different. And you go through like 2 different sets of doors. And there's a bunch of animals there that are like hanging out, chilling, just like kind of like freely. Like, it's kind of like you going into their cage. They're not really like in cages. So that was kind of cool. But yeah, it was just like a bunch of like science fact stuff. I want to really like, it was a nice place to visit once, but all it made me want to do, like, I just wanted to go there because it was just something that has been recommended to me as somebody who I had an annual pass to the Kennedy Space Center. And it's still a bit of a drive for me, but I really like going there. And I'm thinking about getting an annual pass to there again and like going there more often, because I just like really like it, and I can't find like any other places in Florida to go to that are like honestly such a constant attraction that is not exactly a theme park, because I love having a place to like go all day and like be there and do things, and it's like something to do and somewhere to be, and it feels like it's like almost like a trip kind of thing, but just for a day. And yeah, it was really nice. Like my brother used to work for Disney World and everything like that, so being able to go there often was kind of cool, but you just kind of get burnt out, and it's like a lot. Like theme parks are a lot, and it's not something you want to go to all the time. But yeah, something along those lines is always nice to go to. So yeah, I've been trying to find another place that was like science-y, like the Kennedy Space Center. I don't think there's any other place that's quite like that though. Yes, I found it so cool that when they added the whole Dark Ranger customization to retail and everything, like I have a high level hunter and I could make her look like that, but the way that my hunter looks is like very specific and special. I made her outfit like a really long time ago. That was the character why I like made the name Karma and everything like that. And if back then I could have made her look like a Dark Ranger, I would have, but we couldn't do that all the way back then in like Mists of Pandaria. We didn't have these options.
This place.
So I did with what I could.
Though open and unguarded, seemed to echo with the sounds of a flourishing city that once was. Dominating the entrance, statues of past kings, now worn and moss-covered, stand as silent sentinels, guarding the memories of a once thriving capital. Venturing deeper into the ruins, the path leads to the Imperial Chamber, a site of profound historical significance.
All these
the
people!
Of the city's structures and the silent, empty throne room speak volumes of the sorrow that swept over its citizens. This grand hall, adorned with silken curtains, golden chandeliers, and a floor of pure white marble, was the throne room of King Menethil II, a space where light cascaded through the high domed ceiling, illuminating the intricate designs below. It was here that the kingdom's fate turned, where Prince Arthas, in a moment of betrayal, ended his father's reign, leaving behind a throne stained with the blood of its last true monarch. The echoes of the clanging of bells that once hailed Prince Arthas's return, and the king's final words to his son,
I love the way orcs look in like retail WoW. I feel like the girl orcs, the way you can make them like actually really pretty. I feel like they deserve to be pretty. Just because they're orcs doesn't mean they can't be pretty. I have a female orc shaman. I love her. I made her in Warlords of Draenor. And I put a really cunty outfit on her, and I just think she looks hot. But I can't do that with a classic version orc. I can't do it. I can't. The shattered remnants they're too rough. It's a bit too rough. I just much rather be an undead. Like I just deal with an undead. I'm just like, okay, well I'm dead, so it's like whatever.
The trade quarter, often considered the pulsing heart of this subterranean city, welcomes denizens and visitors just beyond the lifts that descend from the ruins above.
Sylvanas is my queen, that's all that matters.
This unique architectural district, alive with the commerce and whispers of the undead, hosts
my
the
representation.
Central Bank amidst its myriad shops and vendors.
That's all that I need.
The bank is overseen by the Montague family, a lineage of forsaken bankers, among whom Ophelia stands out.
We're learning about the
She
bankers.
alone carries on the family tradition as a ghastly wraith, proudly representing their long-standing service to the undead community with a spectral touch. The layout of the trade quarter is intricate, with businesses spread across various levels, connected by bridges and winding passages that spiral into the city's deeper reaches. Among the eclectic offerings of the district, the inn stands out, offering a rest-in-peace experience.
A rest-in-peace experience. Yo!
Perfect for those less vital
that was a
for
top-tier dad joke.
Or the living seeking a once-in-a-lifetime sleepover. Not far from the inn's morbid lodgings, facilities such as the Horde Auction House and various trainers for professions and
That was pretty
crafts
good.
cluster around the quarter, providing essential services to the city's denizens. Jeremiah Payson, known colloquially as the cockroach vendor, conducts his peculiar trade beneath one of the many bridges leading to the bank, his wares as unique as the city itself. Transportation within the Undercity is facilitated by bat handler Michael Garrett, ensuring swift travel to the farthest reaches of Azeroth for those brave enough to venture from this dark haven. Moreover, the guildmasters stand ready to assist in the formation and management of guilds, fostering a sense of unity and purpose among the Forsaken and their allies within the shadowy confines of their capital.
That's why I try not to blink, because the blink seems to be like a bit far for the crossbow.
A network of channels carrying a river of green, oozing liquid that flows in a circular path around the city's sectors. These murky waters isolate each quarter while simultaneously guiding travelers through the labyrinthine depths of this
it seems Silvermoon
sanctuary.
is gonna get love for Midnight, so
traveling deeper into the shadowy recesses
Grimmer
of
definitely
the
needs
Undercity,
it at this
the
rate.
Magic Quarter emerges as a haven for
It's
the
been a
arcane,
hot minute.
a district teeming
since
with the Forsaken's most potent
what, like
sorcerers,
Cataclysm
warlocks, and
is what
necromancers.
changed it?
It is here,
No.
amidst the enchantments of shadow and fire, that the Forsaken delve into the mysteries of magic, seeking to harness its energies under the guidance of Bethor Iceshard.
Did what?
This quarter, nestled in the
No,
northeastern reaches of the city, is a place of learning and discovery,
It's been
where
too long,
practitioners of the
regardless.
dark arts come to refine their abilities, research new spells, and explore the depths of their craft.
Yeah,
Mage and
that's
warlock
probably what they're
trainers
gonna do
share
with like
their
the
forbidden
final
knowledge,
expansion or something.
preparing the next generation of Forsaken spellcasters
Do like a final
to wield their
remaster of
powers
everything
with precision
before
and
saying
control.
maybe they're done with the game. I don't know.
Tailors too find their place here, weaving garments and
Hi,
crafting
Mick.
intricate attire, while Lexington
How are
Mortain, the city's
you?
portal trainer, stands ready
Happy
to teach the art of
Tuesday.
bending space for instant travel. At its center, one finds the Temple of
We
the
have
Damned,
classic WoW
an
to
unholy
play.
site dedicated to the darker aspects
I gotta
of magic.
grind. I got much
These
to do
temples,
before the
known for their association
Indiana
with
Jones
the
game
arts
comes
of
out.
necromancy, were constructed from the skeletons of Draenor's extinct giants. In Orcish, they bear the name Grombolar, translating to Bowels of the Giant, a fitting
Bowels
description
of the
for
Giant.
places where the boundary between life and death is not just crossed, but has become a part of the decor. The Magic Quarter is more than just a place of arcane study. It is a symbol of the Forsaken's resilience and their refusal to let the
Kata
past
was,
define
so that
their
was the last
future.
time they touched a lot of the
Within
cities.
its bounds, the faction's undead spellcasters work tirelessly to secure their place in a world that has rejected them, turning to the very forces that sought to destroy them as a means of asserting their independence and
WoW
power.
is 20. World of Warcraft will be old enough
Moving
to drink
clockwise through
as
the
a
depths
video
of the
game next
Undercity,
year.
the Rogue's Quarter lies hidden in the southeastern corner, a shadowy
least in
haven
America.
for those who operate from the darkness. This quarter, with its dimly lit corridors and secretive
It'll be 21
aura,
next
where
year,
the air
yeah.
is thick with the scent of damp stone and the sharp tang of poison, is the
Sharp
heart of the Forsaken's
tang of
clandestine activities.
poison.
Here, rogues gather to share intelligence, trade in toxins, and hone their skills in stealth and subterfuge. It is a place where the soft rustle of leather armor, the silent unsheathing of short blades, and the clink of coin is often the sound of allegiances being formed or broken. The Rogue's Quarter is well equipped to cater to the unique needs of its residents. Rogue trainers, the likes of Carolyn Ward and Miles Dexter, mentor aspiring assassins amidst the murmur of
I'm happy
cloaks
for
and
it,
daggers,
honestly.
their lessons punctuated by the soft thud of dummies
It's something
absorbing
that's
the
been just
swift
so
but
consistent
precise
for me.
strikes and the metallic hiss of blades being coated with toxins.
You know, I've
Ezekiel
always
Graves,
loved WoW,
the
and
poison vendor,
when I've
discreetly
played
supplies
other
the tools
MMOs,
of the trade.
I've had people constantly, I'll say things like, oh, well, you know, this and this in World of Warcraft, and then they would be like, well, why don't you just go play World of Warcraft? I don't know if any of y'all who played WoW a lot and then you play another MMO, and then it's like, if you relate that MMO at all to World of Warcraft and how mean people can be, that's probably one of the biggest reasons why I did return to World of Warcraft, because people saying shit like that, it was just like, oh my gosh, like, I'd much rather deal with any amount of toxicity that I get in WoW than deal with people that are like genuinely people who'd be my friends, people who I'd be playing with often and stuff like that, and they would say things like that. I'd be like, you know, whatever, like, yeah, I do really love World of Warcraft, and that's why it's the best MMO out there. Like, what the fuck do you want me to say? I'm going to compare shit to the best MMO out there. If you played the best MMO out there, you'd compare shit to it too when you're playing another MMO like it. Like, what the fuck? What do you think this is?
From lethal toxins to paralytic concoctions.
Ugh.
Beyond the mastery of
Kata
poisons,
being 14 years ago actually makes me feel like old
and
as a
skinning,
person.
professions that complement the rogue's reliance on agility and stealth, as well as engineering and first aid, disciplines that further enhance their versatility
the opportunity
and
to play WoW
survivability.
as I
In the
grew up
rogue's
because
quarter,
my older brother.
every corridor holds a secret, and every whisper
It's just
could
been
be
a part of my
matter
life since
or
the
death.
beginning.
Here, the art of subtlety is prized
I saw
above
my brother
all,
yesterday. I
where
was telling him
battles are
about
not
it. I was
only
like,
fought
yeah,
on
they have
the
like these
fields with
classic
sword and
anniversary
shield,
servers.
but also in the back alleys and
And he was like, what? And I was like, so they have these like fresh vanilla server I'm playing on. I'm playing vanilla World of Warcraft. And he's like, so you're just playing classic WoW, like hardcore WoW? And I was like, no. There is hardcore, but I'm not playing, like, they did like fresh servers again. And he's like, well, what about the other servers? I'm like, well, those are there too. And he's like, the season of discovery and stuff. And I was like, yeah. Talking to someone who like has not really played WoW, but it used to be their entire life, and trying to explain to them what playing WoW is like right now is really difficult.
dark corners of cities. The rogue hood moves unseen, their presence often only hinted at by a faint breeze.
That's the
or
other thing.
brief
It's a lot of the
glimmer of a blade
customizations,
before
the
it vanishes
freedom,
into
the
night,
journey,
shaping
the
course of history
world,
with each
the
murmured
way
revelation
the
and stealthy
movement
maneuver.
is in World of Warcraft, like the going in between, you know, having like a mount and walking on your feet and flying mounts and
a place
retail,
where the
like
Forsaken's flair for alchemy and the more frowned
just
upon
don't get that
branches
in
of
other
knowledge
MMOs.
isn't just practiced.
We're gonna have
it's
racing cars
celebrated.
soon. It's gonna be
Here, ambition
GTA
meets
in World
potion,
of Warcraft,
creating
like
a brew of possibilities that drive the unliving's relentless pursuit of power through chemistry and forbidden science. This foreboding quarter is the heart of the Royal Apothecary Society, an organization led by Master Apothecary Farinal, devoted to the eradication of humanity from Lordaeron and the advancement of the Forsaken's agenda through the creation of plagues, poisons, and abominations. Just beyond, enthusiasts and scholars of the darker arts engage in the macabre
these
sciences
things are not
of tissue and
dropping
organ
shit
transplants,
for me.
seeking to mend and enhance their undead brethren with a precision
is
that borders on
horrid.
fanaticism.
I
The
didn't
room
know it was
brims
going to be
with
this
surgery
bad
tables,
coming here, that there'd
bearing
be
the
this
marks
many
of
people
countless
2
experiments,
days
and
later.
the air is filled
When I
with a
came
macabre
here 2
decor,
days ago and I parked my
carcasses
character
of
here, there
humanoid
was
races
not this many
hanging from
people
gibbet
at this
hooks.
time of night.
Truly a sight to behold for those with a taste for the unconventional. I suppose it would be wise not to tamper with anything left lying about. A heavy scent of chemicals and decay pervades
Player
the
housing
area,
comes and
and
I'm
within the
set.
confines of the apothecarium,
I have
undead
everything I
alchemists
need.
and scientists like Dr. Herbert Halsey toil tirelessly, their workbench cluttered with vials, flasks, and the remnants of their ghastly experiments. It's a place where the glow of alchemical solutions illuminates faces set in deep concentration, revealing a community fully committed to transcending the
not really. I
limitations
mean,
imposed
how
by the
just
afterlife
killing
through
things
science and alchemy.
finding these bomb spots.
It is
Everything's
here that
dead.
the newest and most
crazy.
horrifying concoctions are birthed.
I have like a
destined to be
shitload of
unleashed
rested
upon the
XP and
enemies of
stuff,
the
so it's
undead.
fine. I'm definitely about to
In a secluded
level up
room off the
soon
main
here,
laboratory, Apothecary Kiva
but
conducts his own brand
the
of
drop
research,
rates. I
testing
don't know what's
potions
worse.
on captive
Mob
alliance
spawns or the
members.
drop rates.
As he administers his
I'd
experimental
love to do
brews,
SFK at
his
some
subjects
point.
undergo an unpredictable and often lethal transformation.
I don't know if I'm quite ready for that. 22
This sector also
or 23. I
functions
think
as
I
a
should
center
wait
for
till
learning,
24
where
maybe.
aspirants come to master the arts of herbalism. Under the guidance of biologist Martha Alistar, students explore the potent properties of flora.
Alistar.
In a different corner, those drawn to the mystical art of enchanting find themselves under the tutelage of Lavinia Crow, an expert renowned for her deep knowledge and skill in crafting
You know,
magical formulas that...
videos like this would be so good for somebody to watch who's like, if you are just getting into World of Warcraft, right? Like, if you don't know anything about World of Warcraft, and the way World of Warcraft is cemented in my brain as somebody who's been playing for 20 years, if you want to speed run cementing the game in your brain in a manner where, like, you have a game guide inside your head, I think actually watching videos like this would probably extremely help you, because he's telling you where really and this is what other video games, they don't have it. They don't have the time, they don't have the money, they don't have the dev teams, they don't even have the fucking imagination for it, right? Homeboy's sitting here talking about the intricate stories of the damn enchanting trainers in just one of the cities for one of the factions. Like, there's 12 different versions of this same enchanting trainer or something. Like, I don't even know. At least 4 or something. How many main cities? No, there's 3 main cities per faction. So that would be 6. So there are 6 different versions of an enchanting trainer per main city, right? Blizzard went out of their way to sit here, and it's like, you have an intricate story about these skill and whatever not profession trainers in each of these cities. It's just absolutely insane, and it's what helps players cement in their brain where these things are, their purpose. You know, it's just like when it's not even, it becomes something you don't have to like wowhead or Google, because it's just like you just think about like the lore and story of the game that you know, and it's just like, okay, where is that trainer gonna be? Oh my god, I remember, because I either, you know, is there at some point or is paying attention to this video at some point. Like something allocates it to the memory, and it's not just like other video games just don't have that sort of importance for those small things.
Subtly enhance the effectiveness of personal weapons and items. The apothecarium is not without its dark allure, drawing those fascinated by the potential of alchemy and their unforgiving experiments on the living. Dissection, vivisection, and torture are commonplace, all sanctioned by Sylvanas.
And you
Windrunner
find that out
in
by
the
just standing
self-proclaimed
there in that
justification
area,
of creating
you know,
more
like
potent
it's just
weapons of war. Their aim, to eradicate
that's something
humanity
you
from Lordaeron,
only really
one
figure
plague
out
at
by
a time.
like playing the game, really, but you can also figure it out by watching
South
one of these
from the
videos.
apothecarium, shrouded in the legacy of a tumultuous past, lies the royal quarter,
BRD.
known to her resurrected subjects as the Hall
That's
of the Dark Lady.
not BFD,
This
BRD,
hallowed
BRD,
chamber,
Black Rock.
The throne room of Sylvanas Windrunner
That's
is
the
where
higher
she
level of
presides over her unliving dominion.
55-ish dungeon.
It is the
in
political
it.
heart of the Forsaken,
With
where at
the
its center,
red
the Banshee
orcs
Queen
or
commands
something in
her
it.
realm.
When I'm there, when I'm like
Surrounded by her
physically at
royal
places,
dreadguards
they like
and flanked by her
come
elite
to my
circle
mind,
of
you know what I mean?
advisors and generals, this quarter honors its name as a bastion of Forsaken power, a symbol of the unshakable will of its ruler and her vision for a future forged in the shadow of a deathless existence. The district's history is marred by betrayal and strife, most notably through the actions of Varimathras, the Dreadlord, and Grand Apothecary Putris. Their treachery unleashed the calamity at the Wrathgate in Dragonblight, where the creation of the new plague, a forsaken blight designed to kill both the living and the undead, claimed lives indiscriminately, devastating Scourge, Horde, and Alliance forces alike.
And that, you could just play Wrath of the Lich King and do a bunch of quests, find that out, or you can watch this video. How
The battle
informative.
for Undercity that followed
Oh, wow, what a puss!
In response, the Horde launched a direct
Gross.
assault to eliminate Varimathras
Have
and
fun
reclaim
with
the
your
capital of
fucking
the Forsaken.
ships.
Meanwhile,
Your
the Alliance,
slow-ass
under King
ships.
Varian and Jaina Proudmoore,
I'll be
invaded
on
the city from
Zeppelins,
pursuers in an attempt to
flying
confront
around
Putris,
Azeroth
the one responsible for the creation of the new
with
plague.
all the fucking fam and the
struggle within the
club.
royal quarter reached its climax with the downfall of both Varimathras and Putris,
And I've not really
marking a pivotal
seen a
moment
lot of
in
Alliance.
Undercity's
I think
history.
there's more
In the
Horde people on the
aftermath,
server,
the
but it
members
might
of the
be
Alliance,
leveled out. I
previously
don't know.
oblivious to the dark
You have
undertakings
fun with
beneath
it.
the streets of Lordaeron,
I've
were
like all
exposed
around
to the
here. It's
Royal
just a bunch of Horde
Apothecary
people. I'm used
Society's
to
chilling
on like
experiments.
most servers,
For
you'll
the
see
first time, the
both.
full
I'm
horror
barely
of what
seeing
had
any
been
Alliance
concealed in the
players at all.
depths of the city was laid
Yep.
bare,
Zug
revealing
zug.
a tale of ambition and atrocity that had been hidden from the world.
This is the time of the zug zug.
Today, the royal quarter remains a place of dark majesty, where the Banshee Queen oversees her realm
Rathgate
with an
was such a
iron grip.
shaking of
It is a reminder of the undead's tumultuous journey and their pursuit of their own place in a world that has often sought their undoing. In the shadows of Sylvanus' throne, this quarter embodies the Forsaken's unflinching spirit, a fortress within a city of the dead, where the halls resonate with the solemn vows of loyalty to the Dark Lady and her vision. In the northwestern corridors of the Undercity, the War Quarter emerges as the citadel of martial prowess and strength. Blacksmithing and mining trainers offer their knowledge, ensuring that the war machine of the Undercity is well equipped and ready to face any challenge. The clanging of steel and the whispered prayers to forgotten deities mingle in the air, crafting an atmosphere of determination and solemnity. This sector is the lifeblood of the Forsaken's military might, a nexus where the fiercest class mentors dedicate themselves to honing the
this
skills
video
of
would
the
be
capital's
so good to
defenders.
help someone just like
Under the
literally
Dark Lady's
navigate
banner,
Undercity.
Derek the Undying shares
It's
his
like you click on a
expertise in
video
magic.
like this, the lore of Undercity, and you think you're just getting like the rundown of like how Undercity came to be or something. Bitch, if I did not know anything about this game and I watched this video, I'd be like, yeah, I can navigate this place. I mean, I can navigate fucking Undercity with my eyes closed, basically, but like,
and
I feel like
ranged
this would
combat,
really help.
preparing his students to strike swiftly and
You
without mercy. Aeltha Least delves into the mysteries of shadow and discipline, teaching her unliving acolytes to wield these forces in service of their people. Christoph Walker instructs his protégés in the specializations of fury and protection, forging them into indomitable warriors of the Forsaken cause. The War Quarter serves not only as a training ground for these formidable combatants, but also as a place of preparation and strategy, where plans are forged against the anvil of conflict that threatens their domain. At the heart lies the Altar of Darkness, a relic of the Scourge's reign and the Lich King's unforgiving influence. This structure enabled the resurrection of fallen victims to swell the ranks of his undead army. Though it no longer pulses with such forbidding energy, its
drop
presence
rates
in
are the most
Undercity
ass
is a
thing I've
reminder
ever
of
seen
the
in my
Scourge's
life.
enduring
Oh.
legacy, and the Forsaken's
God, take me
mastery
to
over
the
the
1,000
afterlife
needles,
itself,
please.
A people who have turned the
I
curse
just need
of
like 3
undeath
more levels.
into their most potent weapon.
Whew.
Within the bounds of the War Quarter, the military legions of the Undercity are forged into an unstoppable force, ready to defend their sovereignty.
I've never
and
had
expand
it
their
this rough
influence
here. All
across
my
the
years of
lands
World of
the living.
Warcraft, I don't think I've ever seen
It is a
this
place
bad.
where courage is not just
absolutely
admired, it's a way of
insane to see
unlife,
this place
guiding
farm the
Forsaken
fuck out
heroes
like
to
this.
inscribe their stories in the scrolls
like,
of history,
the
piecing
respawns of
together
these
their
are not that
tales
bad.
and occasionally themselves along the way.
There's so many people just running around.
As we venture from the War Quarter, we find ourselves in an unexpected part of this subterranean capital. Nestled to the west of the main gate, near an outpost of the Scarlet Crusade, and hidden from the gaze of friend and foe alike, the sewers of the Undercity offer a passage into the heart of the Forsaken's domain, veiled from view. Bats glide in and out of these tunnels, whisking travelers to and from the city's heart with surprising efficiency, all under the watchful eyes of the Corcron guards, ensuring the safety of this secret thoroughfare. This network of waterways and forgotten tunnels acts as a vital artery for those seeking a swift and discreet entry or exit, bypassing the grandeur of the city's main gates and the solemnity of the elevators from the ruins above. The strategic importance of the sewers was underscored during the battle for the Undercity, when Alliance forces, seeking retribution and justice, utilized these hidden pathways to launch their assault. In the underbelly of the Forsaken capital, every shadow and echo tells a story of stealth, strategy, and the occasional hurried, unseen departure. Here, the constant drip of water and the distant, muffled sounds from the city below are all but drowned out by the flutter an occasional confused chirp of a bat attempting to
I do
navigate
find it
the
interesting
tunnels
how he
with an
recorded
overly
this.
enthusiastic,
How do you do this
if not
in the
slightly
game?
disoriented
How do
adventurer
you get
in tow.
these views? Would Narcissus let you do
As
that?
our journey through the dimly
I
lit
don't think it
quarters
lets you
of the
get a free
Undercity
cam like this.
concludes,
How the fuck did
we
he do
stand at the
this? How did he
precipice
record
of an
this shit?
ever-evolving story.
I'm quite confused. How
This
do you get
abode
these
for the unliving,
POVs?
a testament to the unbreakable will of the Forsaken, continues to prosper in the shadows,
Quite good.
even as it navigates the treacherous currents of Azeroth's politics and wars. The Undercity, long a sanctuary for the damned, now
private
faces the
servers
dawning
let
of
you have
new
like a total
era,
free cam.
with its inhabitants united under the
Oh.
banner of their Dark Lady, finding themselves at a crossroads.
Oh really? There's macros?
Will they cling to the twilight of their past, or will they emerge into the light of new alliances and challenges? What stories will unfold in the chambers and along the canals? These are the questions that will define the future of
Tirisfal and Hillsbrad. He's got them all. I like it. Yeah.
Welcome to the
I forgot
haunting
about
realm
that.
of Tirisfal Glades, dear wanderer, where shadows
Dear
dance and
wanderer.
secrets lie shrouded in the mists of time. As the protector of Tirisfal's lore, I stand ready to accompany you through
How do you
this
know
mysterious
I
land,
affiliate with
where
the word
decrepit
wanderer?
ruins and
How
eerie
does he know?
graveyards bear witness
How does he know?
to a past steeped in sorrow and darkness. Join me on this expedition and let us
I'm
unravel
wanderer.
the stirring history
I
that
roam
lingers in
around,
the whispers of the
around,
Forsaken
around,
and the
around,
crumbling
around,
towers
around.
of Lordaeron. In the time of long-forgotten echoes, before the Forsaken claimed Tirisfal Glades and humanity walked the earth, this land thrived in a state of untamed splendor. It was once guarded by the titanic watcher, Loken, but corruption seeped into his heart, threatening to plunge the Glades into darkness. In a daring act of bravery, the valiant Titan-forged keeper, Tyr, and his allies were determined to uncover the depths of Loken's treachery. Yet Loken was not one to let his secrets be exposed. He sent horrific monsters to hunt down Tyr and his companions, leading to an epic
wait a minute.
showdown between the mighty Tyr.
How are we talking about Titans? I blanked out maybe for like 40 seconds. How are we talking about Titans though? How are Titans involved with Tirisfal Glade? What do you mean? What is he talking about? What?
And the fearsome generals of Loken. Tyr sacrificed himself in a cataclysmic explosion to save his companions, and arcane and shadow magic tore itself through the glades.
What?
To honor their fallen hero, the Vrykul, a fearsome race of half-giant warriors named
Where the
the
fuck
glade
did he
Tirisfal,
find this?
now known as Tirisfal.
Where the fuck do
There
you
they
find
buried
this shit
Tyr
out?
and his foe side by side, and atop his final resting place,
Oh, the
they placed
humans.
Tyr's massive silver hand as a memorial to his noble sacrifice.
I'm such a fucking horde enthusiast, you know. I'm just like zug zug. We took Undercity, and like that's it. Like I just don't care. I just never looked up like anything beyond like prior to Sylvanas taking rule of the city. I just like none of that mattered. I was just like, oh cool. Like, yeah, we got this. This was a human city. And I didn't question that at all. I was just like, yeah. I didn't even know. I just thought it was like just I thought it was like Stormwind, you know, it's just like one of their fucking cities. And instead of like giving it back to them in Warcraft 3 like she was supposed to or whatever, she just didn't and took control of it herself.
Humanity first emerged, their origins tied to the ancient Vrykul clans.
Wait, what?
The land witnessed the rise and fall of kingdoms, including the splintering of Arathor and the founding of Lordaeron.
What?
Shadows and dangers persisted, and in the Second War, the formidable horde led by Orgrim Doomhammer descended upon Tirisfal Glades to besiege Lordaeron's capital city, leaving untold destruction in their wake. During the Third War, in the age of King Terenas Menethil, Tirisfal thrived as a peaceful and prosperous land, its people
Fucking
living in
news to
harmony for
me.
generations. It seemed like fate had a hand in it, and darkness found its way back as Arthas Menethil's armies, under the sway of the Lich King, swept through Lordaeron, leaving death and despair in their wake. Tirisfal was one of the first lands to fall and suffered greatly. Its people turned into undead slaves to serve the Lich King.
Yeah, that I know.
Today, Tirisfal
That's
Glades
all
is
I know,
home to the
really,
Forsaken, undead beings raised by the Scourge and set free of the Lich King's will. The land holds a unique allure for adventurers venturing into the vast world of Azeroth.
Adventurers venturing!
Its eerie landscapes, veiled in a shroud of dark history, beckon those seeking to challenge the unknown. From the
Oh my god, I got my first Grey Bear tongue, let's go!
Tirisfal Glades offers an immersive and captivating experience.
Holy shit,
so come,
dude.
embrace the thrill of exploration,
What
unravel
the fuck?
the enigmas.
Why did he speak in one of my ears? Why did he do that? He only spoke in one of my ears for a minute. Why? What did he say?
Through the air, Tirisfal Glades offers an immersive and captivating experience. So come, embrace the thrill of exploration, unravel the enigmas that lie.
Why was that? Why only in one ear was that? Why did he?
Dormant, and embark on an unforgettable journey into the
felt
heart
like it was
of the
really
foreboding nature
fucking
of this
off
realm.
my shit for a moment there.
This ghostly land
Why is he
serves
doing
as the
it again?
unofficial kingdom of the Forsaken, bound to the will of their banshee queen, Sylvanas Windrunner. As the Forsaken roam the wooded hills, the land itself bears
Why
the
is he
curse.
only speaking in one ear and then going to...
The Lich King's
crazy!
blade, casting an eternal gloom upon the once vibrant landscape. The very skies seem tainted, suffused with a blighted green hue, and the flora, though withering,
I
tenaciously
feel like he's
clings to life
speaking
against
right
all
over my
odds.
shoulder.
Enveloped in the captivating geography, the wooded hills silently bear witness to the malevolence of the Lich King's curse, seeping into the very soil.
Holy shit,
In the
dude.
west, the land rises
I
majestically.
have no
the backbone
idea.
Of Tirisfal, with towering
It
mountains
sounded
encircling the concealed
intentional.
death knell. Much of Tirisfal Glades is cloaked in somber forests, where gloom hangs heavily in the air. This region is embraced by the Great Sea to the north.
Yeah.
Adjacent to this foreboding glade lies the shadowed silverpine forest to the south, and to the east, separated only by treacherous lands, lies the western Plaguelands, accessible solely by foot, where the legacy of darkness continues its unsettling development. Yet, amidst the melancholy, Tirisfal Glades exudes a haunting beauty entirely its own.
Yeah.
Serene lakes dot the eastern reaches, and the
I've always
mystical
found it
Brightwater
to be,
Lake stands among them,
oddly
mirroring the
pretty.
stirring allure of this cursed land. The terrain, molded
Serene.
by rolling hills, guides travelers from the forlorn village of Brill to the
Woo,
awe-inspiring
4 to 10.
Scarlet Monastery. But one must tread cautiously, for the zealous Scarlet Crusade fiercely guards these sacred grounds,
I feel like I should
posing a
mute
perilous
my
threat
in-game
to the
music
unprepared
because the
explorer.
overlap's kind of like on.
In the chilling expanse of Tirisfal Glades, a tale of sorrow
It's like
and
the
resilience
Hillsbrad
unfolds,
music with the
and
Tears
land
Fall
remains
music, and I
bound
was
to
like,
the echoes of
ooh.
its past. The Forsaken, guided
I guess
by
too
their
much
queen,
nostalgia.
Sylvanas Windrunner, navigate the rugged hills and cursed forests, forging their destiny in the wake of the eternal sorrow
It's like
of the
creating
land.
brain rot for
Yet,
Warcraft
within
players.
this twilight
Just
realm,
meshing
a haunting allure beckons,
zone
an untold
music together.
story waiting to be unraveled. Covered in shadows among the haunted wilderness lies Deathnell, an eerie village shrouded in the macabre aura of the Forsaken. Here, the newly awakened undead take their first faltering steps into their new existence amidst the terrifying embrace of their undead brethren, their past lives forever lost to the relentless grasp of the
93%.
Scourge. The valley
We're getting
surrounding
there.
Deathnell is besieged by the Scourge,
Not the resist.
mindless abominations lurking in the darkness,
I don't know,
haunting
feel
the
good.
Forsaken with their relentless presence. The once flourishing northern part of the village, now tainted by death and decay, has
That's
fallen
not
into
taint.
the icy grip of these
Why do they call
malevolent
it
beings.
taint?
Despite their limited resources and the
tainted.
ever-present threats, The Forsaken make their defiant stand
That's
near
how
the
we
Forsaken
make things
Church,
nice and cozy.
sending out
with
assault
death and
parties to
decay.
reclaim
If you see
their
these dogs in your
territory
front
and
yard,
seek precious
just know
equipment
upstairs
amidst
I'm
the
going
abandoned
hard.
town.
Bing
But in the
bong.
unnatural silence, a new menace stirs. An undead
Darker,
by the name of
thank
Marcus
you.
Redpath has risen, uniting the lost souls in the Rotbrain encampment, plotting a dark and sinister attack
well
on Death
sad.
Knell. The Forsaken adventurers must now face not only the Scourge, but also
Aw,
their own kind.
of course.
Cursed souls who refuse to embrace their new fate,
Embrace.
driven by a deep hatred
the
of the
plan,
unlife they
man.
have become.
Oh, you work
Amidst
at
the
3
eternal
a.m.
dance of shadows, Darnell, a Forsaken
horrible.
warrior,
That's
emerges
a
as a
horrible
beacon
time to
of
go to
reluctant
work. I'm
hope.
so sorry. Oops, I pressed the wrong mouse button, but that's fine for the moment. Having two mice sometimes is quite confusing. Especially when you're like actively using both of them. When I'm like not touching the other mouse, I don't bother it, but when I'm switching between both of them, then I just start getting them confused. There's like nothing I can do. Brain rot? No. Rot brain? Yes. Yes, indeed. Oh, you're level 27. I am aiming for 25 before I like go to sleep. And then tomorrow when I'm not streaming, I will probably, if I do get to 25, I will definitely get to 27, I feel, by the time I stream again on Thursday. And you said Thursday, I think, right? Let me scroll up here. I think didn't you say Thursday? Was your other day off? Yeah. Next day off is Thursday. So hopefully we should be like leveled out, because you're gonna go to work and you're not like gonna grind past 27.
For the Forsaken souls. Though his aid is veiled in silence, he becomes a symbol of valor and resistance as he orchestrates the demise of the recalcitrant undead. With the Forsaken sun setting on the horizon, unliving adventurers march forth to confront the encroaching darkness. In a tempest of bone and steel, they strike upon the Rotbrain encampment, shattering the malevolent intentions of those who dared to conspire against their own kind. In the aftermath of the disturbing conflict, Darnell's valor is recognized, and the once ordinary warrior is elevated to the esteemed rank.
You don't have a day off for over a week? What the hell? Do you own your own business or something? Do you get paid fucking 7 figures a year, I hope? Like, oh my god.
Of a death guard. He stands as a sentry of
You
death knell.
need time
his
to
ambivalent
sleep.
Soul now tethered to the Forsaken cause. With the echoes of a battle fading, the Rotbrain encampment lies in ruins, a testament to the relentless will of the Forsaken.
Is that all you have time for, is to shit, eat, and sleep when you're not working?
As the cold atmosphere of death knell recedes, a sinister path unfolds, leading the Forsaken souls.
I don't even know how you can have World of Warcraft as a hobby if you work that much. You're
Standing
insane.
strong, untouched by the plague of undeath, Farmer Soladin watches over his people. The native farm folk have formed an alliance with the devoted Scarlet Crusade for protection against the Forsaken and the Scourge. Surviving on their bountiful pumpkins and occasional uninfected meat, they fiercely defend their land from all, even attacking fellow humans and innocent travelers due to their years of living in fear and paranoia near the undead threat.
Why don't they just leave? That would make no sense why those humans still stay there.
A place shrouded in mystery and danger. At one point in time, these very shores were a beloved destination for local inhabitants seeking respite through fishing and relaxation.
Oh, well, they're ours now, bitches.
Have
Zug,
turned cold and dark, devoid of the bountiful fish life it once offered. Beyond the shore,
there's plenty of good fish in there. What are they talking about?
Stretch out, creating a sense of vastness and uncertainty. Hostile murlocs dwell along these northern shores. At the heart of this malevolence
we got a
stands
second
the
bear
fierce
tongue. Let's go.
Murloc Muad, the leader of the invading Murloc clan. Beware, for Muad and his minions lurk in the shallow waters, ever watchful for unsuspecting travelers. Following the road north, the shape of Agamond Mills looms in the distance, where the echoes of tragedy permeate the air. Long ago, a vast windmill network resided in the northern parts of Tirisfal Glades. This land,
Kudos
previously
to
under the
you.
control of the Agamand family, has now fallen into the
really
clutches of the
nice.
Scourge. When the undead descended upon Lordaeron, the Agamands valiantly sought to defend their home, but alas, their efforts proved futile, and they met a grim fate at the hands of their unliving enemies. Now, their once thriving residence is a desolate outpost for the Scourge, teeming with vengeful spirits and restless corpses of the original inhabitants, bound to serve the malevolent will of Captain Dargol. In a somber tale of the past, Devlin,
I'm
the
sorry, I
youngest
just
son
read
of the
something.
Agamand family,
I just read something in Hillsbrad Foothills general chat. Okay, so somebody said anyone for the miners, like the miners in the mines, you know, because you get a quest to kill Hillsbrad miners. And somebody just said, like, excuse me? Like, because, you know, if you get it.
struck a sinister bargain with the Scourge. The specifics of this dark pact remain veiled in the shadows of history, but its outcome was treacherous and deceitful.
God.
As part of the unholy agreement, Devlin turned against his own, callously slaying 2 of the mill's guardsmen. This nefarious act paved the way for the Scourge to infiltrate the farm grounds.
You know,
the merciless invaders spared no one, slaughtering
especially
the
if you're
innocent
bad at
workers
spelling.
and the entire Agamand family alike. Bound by the chains of undeath, their restless souls now haunt the desolate mills, forever trapped in a realm of eternal
Okie
torment.
dokie. I promise
Some
I won't
brave
get too
souls,
far ahead of
however,
you, I swear. I
managed to
highly
break
doubt.
free from the grasp.
I highly doubt that I will be any higher than level 30 by Thursday. This coming Thursday, that is, though. Oh my god, we got our 3rd Gray Bear tongue. Let's go. So yeah, like this, like 2 days from now, Thursday, I'll be level 30. I'm hoping to be, it's like if I'm, okay, I have, so December 9th is, it's not next week, because that's when the Indiana Jones game comes out that I want to play. December 9th is not this coming Monday, but next Monday, right? So that my goal is getting level 60 by then. So I feel like level 30 in the next 2 days is modest. And if I get to 40 this weekend, there should be no reason why I'm not 60 by next weekend. But it also might be a pipe dream. It might totally be a pipe dream. So,
Of the Scourge, becoming the Forsaken, who now seek to put an end
have a
to
good
the
night, though,
undead
Darker.
family
Thank you
that
so
still
much.
roams
I really
the
appreciate
cursed
it
mills.
again.
Among them is Coleman
Enjoy.
Farthing,
Sleep well.
a former farmer of Agamand Mills, who harbors a deep grudge against the Agamands and seeks vengeance for his untimely demise. The epicenter of this grim tale lies within the Agamand family crypt, just north of the mills. Here, Captain Dargol has taken residence, awakening the dead ancestors of the Agamand family to wield them as his own weapons
5 out of
against the
10.
Forsaken and
Halfway
all who
done with the
dare
mountain
enter this haunted
lions.
domain uninvited. In a call for retribution, Coleman Farthing asks valiant souls to heed the summons of justice. As daring adventurers, a formidable task awaits you, to journey forth and confront the dark forces that hold their grip on the Agamand Mills and the haunting crypt.
I skipped that.
The destiny
Well,
of these
I
lands
did.
now lies in your
No, I did
hands,
some of
and the
those,
story
but then
is
I
yours to
skipped
shape
the
through
like
your
the
bravery
one
and
that
cunning.
made you go down in the crypt. I almost always skip that one. It's not worth
From the
doing that
forsaken
quest.
territory of Agamand Mills, we journey onward to the large farmstead of Garen's Haunt, where vengeful spirits roam in restless agony. In a time long past, Garen and his beloved family toiled on these fertile fields, their hard work nurturing bountiful crops. Ultimately, the shadows of darkness cast by the Scourge soon descended upon them. In an act of brutality, the Scourge claimed their lives, turning this vibrant home into a haunting reminder of the horrors of the plague. Now the farmstead is infested with the bloodthirsty rot-hide gnolls, led by the menacing Maggot Eye. These
The
vile
amount of
creatures,
people have
driven
helped
by
me kill things
insatiable
because they
hunger,
just want to
prowl
skin
the
it
barren lands
immediately
of Garen's Haunt,
is
attacking
hilarious.
any who dare draw near.
And I will not complain
Leaving the
about that.
haunting ambience of Garen's Haunt behind, our dangerous journey takes us to Brill, a town steeped in darkness and intrigue. Engulfed in shadows, this forsaken enclave acts as a cruel testament to the malevolent machinations of the past. Once a humble human town within the kingdom of Lordaeron,
this is also why I decided to play a video, because I knew this whole like mana drinking after every single killing something is gonna make my brain melt.
Thuzad, the nefarious necromancer, sowed the seeds of darkness within Brill's very soil,
I'm like a
unleashing the plague that heralded
zoomer
the kingdom's
who needs
the success of his
a
unholy
Minecraft
experiment
speedrun
paved the way for the
compilation
Lich
thing
King's
in the
relentless
corner, but
invasion,
instead it's WoW
shattering
lore.
the realm of the living. Now, within the tattered ruins of Brill, the Forsaken find an unholy sanctuary.
Just my attention
a place
span,
to
you know,
their
it's
grim war against the Scarlet Crusade.
so I just want to like go. Like I want to kill one thing after another, and you cannot do that in classic WoW, especially as a caster.
Souls met their end here during the plague's constant onslaught during the Third War. The defenders of Brill fought valiantly, but were ultimately overwhelmed, leaving the town under the sway of darkness. Recently, the Rot-Hide Gnolls, driven by a dark intent, desecrate the countless graves, seeking to bolster the armies of the undead scourge with the corpses of the fallen souls. Brave Forsaken adventurers must confront these intruders, fulfilling the command of Magistrate Severin to eradicate the Gnolls from these unholy grounds. Simultaneously, the town of Brill is calling to all brave adventurers to aid in the execution of the notorious villain Maggot Eye.
I did that when I was like level 7.
Against the Forsaken
I did that quest.
Earned him a death sentence.
I ran right over there, and there was like a bunch of people,
leader in Brill,
and I just like I just kept typing like invite to like anyone who walked around, and then finally there was a priest, and she was like level 9, and she was like trying to solo it by herself, and she invited me, and we killed it. And it was like, yeah, because like that's like a level 10 quest. And should be
granted the reward they have earned.
Ran right over. And
not far south of Brill,
we
set our sights on the foreboding
that's
ruins
always juice
of Lordaeron.
if you can find someone to help you out with
These
that.
ruins are a stark contrast to the great capital city of the Kingdom of Lordaeron that once housed the royal family of Terenas Menethil. The area bears the grim memories of the final tragic events that led to the fall of King Terenas and the city's destruction. The ruined palace still stands, a poignant symbol of the city's former glory. Underneath the ruins lies the Undercity, a grim and haunting place, and the capital city of the Forsaken Undead. Concealed beneath the ruins of the former might of Lordaeron, death sprawls beneath the surface. Originally intended to be the seat of the Scourge's power by Prince Arthas, the city was left unfinished when he was called away to Northrend. In his absence, the cunning Dark Lady, Sylvanas Windrunner, led the rebel Forsaken to claim the Undercity for their own. The history of the Undercity is shrouded in darkness and betrayal.
Sylvanas just like ripped off
Sylvanas, having broken free from the Lich King's control, led her followers
like, yeah, you're right, this is a nice city. I'll just stay here.
The city. Eventually, they claimed the Undercity as their new home and now hold dominion over the surrounding lands. Since then, the Forsaken have worked tirelessly to complete the construction of the Undercity, delving deep into the catacombs, tombs, and dungeons initiated by Arthas. The city is a fortified bastion of evil, protected by twisted abominations, undead creatures composed of multiple dead limbs and body parts from different corpses sewn together. Departing the depths of the Undercity, we arrive at the Balmir Farmstead, a once illustrious place, renowned for breeding the majestic white horses of Lordaeron, destined to serve the royal kingdom of Menethil.
Oh yeah, I've heard about that before, that like it really pissed the humans off because I learned that my few endeavors of hanging out with people in Goldshire and stuff like that, and like getting to know a little bit about like people who roleplay and their human lore and everything. And I remember someone telling me that the reason their like character hated undead people so much was because they were someone who like raised horses or something. Like they had like the most creepiest backstory of their characters' lore, and they were like so into it because they were a stable master or whatever, or a horse trainer guy, and they're all their white horses were, they can't like make them anymore, and that's why the horses are like brown and shit or whatever in
Under the care of Joram Balnir and his
Elwyn
wife
or
Vara,
something. I don't know.
this
Yeah.
pastoral farmstead prospered, fostering not only horses but also cultivating the beauty of snapdragon flowers. Among its visitors was the young Prince Arthas Menethil, who often sought refuge here, bonding with Joram's son Jarim. It was here that Arthas witnessed the miraculous birth of the legendary colt Invincible, destined to become the prince's unwavering companion and mount. Little did they know that fate would lead them on an unforeseen path of tragedy and darkness. As time passed, Arthas and Invincible explored the hills near the farmstead,
level 23.
forging a strong bond. In the throes of grief, Invincible met a fatal accident, leading Arthas to bury him at the farm as a lasting tribute to his beloved steed. Nonetheless,
And then
the
he went
twisted
back and
fate
resurrected the
of the prince would
fucking
not
thing.
grant Invincible peace in death.
That's fucked
as
up.
Arthas, consumed by darkness, resurrected the horse to serve him as an undead
Chuckles
creature
as an
during the
owner of it
harrowing
now.
Third War.
You're telling me that's where the
Balnir
godforsaken
farmstead is a
horse
place
came
reminiscent
from?
of the ravages
He ripped
of
it
time
right out of the
and the
ground there?
relentless onslaught of the
That's
scourge.
crazy.
Its previously vibrant fields and stables now
I mean, I knew
lie
he
in ruins,
resurrected it to be
inhabited
with him.
only
I
by
knew that bit of
mindless
the lore.
undead.
I know he ripped it out of the ground right there. That's fucking hilarious.
As we journey forth, dear explorers, we approach the imposing Scarlet Monastery, where fanatical zealots guard their twisted
I've
convictions.
always found it,
Throughout
like,
the
isn't it insane? Like, this is something MMOs nowadays, they just, like, can't do. They, like, there's people hanging from the trees.
former lands of Lordaeron,
Like, right
the
there.
Scarlet
This is, like, the
Crusade
starting
maintained several
area for
fortified
one of the people of the
bastions,
game. You know, it's like, it is so easy to find this as an undead
each serving
player.
as a stronghold
And
against
they just have people hanging from trees. Like, it is
undead
very...
the most notable among these is the Scarlet Monastery, once a revered bastion of learning and enlightenment under the care
quite
of the Church of the Holy
intense
Light.
for an
Its
MMO.
fate was forever changed during the Third War. Now, the monastery stands under the control of the fanatical
I
Scarlet
always found that to be
Crusade,
very,
a zealous faction intolerant of all non-human races, viewing them as carriers of the
interesting,
dreaded undead plague.
the amount of
The Scarlet
hanging
Crusade
bodies
were
I've
formerly
run
an
into
honourable
in World
order,
of Warcraft.
known as the Knights of the Silver Hand.
There's a lot of them.
But ultimately transformed into a fanatical religious sect with a single-minded goal: the complete eradication of the undead from the blighted lands of Lordaeron. Their pursuit has made them a major adversary of the Forsaken and the Scourge, but their methods have also led to corruption and extremism, causing their name to be synonymous with horror and fear. As daring adventurers venture into the monastery's intimidating walls, they must confront the imposing Scarlet Commander Mograine, commanding a devoted garrison of warriors fiercely loyal to their cause. However, the true power behind the Scarlet Monastery's reign lies with High Inquisitor Whitemane,
And her
a
big
formidable
titties.
priestess capable of resurrecting fallen warriors to serve her unholy purpose. After the fall of the Lich King,
Her
the
unholy
Scarlet
purpose of
Crusade
holding
faced
up her
a decline,
boobs. They're
losing
too
their
large
holdings to
for
the
her to hold
recovering
herself.
plague lands and suffering the irony of some of their members succumbing to
She
undeath
needs
as the
2
Risen.
knights at her side.
Despite their waning
every
influence,
moment
the remnants
hold
of the
one each
Scarlet
breast.
Crusade still pose a threat to those who seek to bring peace and order back to the ravaged lands of Lordaeron.
Never ask a
In the
Forsaken
face
if
of
they
such
want to
devoted
hang
opposition, the
out.
question remains: can the
Why?
brave adventurers stand against the Scarlet
You
Crusade's
afraid of
fervor
what might
and
end
bring
up
an end to their
hanging?
reign of terror? Or will the Crusade's fanatical devotion prove too overwhelming to overcome?
Die,
The fate
babe.
of Lordaeron hangs in the balance as the daring explorers navigate through the shadows of extremism and darkness. Leaving the solemn halls of Scarlet Monastery, we must tread carefully and be wary of the deadly threats that lurk ahead. Just south of the Scarlet Monastery lies the treacherous Venom Web Vale. This formerly peaceful haven teeming with wildlife and vibrant greenery has now fallen under a different curse, transforming it into
I
a
gave
place
up on
of
that spider
corruption
quest.
and danger.
I picked
Once
it up and
a
I was doing
paradise
it,
for
and then I
hunting
just
deer and rabbits, The land now harbors peril at every
there was
turn.
not enough
Brave
spiders for
explorers
the
that
amount
wish to
of people
journey
that were
into
there.
Venomweb Vale have to prepare themselves and face the horrors
That
that
thing
hide in
wasn't
the
there,
shadows.
I'll tell you that.
For within these tainted lands, venomous and deadly spiders sneak, weaving their webs of malevolence.
There was no spiders there.
Led by the sinister Shri Skulk, these arachnids have taken over the valley, giving it the name it bears.
We exterminated them. There was none there when I was there last.
Venturing forth from the tainted vale, our path leads us to the formidable bulwark, a bastion of defense against the relentless scourge. This dreadful structure holds back the relentless forces of the scourge to the east, situated on the border of Tirisfal Glades and the western Plaguelands.
Fucking me, there's a bear right there, Mr. Rocky, and your Hello Kitty death squad.
Tirisfal Glades and the neighboring lands. Here, the Forsaken and the vigilant members of the Argent Dawn have joined forces, forming an unyielding alliance to safeguard these lands from wandering zombies and ghouls.
My man says, like, no,
brave explorers
my
and seekers
starving
of knowledge,
mountain lion.
our time amid the ominous landscapes of Tirisfal Glades draws to a close. We have braved the chilling mists, glimpsed the echoes of a dark history, and unveiled the secrets buried beneath its somber surface. As the lawkeeper of Tirisfal Glades, it has been my honor to guide you through this sorrowful land.
Thanks.
As we say our goodbyes to this haunting realm, daring adventurers and explorers, I wish you a fond farewell. Carry with you the memories of this foreboding land's haunting majesty, its mysteries forever ingrained in your mind. And should fate lead you back to Tirisfal Glades,
I mean, these are good
may its
videos
haunting
to
allure
make
and the
that
events of
be
ages
so, I'll tell you
past
that.
guide your path once more.
Hell yeah. Now, he's got one for Hillsbrad, I believe I saw. Where is it? Saw it. There we go. Oh yeah, because they had us give it to Sylvanas, I think, or no, just one of the apothecaries, somebody there in the quest. They had us give it to them. That dagger. I wonder, where's the dagger now? Well, now that she's out of it, is it like broken or whatever?
To the war-torn
This one's like louder.
foothills, where the lush green fields bear witness to a history of strife between the forces of the Horde and the Alliance. As the lawmaster of Hillsbrad's tales, I invite you to join me on this journey through a land scarred by battle and discord. Amidst this contested territory, let us uncover the stories of heroes, the tragedies of war, and the ever-present hope for a lasting peace.
Ah! What is this, world of
Our
friendship?
tale begins in an age before the conflicts of this world would come to define the landscape of its
Oh, it
regions.
is MIA.
In the years leading to the opening of the Dark Portal, the realm of central Hillsbrad was brought into the fold of the mighty kingdom of Lordaeron. It was a time of prosperity, where the land was nurtured and its
Yay, another
people
gray bear
flourished.
tongue, let's go!
Yet, as the annals of history reveal, such peace was not to endure. Following the devastating defeat in the First Great War, the Kingdom of Stormwind was left in shambles, its people engulfed in despair.
Yeah.
In the wake of this destruction, the survivors, led by Anduin Lothar and the young Prince Varian Rin, were ultimately forced to flee northward to seek sanctuary within the kingdom of Lord Menethil II, father of the young prince to the throne, Arthas. It was there, armed with harrowing tales of the Orcish Horde's savagery, that the people of Stormwind sought to unify the northern realms. Recognizing the gravity of the threat and the potential for their own lands to fall into the same ruin as Stormwind had, the kingdoms of the north formed a grand alliance. This coalition
that's
would
how
come
the
to
alliance
include humans,
started?
dwarves, high
Wow.
elves, and gnomes of all corners.
Y'all, we're fucking learning things, because this bitch don't know not a damn salt grain about any alliance lore. I, like, pretend it just doesn't exist. I don't know. Like, wow, that's crazy. Did you guys know they, like, started the alliance, like, here? Like, wow. You learn something new every day.
Of the continent, merging their political and military influence.
Ooh.
Yet, Despite their efforts to secure their realms, the shadow of war crept ever closer.
Yeah.
Before long, the northern lands found themselves engulfed in the chaos of the Second War. Orcish marauders, fueled by an insatiable bloodlust, launched assaults along the coast, with a significant landing at South Shore. This event marked the beginning of the Horde's
alliance
relentless
isn't
push
real,
for
it's just
conquest
propaganda,
and expansion
yeah.
deeper into the Eastern Kingdoms, bringing the fires of war to previously untouched territories. Despite its serene setting, the gentle landscapes of Hillsbrad became a battlefield where the Alliance and the Horde clashed in a series of devastating confrontations.
You tell me about it.
The Alliance's victory came at a
I've been
great
here
cost,
plenty of times
with many
during
lives
it.
lost and communities shattered, and the foothills came to be known
This
as one
area
of the
is the
most
main
heavily
reason
contested
why I
and
like
blood-stained
playing on
regions of the
PvP
continent.
servers, because I love
After
this
the
area on a
Second War,
PvP
the
server.
lands
It's
of
really
Hillsbrad,
fun.
though scarred by the hostilities, slowly began to heal, commencing a brief period of peace. The survivors of the hard-fought battles worked to rebuild their homes and lives amidst the ruins left by war. Yet, beneath this veneer of tranquility, tensions simmered, as the orcs captured during the conflict were interned and the seeds of future strife were sown.
Yep.
As the years passed, the events leading up to the Third War would unravel the fragile peace that had been achieved. The internment camps, filled with the remnants of the Horde,
Look at that.
became a focal point of unrest between the United Alliances
They
of the
put us
Eastern
in
Kingdoms.
internment camps?
It was from this turmoil that Thrall, a young orc raised in captivity, rose to challenge his captors and free his people, laying the foundation for the new Horde.
And y'all are telling me people still choose the Alliance faction? They put people in internment camps. That's like on some Hitler shit. This is not that this isn't even anyone's opinion. This is written in the game. I cannot believe this. And people are like, yeah, for the Alliance. They put people in internment camps. They put Thrall in an internment camp. And y'all say for the fucking Alliance? Are you kidding me? What? I'm appalled. I'm so appalled. My jaw is at the floor.
During nightfall,
it doesn't get any lower
the
than
orcs
that.
secretly infiltrated South Shore to commandeer the ships
Good,
anchored
burn
there,
their
allowing
fucking
them to set sail
houses.
across the Great Sea, marking their exodus to the continent of Kalimdor.
They put people in internment
Today,
camps.
the foothills, scarred by the
Those
vestiges
poor
of war,
orcs.
continue to be a battleground where the remnants of human resistance struggle to maintain authority over the area. The Forsaken, under the banner of the Horde,
Yeah,
seeks to claim
so he
dominion
lived
over
his
South
whole
Shore and its
life
neighboring
as a
territories,
slave,
engaging in
and he
bitter
still...
conflict with those who have pledged their allegiance
I'm
to the
sorry,
Alliance.
though. Why the fuck he like Alliance pussy so much? Why he so up Jaina's ass? That still don't explain nothing. He, like, what? Does he like her just constantly only being the thing that saves him from stupid shit? That's not fair, Thrall. You rely on them.
So come, march forth into the heart of Hillsbrad's natural beauty and internal
Damn it,
strife
he's so
as we
pussy
explore
whipped.
the tales of valor that have sculpted its present
ridiculous.
and will help shape its future through prosperity or hardship. In the grand continent of the Eastern Kingdoms, the Hillsbrad foothills is situated at the southern end of the former kingdom of Lordaeron. This area, cradled by nature's bounty, has long been a crucial crossroads, bridging the northern territories with the lands to the south. It is within this picturesque setting, where the wind tells tales through the branches of the trees, that the rich history of the region is most palpable.
So he's got, like,
echoing
Stockholm
the hardship
syndrome.
and warfare that have helped shape its past.
So
The
really, Thrall's just like Harley Quinn, and Jaina is the Joker.
landmarks of Hillsbrad are as remarkable as they are historically important. In the eastern reaches of the area, the somber ruins of Durnhold Keep cast their shadow, evoking a profound
It's my
sense
interpretation
of
of
the past.
things now at this rate.
This fortress, once a symbol of tyranny, served as the merciless internment camp for the orcs captured during the Second War. To the southwest, one
Another
comes across the
internment
Azure-Lode
camp?
Mine, a site vital to the Alliance during the eruption of the Third War. Despite its history as one of Azeroth's most blood-soaked battlefields, marked notably by the Battle of Hillsbrad Foothills, the region has remarkably preserved its scenic beauty. The landscape consists of green and pastoral hills, largely escaping the devastation of the scourge that ravaged much of Lordaeron. It's an unscarred junction between Alliance and Horde territories, highlighted by its relative safety and stability compared to other lands. The area is alive with the rustle of creatures and the sway of trees, with thickets of pine giving way to open meadows where wildflowers dance in the breeze, while the terrain is dotted with vegetation and ample farmland, crisscrossed with roads leading to numerous towns and villages. A river flowing from Daramir Lake in the western Plaguelands runs through the foothills, harboring the colossal snapjaw turtles of the region.
And they got mad because we burned a tree.
The deeper woods. Just off the southern coast, a collection of small islands gently accompany a larger one, forming a natural archipelago.
I'm sorry, Night Elves. I'm sorry. I can't hear anything about the burning of your tree over the possibly thousands of orcs who were literal slaves in internment camps. I just don't. I'm sorry.
While the Naga and Torn-Fin Murlocs claim the azure waterways of the eastern and western strand as their own.
The fuck? You got a new one!
Rolling landscapes of Hillsbrad, characterized by their pastoral beauty, paint the picture of a climate that offers stability and favorable conditions essential for agriculture and the sustenance of its inhabitants.
Let me tell you.
Seasons change in a gentle progression, from the bloom of spring through the lush warmth of summer, into the rich harvests of autumn, and resting finally in the quiet, frost-kissed peace of winter. Rainfall blesses the land with just enough water to keep the fields and forests vibrant, supporting a cycle of life that endures year after year. The population of Hillsbrad represents a diverse blend of cultures, where at any moment one might encounter humans, dwarfs, and the Forsaken, each carving out a life in this land of trials and tribulations.
Humans who are tending to their internment camps, apparently.
To the Alliance, and is governed by an elected council with Magistrate Henry Malab at its helm. Southshore, with its bustling markets and warm hearths, reflects the humans' capacity to maintain warmth and vitality, even in the face of adversity.
It's very on par, you know.
The overrun village
might be a fantasy game, but you know, they really
under the banner of the Horde,
they got down the human race absolutely right.
Undaunted by the ever-looming shadow of renewed conflict. Allow me to turn the page, and together let's carry
but it's
forward
like,
the knowledge
so
of the land.
It's clear that orcs were born in those camps who seem to have like next to no demon blood in them, or like at least not that it made them evil, because Thrall never ran around being evil, right? He was a baby, and so like that's the thing. They had those camps and whatever, like imprisoning orcs that killed people is one thing, but it seems that because they just decided they were all slaves, period. And so then there was innocent orcs that were being enslaved. And, like, where were the night elves standing around, sitting in fucking moonwells? Where were the dwarves sitting in their fucking mountain, not caring about this? Where were the gnomes tinkering with fucking trinkets, not caring about this? Like, none of them, like, they all just thought that that was okay? It's unforgivable. I'm sorry.
Our understanding of the adventures to come. The stage is set, the Hillsbrad foothills await, and the journey ahead promises to be one of discovery and intrigue as we uncover
and so it's
what
just
lies
like they want
within
us,
this land of
the
beauty
Alliance
and
want you to
strife.
care about their innocence when we do acts of war.
As
like,
group
we're
of
not
adventurers
taking them
weaves through the
and
rugged
putting them in
terrain of
internment
Khazmodan,
camps.
Their journey
We're
leads
just
them to the western
committing
frontier
war,
of the
you know, like
Arathi
it's just like
Highlands.
war happens. And
Before
then
them,
everyone's
a
like,
structure of
Sylvanas
monumental
is the worst
scale
person in the
stretches
world.
across the
Bitch,
horizon,
what
and
human
in a
leader
moment of
thought that it was
collective
okay to
awe,
enslave
recognition
people like
dawns
that?
on each of their faces.
Yeah,
Thoradin's wall, they whisper almost in unison.
That's just okay?
Legends whispered in the
Nobody
warmth of
answered for
taverns
that?
and penned in the dusty tomes of libraries speak of its grandeur and historical significance. A time-worn monument to the resilience.
No wonder
and
why
ingenuity
anyone's
of its
fucking
creators,
tired.
Who,
Like,
centuries
honestly,
ago,
imagine like coming to grips with like It is literally your side is the problem. You know? And then it's just like, you go out of your way. He has done things, especially after he came into power, where they, like, set up things with Sylvanas, that they let undead people see people who were alive and stuff like that, and da-da-da-da. Like, and, like, none of it worked. Like, people still betray each other and everything like that. And there's nothing he can do to get people to, like, stop being the way that they are. And he can't even command them to, like, work together. So, no wonder why he keeps giving up on them. They don't blame him!
Able to erect such a colossal structure. The wall.
And then the only person that they would probably replace him with is somebody who's, like, horrible. That's the other thing, too. You let it up to be a vote within the Alliance people. Who are they gonna fucking elect to be their leader? I'd like to see it be somebody who's not a horrible person, lore-wise.
That have swept over Azeroth. Erected under the decree of King Thoradin, the founder of the ancient kingdom of Arathor, this barricade was not merely an architectural feat, but a bulwark against the Amani trolls that threatened the nascent human civilization. Beyond its towering presence lies the Hillsbrad foothills, waiting to be traversed and discovered, and as the adventurers approach, the air grows heavy with the scent
I
of
really
moss
feel like
and
they
stone. The cracks and crevices
I feel like
of the
that's
wall's
why the
facade
Horde has paid
tell
such a heavy
story of
price
battles
so much.
long past. An era
Why
where
we
this
live in
barrier
fucking
served
dirt huts
as the last
and
line
stuff.
of defense in a world teetering on the brink of destruction. Yet, despite its dilapidated state, Thoradin's wall remains a powerful symbol of the legacy of humanity's perseverance, now a passage to the adventures that lie beyond the broken gateway. Crossing the threshold, the party steps into a realm where the past intertwines with the present, ready to uncover the mysteries and challenges concealed within the folds of Hillsbrad's rolling hills. Their journey through the foothills is not just a passage through land, but a voyage through time, where tales of glory, betrayal, and the spirit of adventure is alive in every whisper of the wind and every stone underfoot. Venturing deeper into Hillsbrad, the group's path winds through verdant landscapes, where the whispers of history and conflict mingle with the rustling
I like how
leaves.
there's just like the one
As they
random
navigate
differently
the
colored
southeastern
tree.
hills, the silhouette of an imposing structure emerges, built into the very
Because they could have just made
mountainside
all the
itself.
trees the same damn color, but they, you know,
a dwarven keep
they just
known
like
for
put
its
in the
valor
like the
and
differently
resilience,
colored tree
features
there.
stone walls and sturdy battlements. These
Very
elements
nice.
showcase the
aesthetics,
dwarves' engineering
top tier.
skills and their commitment to protect and serve the interests of the Alliance. Under Captain Ironhill's command, a paragon of dwarven values and respect, the keep is fully manned with a military garrison. They are prepared to unleash their arsenal on any unwelcome intruders daring to breach its entrance. The residents within its walls extend their protection to the human settlements of Hillsbrad and guard the vital resources of the Azure Lode mine with unmatched dedication. Within the fortress,
Land,
the clanging of hammer on
silvered
anvil and the
bronze
murmur of strategic
shoulder.
discussions fill the stone halls, a chorus of determination
For
and
125
resolve.
blacksmithing.
However, this
Wonder if that'll be
stronghold of
worth to
unity
sell
and
in auction
defense
house.
has drawn the ire of the Forsaken, whose undead grip reaches far and wide.
Far
High
and
Executor
wide.
Darthalia schemes to dismantle this bastion of resistance, sending troops of Forsaken forces to the doorstep of the keep, seeking to sever the bonds of allegiance between dwarves and humans. Within the stronghold, Captain Ironhill and his garrison
I usually
prepare for the
skip those
inevitable
quests
assault,
to go in there.
their spirits undimmed by
There's
the
a pain
looming
in the
threat,
ass to get in
their
there.
armor and weaponry at the ready.
That stronghold area.
For
Oh
our
my god, 7 out of
adventurers,
10 with
Dun
Mountain Lion
Garrock
Blood.
provides
Yeah.
insight into the lasting bonds of friendship among different races and the tough realities of conflict that shape the different theaters of Azeroth.
Picking Garish was a mistake. Part of the reason why I picked Garish is because
As our
Varian
party
wanted
of
to war
adventurers
badly
leave the
with
keep
it.
behind,
True.
they soon find themselves at the edge of Netanda Stead. The fields surrounding this farm now bear
And he
the
needed to
scars of
see
neglect,
like someone who would definitely
overrun by
protect
mudsnout
and
gnolls
fight.
who have claimed it as their
Yeah.
own. The acres, long since abandoned by humans, have become a nursery for giant white mushrooms known
It
as
seems,
mudsnout
it
blossoms.
feels like Thrall's like
These
the
peculiar
leader in a way,
fungi,
kind of
deadly
still.
to the living but a crucial ingredient
Even
for
though
the
he's
concoctions of the unliving, dot the
So
farm
weird how
fields
they
in
like
clusters,
removed him.
casting an eerie pall over the stead. They are sought after by apothecaries of the Forsaken for their toxic properties, essential for crafting powerful elixirs, namely the creation of a new plague. This plague is a strategic weapon the undead aim to use against their adversaries, intending to deal with them once and for all.
Once and for all, let's just kill the whole
The
planet. Let's make everybody undead.
Mysterious ways, and neither the living nor the dead are welcome near these toxic fungi. Under the leadership of their shaman Robark, the gnolls actively cultivate these lethal blossoms, holding a seemingly profound understanding of their power,
them up for a quest?
secret that deepens their mystique.
Are you fucking kidding me?
This complex relationship hints at a broader, more nuanced view of life and death that guides the Mudsnout tribe's unique way of life.
Oh, so it's a whole council.
The paths of Hillsbrad lead our group of explorers north, where Durnhold Keep stands in ruin, a shadow of its former self. Originally an internment camp and prison for the captured orcs after the Second War, it included inner barracks, a mage tower, and an arena. The nearby village once supported the keep, housing those who worked there. The fortress was under the control of Lieutenant General Aedalus Blackmore, a man infamous for his ambition and cruelty of his prisoners, including Thrall, an orc found as a baby and raised in captivity.
Yeah,
Thrall's
like, what is he, a fucking animal?
The campaign he led to free his kin marked the end of Durnhold as an internment camp.
It's ridiculous.
His victory over Blackmore and the ensuing destruction of the keep left it in ruins.
Good.
After its fall, the Syndicate, a criminal organization of rogues and outcasts from the fallen kingdom of Alterac, took over Durnhold Keep. Their presence in Hillsbrad was limited, yet they firmly established the keep as their stronghold. From this position, the Syndicate continues to threaten the surrounding areas. Though scantily armed, they are determined, cautioning those who wish to explore the ruins to ready themselves for sword clashes, as the current inhabitants give no quarter.
Fighting over there really sucks. Fighting those NPCs over there really sucks.
Leaving the ruins of Durnhold Keep behind, our band of adventurers crosses the Darrowmere River, heading into the heart of the Hillsbrad foothills. Here, the towns of Tarren Mill and Southshore are the current focal points of the region's tumultuous history. Interestingly, the tower built on the crossroads was initially intended to symbolize the bond of friendship and brotherhood between the two cities, an ironic landmark of their current division and conflict. Southshore's history, as a mere simple fishing village, was abruptly altered when the thousands of survivors of Stormwind arrived in boats after fleeing the Horde, which had destroyed their kingdom during the First War.
Wild.
The town was transformed into a busy seaport.
Wait, we fully destroyed Stormwind in the First War? Like it was like leveled or some shit? That's so cool. That's awesome. Zug zug. For the fucking Horde, yo.
During the Second War, and its strategic maritime location, rich with oil, became a crucial asset to the Alliance. Despite its peaceful appearance, Southshore's recent residents, including
no wonder
why the mages of the Kirin Tor, remain vigilant, safeguarding their town against Murlocs,
that makes them
Naga,
upsetty spaghetti,
and the
doesn't
threat
it?
of the Horde. Among the defenders of Southshore, the mages harbor a growing concern, sharpened by the circulation of unsettling reports. While details are scarce, rumors of a new malevolent creation by the Forsaken have reached their ears. In contrast, Tarren Mill, formerly a quaint Lordaeronnian village, has since become an undead stronghold, mirroring the complex history of confrontation and survival. During the Third War, the Forsaken claimed numerous previously human settlements across the northern continent.
Gang.
Among these was the town of Tarren Mill, which fell under Forsaken control as they expanded their territory in the aftermath of the escalation.
Gang shit.
Before the age of grand arenas and structured battlegrounds, these outposts were the heart of a ceaseless war, where heroes and villains were forged in the fires of conflict.
Gang war.
In these times, the townsfolk, merchants, guardians of law, and even those who guided the creatures of the sky, all fell under the relentless tide of warriors clashing in their streets.
Gang shit.
Every arrival, every face that dared to emerge was met with the cold embrace of steel and shadow. The very air would grow heavy with the magic and might unleashed, the ground trembling under the weight of countless battles. Eyewitnesses
Wizards of
spoke of a
Gang's
spectacle
Place.
beyond imagination, the horizon lined with the figures of both the Alliance and the Horde. The air itself would pause, breath held in anticipation as reality buckled under the strain of their confrontation. The energy that connects all things stretched thin under the burden, leading to moments where time itself seemed to stand still, and victims falling before they even perceived the strike. A battle cry that drowned out all others in the clamor of steel and spells was that of the local defense, a rallying call for those brave or foolhardy enough to stand their ground and fight. Today, the proximity of both villages means peace in the Hillsbrad foothills remains a fleeting dream, shattered by the sounds of battle that frequently echo through the grasslands.
We're getting
Yet the spirit of the past lingers. On lands dedicated to the trials of strength and courage, shadows of the old clashing of factions whisper, calling to those who remember the thrill of the hunt, the allure of the battle for survival. This is the legacy of Tarren Mill and South Shore, a tale of endurance, of conflict, and of the relentless pursuit of honor amidst the chaos of war.
I'll be back again on Thursday.
Our adventurers now set their sights on a new destination, steering their path towards the southern shores of the Hillsbrad foothills to explore the rumors surrounding Purgation Isle. The history of this island, notable for its towering spiral shape, remains shrouded in mystery, untouched by time and largely unknown to the wider world. As they step onto the isle, the explorers are immediately met with an eerie silence, a stark contrast to the lively scenes of the mainland. The air is thick with the presence of troubled spirits, for the Purgation Isle is haunted by the ghosts of renegade paladins from the Silver Hand, alongside priests of the Church of Light, and even monks and mages. The group treads with caution, honoring the tormented souls that surround them in their quest to unravel the mysteries binding these spirits to the island. What unseen forces could hold such power over the afterlife? Condemned to banishment on the island for reasons lost to history, they wander restlessly, unable to find peace even in death.
Damn, that's rough.
Leaving the haunting silence of Purgation Isle behind, our adventurers venture southwest, making their way towards the Azure Lode mine. Located to the west of South Shore, this mine has a rich history that predates even the construction of the Grey Mane War, when it and its surrounding area were still part of the Kingdom of Gilneas. The excavation site remains firmly under Alliance control. Miners, under the diligent supervision of Foreman Bonds, work tirelessly to extract the riches from the iron-laden hills, fueling the Alliance's war efforts with a critical supply of resources. The mine's activities are protected by guards, ensuring the safety of workers and the continuity of operations against any potential threats. However, the Forsaken have recently turned their attention towards the site, coveting its valuable resources for their own expanding war machine. While they have yet to seize control, the undead have begun their plot to disrupt the Alliance's supply chain, aiming to strike a blow by targeting the mine's operational heart, Foreman Bonds himself. Their
oh my god, that scared the fuck out of me.
Population,
what was with that sound?
To weaken Alliance morale from within. As our adventurers draw near, they step into a scenario ripe with tension and uncertainty. The mine teeters on the edge of an impending conflict. Its future, and that...
A World of Warcraft horror game would be lit. I can think of like 10 different things in World of Warcraft that are absolutely terrifying, that if it was like some sort of like a jump scare first-person experience, it would be great.
Of its workers, entwined with the strategic actions for control of both.
They could make a good VR game with that. Like a haunted house.
Not a stone's throw away,
World of Warcraft.
Our explorers reach South Point Tower, standing guard at the western edge of Hillsbrad foothills, just off the road to Silverpine Forest. This dilapidated scout tower, now under the watch of Deathstalker Lesh, serves as a lookout point for spying on Alliance activities nearby. The strategic importance of South Point Tower offering a panoramic view of the area's comings and goings, cannot be understated. In the quiet of the approaching night, the
I
tower
really
seems
do
almost
think
at
that they
peace,
should do that.
but the
Seeing
presence
how
of a
Black
forsaken
Desert is
agent
doing a
is
single
clear
player
sign
game,
of the
Crimson
silent battle
Desert,
for
I
information being
really
waged
wish World of
between both
Warcraft would just
factions.
do one
With
Warcraft
Deathstalker
game that
Lesh
is like
stationed here, the
an
Forsaken keep a keen
extremely
eye on their
high
enemies, ready to report
fidelity
any movement to or
graphical
from the
World of
forests of
Warcraft,
Silverpine.
you know, game, like
Our
in the
adventurers
like in
pause to
a game in
consider the
Azeroth
complex
about
web
like
of
a character. I
alliances and
literally don't
enmities
care.
that
Like
define the
anybody, make up
Hillsbrad
somebody new or
foothills,
something. Like
realizing the tower's
it
role
would be
in
so
the
fucking
ongoing
good.
friction amongst
Oh
its
no, why I'm
inhabitants.
not attacking bear. Attack
Through
spider.
their exploration and the unfolding narratives, the group slowly begins to reveal the looming shadow of a broader struggle for dominion over this contested territory, poised to
It's
plunge
either
the
that or
region
they need to
into
do
an
a TV
all-out
show,
war,
like what Fallout
with everything
did.
hanging in the balance.
Like they really need to figure it the fuck out.
Turning our gaze northward, we advance towards the final chapter of our journey through these lands. Here, our adventurers soon find themselves amidst the fertile expanse of the Hillsbrad Fields, a vital artery of sustenance for the people of Southshore and the wider Hillsbrad foothills. It is in this rich agricultural land, brimming with the potential of harvest, farmers and peasants labor tirelessly to provide food, supported by the local blacksmith Verrington and his apprentices, who arm the makeshift militia with necessary weapons.
Yeah, the farmers that I have a quest
However,
to go slay.
peace in this region hangs by a thread. The people of Hillsbrad find themselves under constant threat from the undead forces of Taran Mill. The Forsaken's attacks have become more frequent, targeting the very heart of human resilience in the area. Its farmers and those
Yay,
who
we got
keep
the
the supply
Iker.
lines
Let's
running.
go.
Despite the disturbing grip of undeath, these farmers have not
Now we
hesitated to
just need
defend
2
their
more
land,
lion
staging
blood and I can
ambushes
turn in
against the
2
undead forces
quests.
that dare to encroach upon
2
their
fucking
fields.
quests.
The conflict is
that have
further
taken me
exacerbated
2
by Archlord
hours to
Varimasthus's
do.
machinations, who, through his agents,
Classic World
has
of
kept a
Warcraft is
watchful eye
not
on
for
the
the
human
fucking faint of
populace
heart, y'all.
Hillsbrad.
Holy shit.
His ultimate command to Darthalia to wage war against the humans serves a darker purpose, to quell humanity's spirit and buy time for the development of
An
a
arcane
sinister
like
new
Warcraft show.
bioweapon.
Absolutely.
With
We need
Hillsbrad's
it.
leadership struggling
We
to
deserve
maintain
it.
governance in the face of mounting opposition,
It would
and
be
mining
bigger than
operations
Game of
under
Thrones
threat
ever
of future
was.
compromise, the region teeters on the brink of war. Unbeknownst to the Alliance, the Forsaken have developed a new plague, their secret weapon poised to herald the battle for Hillsbrad. This weapon of mass destruction threatens to transform the fertile valley into a decisive battleground that will shape the future of the area once more, irreversibly altering its landscape. As our adventurers prepare to set forth from the Hillsbrad fields to the challenges of the Alterac Mountains, the air tingles with anticipation. Although the battle has not yet begun, the possibility of the new plague plunging this corner of Azeroth into chaos underscores the critical crossroads at which
I'm
the
gonna
region
spread that
now
shit
stands.
everywhere.
The future hangs in the balance, with the necessity for peace more pressing than ever to forestall the
Hi,
impending
Mystic!
uncertainty.
Yep. We're back to WoW on stream again.
Now that our journey through the Hillsbrad foothills reaches its horizon,
Yeah, I'm
we
trying to
leave
get to level
behind the
60
stories of
before
valor,
the
the scars
Indiana
of
Jones
battle,
game comes
and
out.
the unwavering spirit of its people.
So we've been jamming this
From
out.
the fields that feed a
They-
region
They
caught
came out with
between
these
war
servers
and peace,
on
and
Thursday.
the haunting echoes of Purgation Isle, we've traversed a land rich in history and steeped in the complexities of conflict. Thank you, brave travelers, for joining me on this exploration through a region that epitomizes the eternal struggle between the forces of the Horde and the Alliance. As we venture forth, let the history that stems from these foothills inspire you, reminding one that even in the heart of conflict, courage and camaraderie can flourish.
Fuck
As the
courage and
narrative of Azeroth
camaraderie.
continues to unfold,
For the Horde.
inviting us all to play our part in its timeless tale, I offer you my heartfelt farewell. Until our paths cross again in new adventures, carry forward the essence
For
of
blood and
Hillsbrad.
honor,
Where
bitches!
every field and every ruin has a story to tell, shaping the
Fuck
legacy
your
of this
courage and
war-torn
camaraderie. Right? He said adventurers and venturing quite a lot. Oh my god. You get fucking absolutely slammed if you take a shot every time he says that. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, that was good. Courage and camaraderie. My ass. Get out of here with that. What else do we got? Lore of the Knolls? We got Westfall. You know, let's do the lore of Elwyn Forest just because I don't know. You know, like, I don't really fucking care, but I also, like, don't know. I, like, actually don't know. Because I don't care, but, like, I don't know.
Elwyn Forest. I have missed this place.
Shut the fuck up!
Glades and verdant
what time you spent there, my boy?
Journey begins. I fondly remember strolling under its sun-dappled paths and along its meandering rivers.
Another Alliance player, clearly. Now he's showing his bias.
Join me, your guide and loremaster, as we wander its trails and discover its charming hamlets. Me, whose only
fond memories were after creating my character and walking there. Oh. Elwyn Forest. I should, you know, honestly, I should reenact, like, the same way, because this is, like, the second guy who I've watched lore videos from, and a lot of them are pretty similar, and it's fine. Like, I'm guessing there's, like, maybe a way to, like, do these lore videos that, like, people like. You know, it's catchy and whatever not. But I should do one for, I wonder if he's already covered Eversong, right? And, like, the Blood Elf areas and stuff, because I could do a really good reenactment. Eversong Forest. The land of the Blood Elves.
And of Stormwind's hearty humans, the forests of Elwyn offer a peaceful reprieve with its rolling hills and sparkling rivers. Nestled in the very heart of the Eastern Kingdoms, this lush and vibrant sanctuary has endured through epochs of both peace and turmoil, revealing its secrets to those who wander its serene paths with open hearts and curious minds. Let me tell you of these days of yore, whispered still amongst the old oaks. Centuries ago, humans
the
from
wind
the
and
nascent
stuff
kingdom
that he
of
put in the
Stormwind
video
populated the forest
fucking
and its
with
neighboring
me.
territories. Farmsteads began to dot the regions of the Red Ridge Mountains, Westfall, and the sister area to the south of Elwyn Forest, then known as Brightwood. Back then, many benign creatures, including a community of spiders, lived in unspoken accord
when you
with
run
the
past
land.
them, it's just that.
When a grim curse fell over the lands of southern Elwyn Forest, the shadows of night lengthened, and these creatures mutated into monstrous forms, fleeing to the darkened realm now known as Duskwood. But dear adventurers, the forest did not end there. In the wake of the First War, the region became a battleground as the orcs of the Horde poured through the dark
he's got a lot of extra sounds in this one. Oh my gosh. Oh, he's really bringing it alive here.
Its beauty marred by the fires of war.
Oh, I don't have
and Stormwind City was besieged, its treasures looted.
Yeah.
In the aftermath of the Second War, though, resilience proved the true spirit of Elwyn.
So they, like, rebuilt the whole fucking thing?
The kingdom of Stormwind was reclaimed by the Alliance, and the forest heartened once again, thriving under the care of those who returned to rebuild their shattered villages.
So the orcs just, like, didn't care to stay there.
Elwyn
they just
Forest
like left.
Serves as the perfect starting point for new adventurers seeking to make a name for themselves in the world that lies ahead. Its lush landscapes, friendly villagers, and inviting atmosphere make it the ideal place to begin your journey.
Why do you have to be so biased? It's not that great. It's actually, like, the worst zone in the entirety of Azeroth. Like, it's literally, like, the most un-original zone in the entire game. Because there's a bunch of other games that look like that. the only thing that changes the way that that looks is because it's in the Warcraft art style. If you were to remove the entirety of the entirety of Elwyn Forest and Stormwind's art style and remake it in any other game's art style, you'd almost not be able to tell that it's in World of Warcraft. Whereas, like, when you show someone Teldrassil in any sort of fucking art style, and, well, it's very clear, like, it comes from World of Warcraft, it's not very, I don't know what you mean. It's perfect? What do you mean? I think it's the worst spot for somebody who just starts playing the game to play.
And uncover the secrets of this timeless land together. Here we are then, in the very heart of Elwyn Forest, the North Shire Valley. This pristine valley is home to the stately North Shire Abbey and its very own vineyards. Here, the priests and brothers not only seek spiritual enlightenment, but also actively engage in crafting their renowned wines.
And ERP.
One joyful grape at a time. Take a moment to observe the young warriors, rogues, paladins, and mages making a name for themselves. And step inside Northshire Abbey, if you will. This grand edifice is a sanctuary and a school, where trainers prepare the various classes for the trials ahead. This valley, having cradled many fledgling heroes, now gently guides these novices into the expansive world of Azeroth.
He's got a hell of a way of bringing it alive, let me tell you.
For Marshal Douglas McBride. He is the cornerstone of defense in the valley, commanding the Northshire Abbey garrison with a firm yet fair hand.
Like, I love Red Ridge Mountains. I think we'll watch that if he's got a video about Red Ridge. I love Lakeshire and shit. Fucking love that place. I thought that place is really cool. The red roofs and stuff. The blue roofs or like the tan roofs, it's like, I don't know what it is. Like, I don't really like it. But I really love like the Red Ridge Mountains. Like, I feel like it's very iconic. And then like Gilneas. Gilneas and where the Worgans come from is very iconic. It's so fucking cool. I wish all of the human stuff looked like Gilneas. It'd be fucking amazing.
She's in quite a state, deeply troubled by the plight of her vineyard. Thugs and brigands of the Defias Brotherhood have overrun the fields just as the harvest was getting underway, forcing Millie and her workers to retreat from the farm and abandon their crates of grapes. Though she has sought assistance from the local guards, the threat still looms large. So, what say you? Shall we lend our efforts to aid the folk of Northshire?
No.
Or perhaps set our sights on the broader adventures
I'll
that
come
Elwyn
steal their
Forest
shit
has to offer? The choice, my bold companions, is yours to make.
I done made that a long time ago.
Leaving behind the stoic peace of the Northshire...
Like, you don't gotta sell me on becoming an alliance player. You know? I thought this was just a lore. What, did he sell this hard for the Horde? God damn!
We find ourselves drawn along a well-trodden path due south. In the distance, a village comes into view. Goldshire. Now, here's a place near and dear to my storyteller heart. This lively town pulses with an energy quite unlike any other, centered largely around the famed Lion's Pride Inn. Now, dear travelers, lend me your ears, for the tales of Goldshire
well, he
are
used
many
travelers
and
there instead of adventurers.
More spirited than you might expect. I recall, in my younger days, a certain vibrancy that filled the air of Goldshire. You heard that right. Even I, your learned lawmaster, was once not quite so staid. Back then, the Lion's Pride Inn often danced to a rather different tune.
Learned? I think the word he was looking for is well discerned. Learned? Is that a word? I'm sorry. Define learned. Having... It is. No, that would be learned. No, you don't learn... What? That just don't feel like proper English. At all. No, but discernment's not either. I don't even know. Maybe he should have said full of knowledge or something. That bothers me.
After sundown. There, amidst the clinking of mugs, one could witness sights most intriguing. Why, the tables that hosted weary travelers sharing meals during the day supported the lively steps of Draenei, dressed in their scant essentials by night, free from the clutches of their armor. The upper chambers, I must confess, were rarely unoccupied and seldom used for a silent night's sleep, where adventurers explore interactions that the broad daylight of Azeroth not often witnesses. I recall one particularly brisk evening, the moon high and full, when I found myself locked in a game of wits and wine with a charismatic female night elf from across the Great Sea, which almost led to, well, let's just say some stories are better kept under wraps. Ahem. But let us not dwell too long on the frolics.
He put Goldshire in there.
Goldshire, for all its nighttime escapades, serves as a crucial crossroad for many an explorer seeking
this is my home server of
companionship
Moonguard.
in a more
This is what we like to do on
sense.
Moonguard.
It boasts various class trainers and some profession trainers, including a blacksmith, and attracts merchants from all corners of the kingdom.
Good old Moonguard.
The village remains abuzz with duels, lively banter, and the constant coming and going of those both new to Azeroth and seasoned veterans alike. Amid this vibrant activity, Marshal Dugan vigilantly oversees the security of Goldshire and its surroundings. Deeply concerned about the Murlocs to the south and east and the Gnolls to the west, he commands the military forces stationed here and actively recruits adventurers to assess and curb these threats. With a cheeky smile and a knowing glance, I bid you explore wisely and perhaps with a bit of caution. For in Goldshire, as in all things, one finds exactly what one seeks. But remember to indulge in moderation.
Indulge in moderation.
As we venture deeper into the heart of Elwyn Forest, a familiar drama unfolds that could very well remind one of Shakespeare's own tales.
It has.
Right here,
I just got to
among
level
the verdant
23.
trees and whispering winds,
deliberating
we find
on...
the Stonefield Farm.
I think
and
I'm gonna
McClure
go back
vineyards,
to town right now
embroiled
and
in a
drop. I don't want to.
rivalry as
I
bitter as any family feud.
level my cooking. And I got these things that I know I'm gonna be able. I mean, for one, the hot lion chops. Look at all this lion meat, crisp spider meat. I could try selling that blacksmithing thing. Yeah. Let's head back to town. Oh, I can teleport. I can teleport myself. Yo. Used to be Silver Moon. In the early days of Moonguard, Silver Moon used to actually be popping all the time. Like that inn there in Silver Moon, right when you walk in and you turn to the left. There used to be so many people there all the time. But, yeah, in Warlords of Draenor, when the player counts got probably the lowest they've ever been in my entire time of playing World of Warcraft, I'll tell you that. Yeah, I just, like, physically watched the game die, and, like, everyone on Moonguard, they just logged off one day, and then, I know a lot of people had switched servers, so a lot of the Horde went over to, starts with a W. Fuck, I don't remember that name. Rinrest Accord, that's what it is. WRA. Yeah, a lot of people who were Horde went to WRA. So maybe on WRA, maybe Silver Moon might be popping, but I doubt. Yep. Yeah, I still play on Moonguard. I love seeing all the people who still hang out on Moonguard and stuff like that. It's nice. It's chill. Nostalgic. It's the one thing I constantly miss when I,
Beware.
play other versions of the game is like I'm just leaving my server behind, you know. The camaraderie on that server is it's nice when you're a horde player. It's quite a choice to play there as a horde player when like the majority of the server is alliance, but yeah. Oh, so they go to Orgrimmar to, okay, yeah, that makes sense. They used to own Moonguard as well, and then they faded eventually. Oh yeah, if they fully revamp Silvermoon, I can see so many people going there to roleplay. The thing about it is it's not gonna make people play the Horde faction who like used to be Blood Elves and then have become fucking Night Elves now, or I'm sorry, Void Elves. Ugh. Because I bet you they're gonna make it that everyone, no matter your faction, is gonna be able to visit the city because it's World of fucking Friendship Craft now. So yeah, I feel like that's what's gonna happen. Let's see. I don't know if I should do something with this linen. Lord knows I need to. I could probably sell these. I'm not gonna gather these. I wonder if they'll be worth putting on the auction house as well.
Remember, patience, discipline.
Yeah. There's so many people who are playing hardcore, and I mean, I get it, you know, I'm sure it's fun to the right people and everything like that, but I just want to sit here and vibe, you know. I just want to progress through the game and enjoy it, and everything doesn't need to be all serious. I'm not gonna sell that. What about this? 876. Yeah, that's like another thing. I had friends tell me, "Oh, like you don't need to be an Alliance player, but you should have like an Alliance character just to see what it's like playing on Alliance, whatever, not like that." And I'm like, "Well, for retail that just doesn't work for me because I can't be a demon hunter void elf, you know? Like maybe if I could, maybe I'd consider it, but you know, like I'm good." I see someone already bought one of these. Cool beans. Just a few silver, you know. A modest amount. Do people do anything with these sharp claws? I don't think so. Yeah. Yeah, there's just no Alliance races that I've ever felt that I've like closely affiliated myself with the way I have with both the undead and blood elves. You know, I just think they're so cool.
What is it?
Okay.
Goodbye.
Where is the first aid person here in Undercity? Probably the rogue quarter? For the glory of Quel'Thalas. Nubilore Delana. By the light of the sun.
Feud. Both families, you see, are staunchly opposed to one another, each holding fast to old grudges. The flames of this quarrel have been recently fanned by a new incident. Young Billy McClure is accused by Auntie Bernice Stonefield of stealing her cherished necklace,
That's
an
fucked
old
up.
keepsake from her late husband.
Why would you do that,
This
Billy?
accusation has only deepened the discord between the two households. But amidst this bitterness, a spark of love has ignited between Maybelle McClure and Tommy Joe Stonefield,
Oh.
promising a hint of reconciliation.
Nope. I have not been to
Young
SFK.
Maybelle,
I
a
wasn't
true
able to play
Juliet,
the past 2
is
days at
employing
all.
a bit of cunning to see
I
her
was
beloved
busy.
Romeo of sorts.
So I
With
wasn't
the
at
help
home
of
at all
Grandma
yesterday.
Stonefield and the alchemist William
So
Pestle,
all I did
she
was play for a
procures
few
an
hours on
invisibility
Sunday, and
liquor.
that's why I'm only level
This potion allows her to
23
slip
still,
away
unfortunately.
from the watchful eyes
I would
of
really
Pa
like to
McClure
already be,
to steal moments with
yeah,
her Tommy Joe.
It's actually insane the way
Oh.
I can navigate. Guys, I actually have a problem. I shouldn't have been able to find this first aid trainer without asking a guard. I knew it. You know your brain is so rotten when you stand there and you ask yourself, where's this trainer? Yeah, I know where they're at. And I just walked to it. Like, I could have closed my eyes and got here.
What is it?
It's absolutely insane.
Do not seek death.
I love this video game too much. It's very bad. It's cemented in my brain in a very, very horrible way. Well, okay, so that's the thing about Undercity. Undercity makes sense. And I cannot stress it enough. People really don't get it. People don't believe it, you know? But it's like when you think about where certain profession trainers are and stuff like that, and then you look at the names of the quarters, like, it just, for me, it makes sense. So, yeah. What do I need to get to make wool bandages?
And you are...
Anti-venom 80.
Goodbye.
I think I have enough. When let me go pick up more money.
What lengths we go for love. Tommy Joe, for his part, waits by the river that runs near his family's farm.
It started with
ever
only
hopeful
remembering
to
where
catch
the
a
auction
glimpse
house
of his sweet
was.
Maybelle. What role
It
might
sure
we play
started.
in this pastoral drama, you ask? Well, there are quests aplenty, from aiding these star-crossed lovers to navigating the precarious truce that might one day unite these feuding families. So, do we fancy ourselves peacemakers in this rustic romance, or shall we simply watch as observers of this most human drama? The choice, as always, is entirely yours. But
Yeah,
do tread lightly, for the course of true love
I
never
get
did
lost
run
in every
smooth,
single Alliance city. They don't make
especially
any
not
sense to
in
me
the
at all.
enchanting woods of Elwyn.
Yes! It's already unlocked. Dual spec's already unlocked.
we
You should be
leave
able to go
behind
to
the
your trainer
farmsteads
and you gotta pay
venture
gold.
westward,
I
our
think.
path leads us to the
But it should
Westbrook
already be
Garrison,
unlocked.
situated on the very fringe
saw them
of
post
Elwyn
about it
Forest, near the border
on Twitter.
with the troubled lands of Westfall. This garrison stands as a line of defense against the shadows of unrest. Here, the Stormwind Guard, stalwart and ever vigilant, faces off against a surge of
It's probably
challenges.
level 40, I don't know.
Now, dear adventurers,
I have no
follow
fucking
along
idea
to
at
this
all.
bastion amidst the trees, where
I would
Deputy
assume
Rayner,
it would be level
a notable
40.
figure within the
Would be the
Stormwind Army,
requirement, maybe?
commands the
I don't
post
know.
with a keen eye. With the bulk of the Stormwind Army stretched thin across distant fronts, Westbrook finds itself grappling with perilously thin ranks. The infamous Riverpaw Pack, led by none other than the notorious Hogger, the so-called Knoll King, has been stirring up trouble in the forest's edge.
The Hogger!
This Knoll chieftain,
Looking
perched
for
atop
Group
his hill
Hogger.
in southwestern Elwyn, has become something of a legend, a formidable foe who has eluded capture time and again. Defeating him, my friends, has become a veritable rite of passage for Alliance travelers of all ranks and ages. The Riverpaw Pack, empowered by a shadowy alliance that has recently established a foothold in Westfall, now raids farms and villages with newfound weapons and tactical acumen, leaving fear in their wake. It's a curious affair. Gnolls are typically not known for their intellect or organization. One can't help but wonder what or who could be orchestrating such an upturn in the normally dim-witted Gnoll tactics and capabilities. Now is the time to act, valiant souls, for your help is crucial. Will you join the ranks of Westbrook Garrison and take on Hogger, the Gnoll King, and his marauding tribe?
No.
Or perhaps you're inclined to
What
uncover
do you
who might be
require?
pulling the strings from behind a veil of power.
Embrace the shadow.
Arm yourselves, gather your allies, and step into the shadows of the forest's edge. What
Okay.
lies ahead is unknown, and only your courage can illuminate the truths hidden in the darkness.
Yeah,
Follow
I can
along
still take
now,
arm spec. Those
quickly.
prop points would make
Let's
it.
be on
Yeah,
our way
yeah.
once
When you're
more,
low
shall we?
level like this and your
And do
skill
mind
points,
those pesky kobolds at the Fargo
especially
Deep
as a
Mine,
tank or a
in
healer,
particular,
is
the one
very,
called
very
Goldtooth.
important.
You know Take Candle is his
You
rallying
know
cry.
Take Candle.
Quite the amusing chap, really, all things considered. As we jaunt further to the southeast
Oh,
of
it's small
Elwyn
venom
Forest,
sacks.
we
I thought
come
it was
upon the
spider
Brackwell
Iker.
Pumpkin Patch,
I have
a
one.
locale that's taken a turn for the dramatic, I must say. Once the peaceful domain of the Brackwell family, this charming farm has since fallen under the control of the Defiers Brotherhood. These bandits have scattered themselves willy-nilly about the buildings and the very pumpkin patch itself, up to all sorts of no good. It remains a
It was
bit of a
just
puzzle
fine.
whether the Brackwells were chased away or worse after the Defiers claimed this land as their own. Now, however, amidst the chaos and
Why do all the
pumpkins
human men gotta wear
resides a
such
rather
tight
hefty
clothing?
figure by the name of Princess, a prize-winning pig of considerable repute and, let me tell you, appetite. Flanked by her steadfast boars and with no boundaries to contain her, this burly sow freely roams the woods of Elwyn, helping herself to the crops at both.
This man is able to sit here and give you a speech about this random NPC hog in this MMO. That's how intricate and deeply detailed World of Warcraft is that this man is able to sit here and give you a full detailed rundown like she's some mafia mob boss about the fucking pig.
Both the Stonefield Farm and McClure Vineyards. Quite the mischievous maven of agriculture, our princess. By the by,
Yeah,
if you
orcs only
find
need
yourself with a
loincloth,
bit of
you
an
know?
adventurous spirit, there's a task at hand involving this porcine princess. The valued boar, adorned with a brass collar for her first-place triumphs, has become the
What do you
target of a
require?
peculiar quest. The task, you ask? A rather grim affair. Princess must be dispatched and her collar retrieved as proof of the deed.
Rip
Should you
princess.
choose to undertake this, return the collar
Farewell.
to Mars Stonefield at the Stonefield Farm. There's a bit of something in it for your time, a token of appreciation, if you will. So, fancy a bit of a
Alright.
challenge at the Brackwell
Now that my
Pumpkin
inventory
Patch.
is cleared
It's
out.
not every day one gets to duel with a prize-winning pig, after all. Just remember, keep your wits about you. Bandits and boars make for a rather unpredictable outing.
Think.
As we stroll further into the heartland of Elwyn Forest, let
Yeah,
us
I'll come
turn
back
our
here and
attention
pick that
to
up
the
for
Tower of
SFK.
Azora, a picturesque mage
I
tower
actually end up
that's quite the
going
hub
there.
of mystical activity.
I am forsaken.
Managed
Okay, I'm gonna get up and stretch. I need to get a drink. My Sprite is out. And probably pack a bowl. So that I like really focus in here, you know, and get more of these quests done. Because I really would like to do SFK at some point tonight. That would be good. So we'll see. We'll see. But probably need at least one more level would be good, because if I were to get the robe from there, it's a level 24 robe. So yeah. I'll be right back. Hydrate, stretch, posture check, gamers. That was too good. I couldn't resist. I still had some leftovers for my parents. My mom makes some absolutely amazing mashed potatoes. You know, she cooked kind of like early for Thanksgiving. So I had to.
Remember.
That was good. Have some more of those. Thank you. Hi, Mecha King. How are ya? Howdy, howdy. Happy Tuesday. Right? Usually I find myself on retail today, doing my weeklies. Will those even get done this week? Maybe. That's a lot. I have to like do that and level this character. Oof. Yeah, the home cooked ones, you know, thoroughly mashed. No skin whatsoever. Because I don't mind mashed potatoes having the skin in them sometimes, but like be getting stuck in your teeth and whatnot doesn't make it just like a nice cream, you know, mashed potato. So she do that. She thoroughly peels them. Crazy lady, but appreciate the cooking. I really do. Yeah. Guild got 3rd heroic. This was nice. Second one was our previous blockade. Now I'm back on the anniversary. Big title. HE just ain't for me. Yep. Yeah, I'm not playing hardcore. I'm on the regular classic. We're just vibing, you know, because I like actually progressing in the game and, you know, like getting somewhere and not playing the starting area over and over. Like I want to get to one of my favorite, I'd say like level 40 through 55 is like just some of my favorite. I just like leveling a character through that. I'm like ill. It's really fun, especially like that they put a dungeon finder in, you know, and makes it a bit easier. I know people will be doing those dungeons, and it's really fun to do classic dungeons with people and stuff like that, and seeing everybody on their own little journeys and everything like that. Quests take for fucking ever. I couldn't imagine accidentally dying and losing all my progress. Like I got to level 19 on a priest when they originally did the hardcore classic servers. I couldn't log into her after that. I never died. Never died in hardcore. Made it to level 19. That was it. That's all that I'm doing, you know.
By an
like,
industrious group of gnomes,
so yeah,
the tower doubles as both the living quarters and scholarly domain of the venerable Archmage
like
Theocritus, a figure of considerable magical prowess and insight.
Hey!
Although recently,
yes, my stuff
it's not
was super full at like level 21, 22. It took me a while to situate everything.
Tower of Azora, mind you.
A little bit better now.
There's a bit of a tiff, one might say,
I just came
with
back
the
from the
Tower
bank,
of Ilgalar
dropped stuff off.
in the Red Ridge Mountains.
We're doing all right.
The counterpart over yonder
you guys can't
is
see
none other than the dastardly
Here.
lair of Morganth.
We're doing all right, as you can see. You know, the bags aren't too full. We're all right.
Constant duel of wits and spells, each employing magical espionage to outmaneuver the other. Perched at the very top of the Tower of Theocritus, one finds the Eye of Azora, a magical artifact not to be taken lightly.
I go back to Stone Town.
This scrying sphere allows any who dare touch it to spy upon the Tower of Ilgalar, revealing not just the building itself, but its surroundings too. Quite the handy tool for keeping tabs on one's rivals, I'd say. What role might you play in this high-stakes game
I'm not playing no role. Stop trying to sell me on being an alliance player.
With the clever Theocritus and his gnome servants to thwart the nefarious wizard
I think
of
he
Redridge.
really knew that people who like maybe haven't played World of Warcraft would watch this.
Of the powers at play
rather
between
than
these two
people who
towers.
do. Which is
Either
an interesting
way,
audience to
choose
try to
carefully,
capture.
For in the world
you know?
of magecraft, every move you make could have far-reaching consequences.
If you're playing hardcore, maybe.
Let us continue our journey through the enchanting expanse of Elwyn
really
Forest, where our path now takes us toward the serene yet increasingly troubled waters of Stone
alchemy and
Cairn
herbalism.
Lake. This seemingly peaceful locale situated in the northeastern parts of Elwyn, is not just a feast for the eyes, but a site of deep historical significance.
Peace Bloom.
On an island in
Why
the
do I
lake
need
center
Peace Bloom? That's
lies
insane.
Heroes' Vigil,
I would have
a
to
revered
go somewhere.
site marked
Mage Royal would be
distinctly
nice,
by
but
the
my
Stone
herbalism
of
isn't high enough
Remembrance.
for me to pick Mage Royal.
This
so I'm in
monument
this, like, weird
is dedicated to all those who fell protecting Stormwind during the tumultuous times of the First War.
I also need to work on my
Here,
cooking.
amid a ring
Got
of
it to
ancient
65.
stones, we honor every
And then I've
soul
just, like,
that endured the horrors unleashed by the Orc sacking of
Kinda how it
Goldshire
goes, doesn't
and the
it?
surrounding areas. The once solemn pilgrimage site has been claimed by rogue
Like,
wizards
isn't there a
who've
quest
made
to
the
kill
central
15
island their
Hillsbrad
stronghold,
footmen?
and a tribe of Murlocs has established itself along the southern banks.
Why do I
These
remember
aquatic
15?
beings,
Maybe that's the next
notorious
quest, the
for
Battle
their
of
aggressive
Hillsbrad.
behavior, have constructed
like that.
crude dwellings, attacking those who seek to explore
probably the
this
next
corner
one.
of the forest and posing a significant threat to the
See
region.
if I can.
Now,
Should I
brace
try picking
yourselves
off
for a
these
bit of a
farmers and
sticky
killing
wicket,
Farmer Ray and
as
Gets?
Remy
I think I
two
could be able to
times
do that
from
as a
Goldshire
23
would
mage.
have it. He's rather
If
concerned
they
about these
double pull
Murlocs
him,
in eastern
piss
Elwyn,
off.
and has implored us
I'm not
to seek
good
out
at
Guard
doing
Thomas,
mages
stationed
stuff.
near a bridge west of the East Vale logging camp, for a detailed report.
I think we'll go
Upon
deal with the
finding
syndicate
Guard
stuff first.
Thomas, the plot, as they say,
Or is they not?
thickens.
Okay, so
He's
is the
been awaiting
syndicate people
news from
not the
two of
ones
his
that count
scouts,
over there?
Rolf and
No, it's the
Malachi,
ones at
sent to
this
assess the
watchtower.
Murloc
Okay.
situation.
I guess I got those
Unfortunately,
confused.
what we discover upriver is rather grim. The human remains of footman Malachi
Isn't,
Stone,
like, the farmer
with a
supposed to be,
medallion
like, right
still
there
clinging to the
anyways, or
neck
they're-
of his half-eaten
people are
corpse.
constantly killing them?
Further search along the lake
I don't even know if I
reveals
wanna bother
more
with that
dire
quest at all.
news. The carcass of footman Rolf Hartford
He's a 29
lies between
mage.
two Murloc huts, his fate
Yeah.
clearly sealed. With
It might just be
medallions
a
in
lot to
hand,
pick off.
we return to a somber Thomas, who confirms our worst fears. The Murloc menace is
The
indeed
stat office,
growing,
and now we
their
come
danger
on territory.
cannot
Yeah,
be overlooked
it's
any
pretty
longer.
barren.
He tasks
Right,
us
we should
with
hit- wha-
conveying this urgent
Actually,
report back.
When he's done with this, we need. That's the next one we're watching. If he does he have one for, Duratar? Because, yeah, like I really wonder what I swear, if the same energy is not kept, I'm gonna scream.
Back to Marshal Dugan.
Has
In
a lot of
this
green people.
unfolding tale,
Think it has
as
a
the
warlock
Murlocs
cult
press
problem
their
or something,
advantage
I don't
and
know.
the rogue wizards
Kinda
cast
mid,
their
honestly.
spells of shadow over Stone Cairn Lake, the question looms: how will the valiant defenders of
Wow.
Elwyn muster the strength
150,
to reclaim
140?
peace? Dear adventurers,
Yes,
the call to
I've heard a lot of
arms
people
echoes
complaining
through the
about
forest.
mining nodes in
Will you
general
be the
being
one
so
to
rare.
answer it?
You're putting in work.
As we mosey further through these woods, we find ourselves at a clearing
As
in
we
the far
mosey.
east of Elwyn Forest, home to the
Wow.
area's harvesting operations of the East Vale logging camp,
Mm-hmm.
situated near the Red Ridge Mountains.
Wow.
Here, amidst the sounds of axes and saws, the lumber orders are bountiful, keeping
Oh,
the
the
robust
extra
lumberjacks
sounds
on
he
their
put in?
toes as they face tight deadlines. However,
No.
the local wildlife, including wolves and bears, has turned into a considerable menace, causing significant delays and putting the hard-working loggers at risk.
Yeah.
In the quieter
Always takes a
confines of
while
the
around
camp
here.
lurks James Clark, a figure cloaked in notoriety. This man,
But yeah, I can
a
imagine the
fugitive
mining is
known for
probably a
his
lot of the
criminal
reason why
deeds,
your
including robbery,
inventory's all fogged
burglary,
up
arson,
between the
and
fishing and
murder,
cooking and
is
mining.
rumored to be hiding in one of the camp's residences. Those brave or curious enough to approach him uncover a tangled web of secrets extending far beyond petty theft or isolated crimes, but also his collaboration with a mysterious figure known only as the Collector. As it turns out, Clark is intricately linked to a broader conspiracy, holding critical information that challenges the safety and stability of the region and reaches deep into the resources and operations of Elwyn Forest. Engaging with James offers more than just answers. It draws one deeper into a network of intrigue that could potentially unravel connections to a powerful organization that has
Oh, I should've
established
just
a
ate
firm
him.
foothold
Whatever.
in the lands of Westfall.
Yes.
Should you decide to take this information to Marshal Patterson At
That's,
Eastvale,
I know what it's
you'd be
like to
diving
play
into a rabbit hole
not
that
classic,
could unravel a
but
plot
like
reaching into the
TBC
forgotten
Hunter
corners
was
of the
pretty much my
Stonemasons
first
Guild.
character ever,
Why,
and that
the
was
very
such a
same guild,
mistake.
once led by the
I was so
infamous
broke all the
Edwin Van
time.
Cleef of the
I had it
Defias Brotherhood.
one time when I was very, very young, you know, leveling my little hunter in TBC, the original version. My pet, I just wasn't feeding my pet. I just like kind of forgot because it was a time when like I'd logged out and then I hadn't been able to like play for a few days, and then like I just logged back in and I just like started doing quests, and the pet turned on me while we were like in the middle of like fighting, doing a quest, and it killed me, and I was just like so sad. I will never forget that feeling of betrayal. I just didn't know. I just forgot. I didn't. Yeah.
So, what will it be then? Will you confront James Clark and his
So, you know,
collaborators,
like,
hoping to put
don't
an
do
end to
that.
this skullduggery? Your path is yours
Don't do
to
that.
choose, and the people of Eastvale
You should
await
feed it.
your decision with bated breath. Ah, we've finally made it, haven't we?
No, stop,
Goodness me.
stop, stop,
It's
stop,
quite the
stop.
climb, but the
You
view,
bitch.
it's amazing. After a splendid journey
hate
through the
humans.
storied groves of
In-game.
Elwyn, here we stand at the tranquil vista of Thunder Falls. This cozy refuge, hidden away from the world, is the perfect spot to catch one's breath and muse upon the tales we've shared. Let us pause a moment to drink in the scenery below.
Let us.
And thus, my dear companions, our journey through the woods of Elwyn Forest now gently winds to an end.
Nice.
Together, we've trodden its leafy lanes, inhaled the scent of its age-old trees, and relished the serenity found in its secluded nooks. It has been my
What's your
privilege as
Duratar
the
one
lore
like?
master of this forest to have accompanied you through
You
its
got a
history
Duratar
and to
one?
have guided you along its verdant
Watch him not
paths.
even have one of
Let-
Duratar. Let's see. We got Red Ridge. I'm gonna watch that one. Barons? Ah, fucking hell. Where'd this rope come from? Sneaky. A sneaky snake. Barons might be the closest we're gonna get. He didn't seem to start doing that kind of content until then. Oh, he doesn't even have Duratar. He does not have, I swear, I don't see Duratar here. Duskwood, Darkshore, Deadmine, Silverpine, Ragefire, Lochmodon, Shadowfang, a Winter Veil Special, Ironforge, Ashenvale, Knolls, Stone Talon, the Lore, the Harpy, Undercity, Hillsbrad, we watched those. The Lore of Wailing Caverns, I might watch that one. That does sound like a good one. I gotta give them that. The Stockades, Azure Mist fucking Isle. Elwyn that we watched. The Wildkin, Darnassus. That's about it. Yup. Yeah. I need to... What channel? It is called The Chronicles of Azareth. At The Chronicles of Azareth. Yeah. You know, maybe he just hasn't gotten around to it. Like... He's got Eversong! Fuck! Whatever. Okay. Eversong was one of his first ones, too. Interesting. That's an interesting So he did Elwyn, and then he did Eversong, and then Teldrassil. It's an interesting choice. Let's watch his. I feel like Barons would be like the closest. Let's see what he has to say about Barons. You know, that's the closest we're gonna get. Let's get his full POV here. Like, we watched his Undead and like Hillsbrad, like how he kind of felt. Let's see if the truth is in the pudding.
Dear traveler, to the sprawling savannas of the Barrens.
Let's turn it up a bit.
As we journey through these golden grasslands and lush
Fucking
oases, I, the lore master of this region, will accompany you across its untamed wilderness. Together, we shall uncover its history and lore, and discover the secrets of this eventful territory. Long before the desolation that now defines it, the land was a thriving realm, rich with life and verdant forests, and it was the cherished home of the Kaldori, the graceful night elves. Situated in this lush expanse...
Wait. Did he just say Kaldori? Isn't it Kaldori? Isn't it? Don't they say, like... Am I wrong? Is it Kaldori? I thought it was the Kaldori. Anyways.
The night elf settlements
not to be like the fucking Warcraft pronunciation. Please.
These lands knew no oceanic borders.
But I'm just saying, it is Kaldori.
Yet this idyllic existence was forever altered by the Great Sundering.
I pronounce Azeroth. Do I? Is it Azeroth? Right? Isn't it Azeroth? And I say Azeroth.
The unforgiving sea and the once flourishing.
So, question: if it's not Azeroth, and I know a lot of people say Azeroth, but what about? Is it Azerite or Azerite? Because I feel like the stuff we get out of... Okay, so if it's Azerite... Azeroth. I don't know, I mean, I guess the I guess it would work for Azeroth. Azeroth. I don't know. Because of that... It's like open your mouth at the dog. Azerite. So that's what... So it's Azeroth. Because if it's Azeroth... better to be Azerite than Azerwrong. So there's more R? Well, like O2. So, Azeroth. Yeah, it was because back in, I started pronouncing it like that back in, well, it was, BFA. And I started reading the Azerite, and then I just started saying Azeroth. And that's, like, that's just where, like, my pronunciation of it came from. I don't know why, like, that's how it started rolling out of my mouth that way. And then I've also heard, like, a bunch of different people say both ways, so I never understood which way that it was either. But is it, like, totally Azeroth? But yeah, like I said, not to be the WoW pronunciation police, like I said.
The vibrant forests yielded to dry grasslands, and the region turned hostile. Eons later, destiny called forth another chapter in the land's history. Thrall, the resolute war chief of the Horde, received a prophetic vision while amidst the Arathi highlands. Guided by this revelation, he set sail for Kalimdor, the legendary land of promise.
Well, he said that right?
As the Horde's ships landed upon the shores of the Barrens, their paths intertwined with that of the venerable Tauren
Oh, is
leader,
it like they
Cairn
there's supposed to be an
Bloodhoof.
exclamation in there?
Wise and sagacious, Cairn saw potential in Thrall's journey, urging him towards the Oracle, a beacon
I'm just
of
gonna have to
guidance in
fix
the
the
land's
lazy
north.
way I say it.
dire tidings emerged, and marauding bands of centaur threatened both
bear.
the Tauran and Orcish faction.
Bad bear.
Thrall's pledge of aid forged a pact, and united by a common enemy, they fought against the centaur onslaught. Triumphant, the Tauran joined the horde, giving rise to outposts and watchtowers across the Barrens. In the heart of this transformed realm, the crossroads became a village of trade and exploration, symbolizing newfound unity between Orc and Tauran.
With that being, is it Orgrimmar? No. Is it Orgrimmar or Orgrimmar? It's Orgrimmar. No, Orgrimmar. It's Mar, right? Orgrimmar. Orgrimmar. Mar. Or Grimmar. Okay. Now that we're here, now that we're covering that,
their
right?
presence a testament to the enduring camaraderie that had emerged from shared struggle. The Barrens, once marked by desolation,
I started saying that in a really lazy way too.
With the pulse of civilization once again.
I started saying it like a fucking dwarf would say it, or Grimmer.
The Tauran, guardians of the West, held steadfast over their cherished Mulgore.
I got one running bot with you!
To the east in Durotar.
Yo, he likes some bed pass me. Yo, don't talk shit about dwarves.
Now essential stretch of
they run up behind you real
the
quick.
Vital thread connecting these two centers of
oh
horde
my
strength.
gosh.
A lifeline of
That's
transportation
insane.
and cooperation.
Oh my gosh.
But within the Baron's bosom, a deeper struggle brewed. The Cenarian Circle's druids, led by the visionary Naralex, set out on a mission to heal the blighted Wailing Caverns, seeking to rejuvenate the land from its harsh desolation into its former emerald splendor. Across the road to the south, the shadowy presence of the Razorfen Downs and Razorfen Crowl, tainted by the Scourge, cast their shadow over the land, threatening
Is it
all
Scourge
who
or
tread the
Scourge?
Thousand Needles pathway.
I'm kidding.
The Barrens are not a realm unchallenged. Humans from Theramore have made their presence known, claiming Northwatch Hold as a bastion of defense, countering the Horde's rule of the land. Dwarven miners and builders from Ironforge etched their legacy near the Titan excavation site of Baal Modan, a bulwark named Baaldun Keep. Amid this conflict, the Goblin Port Ratchet, led by the resourceful Gazlo, acts as a neutral node of commerce in this war-torn land. Today, young travelers stand at the threshold of this harsh grassland. The name Barrens carries the weight of time, holding stories of cataclysmic
So when is he gonna
upheavals
start
and
selling me?
unbreakable alliances. As you tread this rugged terrain, keep in mind that the past is not all that defines this place. It pulses with a vibrant present. So come, embrace the tales that the Barrens whisper and the mysteries that it guards, for your journey is just beginning, and this land holds its secrets close.
Can you just hold up a second? How about that?
The Barrens is one of Azeroth's largest areas, a land of many dimensions and contrasting terrain.
So come.
Situated in central Kalimdor, the Barrens is surrounded by an array of neighboring zones, each with its own distinctive characteristics and opportunities. Its dusty trails branch out to Durotar, Ashenvale, the Stone Talon Mountains, Mulgore, Thousand Needles and Dustwallow Marsh. Embarking east across the sea even brings adventurers to Stranglethorn Vale, accessible by boat via the neutral ports of Ratchet and Booty Bay. Its flatlands dominate, punctuated sporadically by hills that rise from the flat ground. The climate here is a master of extremes, subjecting the land to the embrace of
that's kind of why I
heat.
said it.
Nonetheless, life persists, nurtured by the presence of precious oases that offer a respite from the otherwise arid air and soil. This landscape, both unforgiving and resilient, is bordered by an assortment of surroundings. To the east, the coastline brushes against the land, while mountains rise majestically in the northwest, trapping the heated air that births the winds that gust across these plains. While the plains themselves can seem barren, The hidden water sources and oases nurture
That
a unique
he's not
variety of
using the
plants,
word parrot
subtly
for the
kept
parrots.
flourishing
I'm
by the
fucking
oasis water's
screaming right
touch.
now. I'm
The
trying to hold in my
wildlife is as
scream.
diverse as the land itself,
I'm
adapted to the
fucking
harsh
shaking.
conditions that shape their existence. The plains, despite their dryness, are not devoid of life. Among the scrub trees and dusty winds, an array of creatures persevere.
Oh my god,
Through
I'm
countless
screaming.
generations, the Tauren have traversed these plains, tracking the formidable kodo, cheetahs, and zebra that grace the land. Furthermore,
I love
the
the
sightings of
description.
large beasts such as lions and thunder lizards hint at the coexistence of predators and prey, each finely attuned to survival in this challenging environment. The mesas of the northern region are watched over by harpies, fierce and territorial avian creatures that perch atop these elevated vantage points. Their presence adds an element of aerial danger to an already inhospitable landscape. The savage centaur haunt the canyons and riverbanks of the Barrens. Their warbands stretch across the landscape, venturing as far as the river that divides Durotar from the Barrens. In their brutality, even trade caravans and innocent lives fall victim to their thirst for violence. In the Barrens' southeastern expanse, the Quilboar have marked their presence, erecting the fortress of Razorfen Downs, a crude yet sprawling complex that harbors their primal society within. Amidst these threats and challenges, the Barrens remain a crossroads of interest, drawing both Alliance and Horde, as well as native Kalimdor races. Trade routes like the Gold Road weave their way through this unforgiving territory, hinting at untold riches and forgotten relics, awaiting those brave enough to seek them. More often than not,
Why
crowded
not
paths
the
resound
people
with
you're
lively
speaking to,
talks
the
as
video?
adventurers from diverse
Or when
races
when are you
and
gonna
backgrounds
start telling
convene
them?
in what would come to be
Are
known
they gonna?
as Baron's Chat.
Oh, we're gonna
Tales
talk
from
about
far and
Baron's
wide are
chat.
openly discussed, and the mere utterance of Chuck Norris sets off an avalanche of every Chuck Norris joke ever crafted. Despite the harshness of its environment, the Barrens carry stories that whisper of resilience, unity,
I'm
and
bad
the
at
indefatigable
professions.
spirit
I've never
that
maxed out
treads
like any
its land.
professions ever or anything like that.
As you step into the vast region of the Barrens, a rugged and untamed land stretching between the serene plains of Mulgore to the west and the harsh desolation of Durotar to the east, our first destination is the Crossroads, the largest horde town in the Barrens.
Oh my god!
This junction has become a melting pot of cultures and stories, where traders, adventurers, and refugees from all walks of life converge. Travelers and explorers are drawn in by following the main Gold Road that stretches across the north-south of the Barrens, and the road from Ratchet in the east, leading all the way to the Stone Talon Mountains in the west.
Jokes, man.
Many of its citizens are hard-working folk who have settled in this precarious land, building their livelihoods around the comings and goings of travelers.
I think the
Just outside the
profession
Crossroads
that I've gotten
encampment,
the
we find
highest
Mankrik, a
back
warrior
in the day was,
seeking
like,
an adventurer's aid to uncover the
enchanting.
fate of his wife,
I had my
Olga.
enchanting almost completely
By
maxed
tracing
out
a
at one
trail
point
south from the
in, like, Wrath of
crossroads,
Lich King,
the explorers
I think.
stumble upon a tragic scene. Mankrik's wife, a brave
Mankrik's
orc
wife!
warrior, lies fallen in battle with the Quilboars, her armor
What do you mean? What do you mean? That's what happened? No, Mankrik's wife. What? That's what happened. She's dead. No. Oh yeah.
Returning to Mankrik, the adventurers deliver the somber truth, deepening his grief. Fueled by a relentless hatred for the Quilboars, Mankrik tasks the adventurers
put
with
a
slaying these
spoiler
creatures,
warning or
collecting their
anything.
tusks as symbols
How
of
would
vengeance.
you do? Why would you do that,
Mankrik's
man?
relentless anger transforms him into a force of destruction, and his thirst for
You
revenge seems
fucking.
insatiable.
Why would you
The
spoil
brave
that
helpers
for
continue
people?
their partnership, driving the campaign against the Quilboars to new heights. No longer able to bear this turmoil, we come across Marka, a compassionate presence, and she intervenes, urging Mankrik to relinquish his hatred. At Firestone Point, she invites him to sit beside her, and from her vantage point, they observe the senseless conflict between the Horde and Alliance.
You just spoiled the
She points
main
out the
plot
destructive
of
nature of
classic
hatred,
World of Warcraft for
particularly
Horde
evident in
players.
Mankrik's quest for
This
revenge
is
against
how
the
he
Quilboar.
shows his alliance bias.
Marka recognizes that his anger is causing more harm than healing. It is at this moment that Marka tries to guide Mankrik towards a different path, urging him to let go of his blade
Wow,
and
dude.
the all-consuming hatred. She tells him that seeking
just
escape through
spoiling
violence
everything.
is not the same as seeking glory, but instead it's a form of self-destructive behavior.
Wow, how
She
could
appeals
you
to his
spoil
humanity,
Harry Potter for
revealing
me
that
like
there are
that?
people in the world who care about him and would be
That's
devastated by
horrible,
his passing.
dude.
Mankrik, though resistant at first, eventually relents. Maka's words touch his heart, and he acknowledges the weight of his hatred that has burdened him for years. He agrees to sit with her and find respite, even if only momentarily. Their exchange ends with Mankrik's gratitude, a powerful moment of vulnerability and the promise of a possible path to healing. As the conflict against the Quillboar rages on across various corners of the Barrens, Mankrik finds solace in his grief, and we step aside from the ongoing onslaught. In the northeast corner of the Barrens lies the infamous Sludge Fen. This oil-soaked area has a history as murky as the muck that blankets its landscape. Once a serene wetland teeming with wildlife, the Fen's transformation began when the ambitious venture company set their sights on it.
I need rogues and
Eager to tap into the vast oil reserves beneath the swampy surface, the venture company swiftly established a foothold in the area, heralding an era of industrialization that would forever alter the Fen's tranquility. Tinkerer Sniggles, a brilliant yet morally ambiguous inventor, is the mastermind behind the technological advancements that allowed the extraction of oil from the Fen's depths. Under his guidance, the pristine wetland quickly succumbed to the invasive machinery of progress. Foreman Grills, a ruthless and calculating overseer, manages the labor force that toiled day and night to siphon the oil. His stern demeanor masked a shrewd intellect that kept the operation running with utmost efficiency. Engineer Whirligig, on the other hand, is the imaginative architect behind the sprawling platforms and pipelines that scarred the Fen's surface. Despite the destruction they wrought, Whirligig harbors a conflicted conscience as he witnessed the irreversible ecological impact of his creations. As adventurers, it is your duty to tread into the grounds of Sludge Fen and face not only the hazards of the landscape itself, but the threat of retaliation from the venture company's employees. These workers, known for their cowardice in direct combat, will frantically call for reinforcements at the first sign of danger. The tale of Sludge Fen has become one of goblin ambition, ecological recklessness, and the clash between nature and industrial might. Moving south from the Sludge Fens, a new settlement beckons on the merchant coast, where the salty breeze mingles with the promise of uncharted territories. Welcome to Ratchet, a goblin-built port, proudly showcasing the art of opportunism. It was the goblins who lent their craft to Thrall and the Horde during the construction of Orgrimmar, and now, under the leadership of Gazlo, they command Ratchet's bustling affairs. After the Third War and the construction of Orgrimmar, Gazloa decided to make his mark on this continent. Ratchet emerged as a haven for outcasts and adventurers alike, harboring many different cultures and ambitions, thanks to the efforts of smugglers and those everyday society had turned away. Nonetheless, Ratchet's shores are no stranger to troubles, and the goblins, though masters of innovation and commerce, find themselves facing a challenge that even their cunning can't completely mitigate. The South Sea Freebooters, a band of pirates, have made the southern part of the merchant coast their base of operations, casting a shadow over this otherwise lively town. With their appetite for plunder, they've taken a liking to intercepting shipments bound for Ratchet from the overseas Booty Bay. It falls on the shoulders of those brave enough to lend a hand and aid the goblins of Ratchet as they confront the challenges that lay ahead.
Why? Oh, I was like, why am I taking
along
damage?
the coast, the horizon gradually unveils the silhouette of Northwatch Hold, a massive Alliance fortress bordering the murky realm of Dustwallow Marsh. Echoes of history whisper through its weathered stone walls, a relic of the devastating conflicts that scarred the land. Strategically positioned, the fortress exerts its dominance over the northern approach to Dustwallow Marsh, compelling any hostile horde incursion to navigate treacherous marshlands if they dare to assail Theramore Isle. crowning the mountain upon which Northwatch Hold is perched. 2 sentinel scout towers survey the land, while a mystical scrying stone maintains swift communication with Theramore. Adventurers are drawn to a tale of rivalry and vengeance amidst the clash of warring factions. At the heart of this tale stand 2 captains, each with their own aspirations and vendettas. Captain Fairmount, a resolute human leader commanding the Theramore forces from the Northwatch Hold, found herself perched atop the first tower. The zealots under her command had interfered with the trade routes on open sea, sinking ships and imprisoning the blood elf Gilthara's Firebow. This elven survivor of a sunken moonshine transport was confined to a tower within Northwatch Hold. Meanwhile, in Ratchet, Captain Thalothus Brightsun reigned over the Thaladin privateers, aligned with the Steamweedle cartel. Brightsun nursed a deep-seated grudge against Fairmount, fueled by the loss of his own ships to her trigger-happy forces. As the winds of fate would have it, Brightsun found an unlikely ally in Gilthara's Firebow, who managed to escape the keep and his captors with the aid of a few Horde explorers. Brightsun made her fervent plea known to strike back at Fairmount's forces, seeking to silence her cannons and retrieve medals as a retribution to the lives lost. Their shared desire for vengeance united them, and Brightsun and Giltharis dispatched the Horde adventurers driven by the promise of reward to assault Northwatch Hold. Moving south along the Gold Road, we come across the enchanting Lushwater Oasis, an entrance to the mysterious Wailing Caverns, a place shrouded in legends and danger. The treacherous caverns earned their haunting name from the eerie, mournful wails that echoed through the land, caused by steam fissures venting from below ground. It was a night elf druid named Naralex who first stumbled upon this place, captivated by the potential to restore the Barrens to its former lush beauty, lost to the cataclysmic Great Sundering. Naralex's intentions were noble, yet fate had darker designs. As he sought to harness the underground springs within the caverns for his rejuvenating vision, something went horribly wrong. The tranquil waters turned malevolent, and the creatures dwelling within were transformed into menacing beasts. Within the twisting labyrinth of the caverns, whispers spoke of the druids of the Fang, the very disciples of Naralex, now corrupted by the cavern's maleficence. Rumors even circulated that Naralex himself remained trapped within this nightmarish maze.
We just did that.
Between the oasis's lush palm trees and swaying reeds, a silent struggle unfolds.
Yay.
Kolkar Centaur, their eyes gleaming with predatory intent, move stealthily between the trees, eager to claim their prey. Wild beasts, oblivious to the lurking danger, approach the waters to quench their thirst, only to fall victim to the centaur's pursuit. For the daring anglers among you, Lushwater Oasis holds another allure. Its proximity to both the Wailing Caverns and the bustling crossroads makes it a favored spot for those seeking the elusive deviate fish. This rare catch is the key ingredient in the beloved recipe for savory deviate delight, a dish rumored to bestow curious and temporary transformations upon those who partake. Moving further south into the Barrens, the mighty Baal Moden fortress stands tall, a symbol of dwarven resilience. Its towering walls fortify a colossal cannon, and beneath the parched earth lies an ancient Titan complex shrouded in mystery, promising untold relics and long-forgotten knowledge. The land, however, wasn't always the dominion of the dwarves. Once, it was sacred ground for the Stone Spire Tauren.
Sure. Yep, there's stairs right there.
General Twinbraid's cunning mind governs the defenses of Baeldun Keep, perched on high ground, its gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the excavation site. Beneath the surface, tension simmers, a result of past conflicts between the dwarves and the native Tauren. The dwarves' relentless excavation, including the use of explosives on lands sacred to the Tauren, has led to bloodshed and the destruction of the Tauren's ancestral village. Gan Stonespire, a Tauren who once sought diplomacy, now seeks revenge, enlisting Horde adventurers to take up arms against the dwarves.
Not adventurers like
you?
you?
An eccentric dwarf known as Figli the Exiled tells a somber tale. Figli used to be a renowned digger in the excavation sites of Baal Modan, but he had been cast out by the envious general Twinbraid. The cause of this strife was the fabled Tear of the Moons, a mysterious gem that had been unearthed within the depths of the quarry. Its beauty and power had been a thing of legend among the diggers, and Figli desires it above all else. In the present day, Figli approaches horde adventurers, desperation palpable in his voice. He tasks them with a single mission: retrieve the Tear of the Moons, confined within a locker in the keep, guarded by General Twinbraid, who deems it cursed.
Yeah, I have that.
His eyes gleam with unquenchable desire as he recounts his obsession with the precious jewel. As the adventurers fight their way into the keep of Baal Modan, the Tear's history and power weigh heavily upon them. With its recovery, Figli's jubilation knows no bounds as he cradles the artifact with maniacal glee. Yet, as he revels in its power, a strange transformation befalls him. Unable to withstand his insatiable thirst for power, the Tear of the Moon shatters into fragments. The gem, once a symbol of wonder and mystique, becomes an instrument of downfall for Figli, now twisted into a trog. Shortly thereafter, the precious stone's power becomes Figli's demise, his appearance unrecognizable, and his final words indecipherable, fading into the whispering winds. Nestled within the rocky embrace of the southern region lies the Raptor Grounds. This secluded valley is a mystery within a mystery. Here, the sun-scale raptors thrive.
For that stuff, it kind of seems like they did. However,
unnatural intelligence.
It just took me 2 hours. Now, it might have been because I was also having to look for a lot of mobs, because there's so many people around here, but it took me 2 hours to collect 10 bear tongues and 10 mountain lion blood.
They are far from the mindless
but I got lucky with that
most
stuff too,
adventurers
as well.
expect,
That stuff felt
for they
like
have evolved not only to
slightly
adapt
better
to
or
their
something,
harsh
I agree.
environment, but also to harness it. In this barren realm, the sun-scale raptors have become builders, constructing simple huts and
in this
crafting
barren
primitive
realm,
tools from the resources
when
at their
talking about
disposal.
the barons, okay?
These cunning creatures are drawn to shiny objects and anything out of the ordinary, and
We
their
don't have many
curiosity
other
has earned them a reputation as
for it.
thieves among the horde settlements nearby. The residents of Northwatch Hold to the east live in constant vigilance, guarding their precious supplies against the nimble-fingered
I just need
raptors.
one rogue, please.
But for the horde adventurers who dare to venture into the raptor grounds, the mystery of these intelligent raptors presents both a challenge and an opportunity.
Rogue.
What secrets do these curious creatures hold? Can their intelligence be harnessed for the horde's benefit, or will it lead to unforeseen consequences? As brave souls enter the raptor grounds, they can't help but wonder what discoveries lie hidden within this tiny valley, waiting to be uncovered.
Okay, I need one
As
more
our
now.
journey is coming to an end, there is a path yet to thread. A mysterious passage through the depths of Razorfen Crowl and Razorfen Downs that should not be left unexplored. Deep within the thorny embrace of the ancestral home of the Quillbore lies a tale of ancient origins and power, Razorfen Crowl. Long ago, during the tumult of the War of the Ancients, Agamagan, a mighty demigod, turned up to confront the Burning Legion. But despite his valiant efforts, the colossal boar met his end in the battle's fury. Without his efforts, the world of Azeroth would have crumbled into chaos. From the very soil infused with his life essence, thorn-covered vines erupted. The Quillbore, believed to be the mortal offspring of the powerful god, came to occupy these regions and hold them sacred. In those lands, known as the Razor Fen, the very core of their thorn-cloaked settlements thrived. Yet, a shadow fell upon the Quillbore as the old witch, Chalga Razorflank, wrested dominion over the Razorfen Crowl. Under her leadership, the shamanic Quillbore expelled the Tauren from the southern barrens and launched merciless attacks against their rival tribes and even horde settlements. And more disturbing still, rumors tell of Chalga's motives taking a darker turn. A potential alliance with the Scourge, binding her unsuspecting tribe to the grasp of the undead. She eventually molded the Thorn Dome of Razorfen Downs, showcasing her geomantic powers. Cloaked in thorns, the Downs are a sacred burial ground of the Quilboar. This labyrinth was once the heart of the Quilboar race and their cherished capital, but it has now fallen under the grip of the Scourge. The Quilboar, lured by promises of mastery over death, became unwitting pawns in the Lich King's malevolent plot. Under the chilling leadership of the Lich Amnena, the Coldbringer, the Scourge has taken hold, transforming the place into a bastion of undeath. Today, these hallowed grounds, afflicted by the dark designs of Chalga, are waiting to be restored to their original state.
It's pretty,
The
though.
Razorfen Kraul and Razorfen Downs offer rich rewards to those bold enough to challenge it. Should you seek a true trial of courage, this is your proving ground, a place where the ultimate challenge awaits, including the confrontation with the Lich Amnena himself. As we prepare to bid farewell to the savannas of the Barrens, the distant clang of armor and the cheerful chatter of fellow adventurers on the southern Gold Road welcomes us. This pathway stretches before us, bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, aptly named for the valuable caravans that traverse it. This isn't just a road, it's a lifeline connecting far-flung corners of Azeroth. On this journey, we pass a multitude of travelers, from grizzled traders to eager young adventurers, all with their eyes set on the opportunities of the horizon.
Yeah.
Our path leads us along the winding curves of the road, the air filled with tales of treasures from the Tanaris Desert to the ancient forests of Darkshore.
Is it Tanaris?
As we approach the Great Lift,
I feel like I've kind of might have always said Tanaris. Anyone else? Tanaris?
excitement grows. The towering form of transport, a marvel of engineering, stands ready to ferry adventurers to the Thousand
I
Needles.
just thought because it's tan.
We board with a sense of anticipation, knowing that beyond
So I
the
called
lift
it Tanaris.
lies a new chapter in our adventure, a land of towering
Yeah, but the way you
mesas
type
and
that
hidden
could be read
mysteries.
Tanaris or Tanaris.
With the sun setting behind us, we conclude our journey through the vast lands of the Barrens. From the lively savannas and oases to the heart of Razorfen Kraul,
So
the
it's not
story of the
tan.
Barrens is one of challenge, but also of potential.
Yeah.
As adventurers,
I definitely
you've
thought it
overcome
was,
the
like,
challenges of this land,
tan.
revealing its mysteries
Tanaris.
and securing its hidden treasures.
But it's Tanaris.
Guiding you through this remarkable journey as the lawkeeper of the Barrens has been a privilege I hold dear. Farewell, brave explorers. Until next we meet.
That's pretty good. Especially for his, like, earlier video. You know? It was alright. I don't feel like he sells you as much to be a Horde player. I know that's not exactly about the beginning. I'm quite interested in his Eversong Woods one. Enchant me here. Bring me back.
Greetings, traveler, to the enchanting realm of Eversong Woods.
Yeah.
Journey alongside me through these sloping emerald hills and glistening rivers,
Sloping
for I am the
emerald
lore
hills.
master of
That's
this realm, entrusted with unveiling its
a
cherished
way to
lore
describe
and
that
revealing the
place.
mysteries that enshroud this enchanting kingdom. Located within the vast continent of Azeroth is Eversong Woods, a realm steeped in mystique and enchantment.
Yeah.
Within its borders lies the ancestral abode of the Blood Elves, descendants of the High Elves, a race renowned for their noble demeanor and profound mastery of magic, harmonizing with the very essence of nature. Long ago, when the sun kissed the treetops and shadows danced beneath the canopy, a grand forest known as Eversong Forest stretched its boughs far and wide, encompassing both Eversong Woods and the adjacent Ghostlands. Within this ancient expanse, a great battle unfolded between the Amani trolls that reigned over the territory and the Highborn, a group of night elves wielding incredible magical powers.
Yeah.
Sought to claim the forests for themselves, they engaged in a fierce conflict with the Amani populace, eventually emerging victorious and establishing their own kingdom.
Fun fact, did y'all know elves, all elves, I think, pretty sure all, yeah, They all came from trolls. So really, it really is for the Horde, you know, because like I'm pretty sure like all the night elves wouldn't exist if they didn't descend from trolls. I'm pretty sure that's in the WoW lore.
The High
Correct me if
Elves
I'm wrong.
renamed the forest as Eversong Woods and founded the glorious kingdom of Quel'Thalas.
But yeah,
the High
I read
Elves
that somewhere.
flourished, creating magnificent cities and blending their arcane knowledge with the natural beauty
That's
of the
why
woods.
the ears.
At the heart
right?
of their empire,
The ears are the same?
capital city of Silvermoon was established near the
Oh, yeah, the
northern
elves
tip
hate
of
it.
No.
Eversong Woods,
Watch your
overlooking
back.
the ocean. Over the course of history,
That's why
Eversong Woods faced numerous
apparently
challenges and
that's why like there's so much tension between them and stuff.
conflicts. The forest trolls, known
It's
as the
because
Amani, remained relentless
closely
adversaries of the
descended from
High
them.
Elves, engaging in frequent battles for dominance. During the Third War, Prince Arthas and the Scourge, driven by their desire to possess the elves' magical Sunwell, inflicted significant devastation upon the heart of Quel'Thalas. As a result, Eversong Woods bears a tainted
Felt a
scar,
loss, but
serving as a
yeah.
reminder of the destructive impact of the Scourge's invasion. Today, Eversong Woods remains a symbol of elven resilience and beauty that has withstood time for over 7,000 years.
Little bit.
With its enchanting scenery,
It's alright.
warm-hearted inhabitants, and welcoming
I can't talk
ambience,
shit, you
it
know, I
presents
guess.
an
I-
idyllic starting point for your grand expedition.
Blood
So
and
come,
thunder.
traverse the winding
Now I'm gonna
trails of
lose
the
all my
forest,
intellect.
embrace
I don't
the
want
charm
that.
of its
Go
tranquil
forth
hamlets,
to victory.
and unravel the mysteries that lie within this timeless realm. Eversong Woods is a place of
I'm
perpetual
listening.
autumn, where the beauty of nature surrounds adventurers and travelers alike. Nestled within the magical kingdom of Quel'Thalas, its beautiful landscapes and ethereal atmosphere create a haven for adventurers seeking tranquility and mystery. The woods are adorned with lush foliage, shimmering waters, and majestic
And didn't he say in the other video that he has the memories in the video we were watching about Elwyn? He is from his childhood. The Alliance bias. It's like me with Horde though. Like I can't talk shit. It's just so funny.
trees that stretch towards the heavens. Surrounded by the great seas
So
in
funny.
the northern part of the eastern kingdoms, there are few lands as recognizable as Eversong Woods.
Yeah.
Inexperienced adventurers start their journey on Sunstrider Isle, just northwest of Silvermoon
Why aren't you
City.
asking them
There
will they
will slowly
start
uncover
their
the veil of
adventure?
this wondrous land.
Why are you
Deep
not
within the forests,
proposing people to
captivating
start their
landmarks and
journey
sites
there?
of significance dot the landscape. The grandeur of Silvermoon City
Why
with its elegant spires
are you not
stands as a
asking people if
testament to
they're
the
gonna
elven
decide
civilization overlooking
how
the
they
woods with
will
grace.
help rebuild
And to the south, the
Quel'Thalas,
guarded grounds
or
of Thurs
however
Village
he is
serve as a
pronounced.
sanctuary for the newly enlisted elven adventurers. While Eversong Woods exudes a serene ambience, it is not
Ooh.
without perils. Sinister forces
love
lurk
it.
amidst the shadows, threatening
Oh my
the
God, I love
unwary
it.
traveler. The area is inhabited by various hostile creatures such as trolls, undead, and rogue mana worms. And along the road leading to the rugged lands of Ghostlands lies the ominous Dead Scar. Let those foreboding signs act as a
Where's this
warning
blood of- I
that the
gotta go to
golden-leaved forest paths
Thunderblast?
are not without danger.
No.
The radiant realm of Eversong
Oh, no,
Woods
I was
is
about
home
to
to the
say,
Blood
the
Elves
fuck?
and is intricately connected to several other
This guy right
zones
here.
within Azeroth.
I am
These
forsaken.
connections offer a glimpse into the wider world and the stories that unfold beyond the tranquil borders of Eversong Woods.
Speak
Eversong
quickly.
Woods
Now- oh, I
is
do have to
connected to
go. I'm
Silvermoon
gonna
City
fucking
and the ruins of
Bang my
Silvermoon,
character's
the
head
capital
against the
of
wall
the
in a
Blood
game. I do
Elves.
gotta go to Thunderbluff.
The city lies just to the north of the forest and
okay,
serves as the
okay.
heart of their
To
civilization.
Thunderbluff we
Silvermoon
go.
City is a majestic place with elegant structures and magical architecture. The connection between Eversong Woods and Silvermoon City is strong, as many quests and storylines in the woodlands lead adventurers and travelers to the capital. To the south lies the Ghostlands, a once thriving elven land now plagued by the scars of the Scourge invasion. The Ghostlands serves as a stark example of the devastating impact of Prince Arthas and the Scourge on the high elven kingdom of Quel'Thalas during the Third War.
Yeah.
Adventurers venturing into the Ghostlands will witness the aftermath of this tragedy and aid the remaining Blood Elves in reclaiming their lands from the undead. Finally, to the north, the flight paths take allies of the Blood Elves to the shores of the Isle of Quel'Danas, also known as Sunwell Isle in the common tongue. It is here that the Sunwell was created, a mystical fount of unimaginable power. The well's arcane magic strengthened all of the High Elves on Azeroth. After the tainting of the Sunwell's magic by Arthas, it no longer serves as a source of power for the remaining Blood Elves.
Oh.
The Dead Scar is a haunting sight of destruction that traces its path through the once vibrant land of Quel'Thalas. It bears witness to the invasion led by the Death Knight Arthas Menethil during the Third War. Arthas and his Scourge forces cut a swath of devastation, sparing none as they marched relentlessly towards the Isle of Quel'Danas. The Scar itself acts as a cruel divide, splitting Quel'Thalas in two, while Silvermoon City itself bears the marks of their merciless advance. Originating from Deathhome, the Scourge's stronghold, the Scar winds through the Ghostlands and Eversong Woods, finally reaching the shattered gates of Silvermoon before continuing to the coast of the North Sea. On the Isle of Quel'Danas, it ends near the Sunwell, the once glorious source of the High Elves' magic. The scars of the past, etched deep into the land, would always serve as a testament to the indomitable spirit of Quel'Thalas and its people's determination to overcome the darkness that once engulfed them.
He's gonna have me start questioning myself. He's gonna have me start questioning everything I've ever known.
Lake Elrondar, situated in southeastern Eversong Woods, is a notable location that spans into the Ghostlands, an adjacent zone. It is a picturesque body of water that serves as the source for the extensive Elrondar River, which flows out of the lake, meandering through the surrounding lands. While Lake Elrondar exudes an aura of peaceful ambience, the southernmost part of the lake has a haunting past. Numerous individuals met their demise in those waters, and their lingering spirits now haunt the area. Wraiths from the past manifest as spectral beings, adding an eerie atmosphere to the southern reaches of the lake. In response to this supernatural threat, the Farstriders, the elite rangers of Quel'Thalas, are actively engaged in combating the undead presence. They welcome the assistance of brave adventurers who are willing to aid them in hunting down and eliminating these wraiths. The Farstriders recognize the importance of maintaining the sanctity of Lake Elrondar and the surrounding lands. The ruins of Silvermoon encompass the western half of Silvermoon City, the capital city of the Blood Elves and the former kingdom of Quel'Thalas. These ruins are a stark contrast to the reconstructed eastern districts of Silvermoon City, separated by the ominous Dead Scar. Within the ruins of Silvermoon, the only area that remains populated is Falconwing Square. This location acts as an intermediary point for new Blood Elf explorers, serving as a hub between Sunstrider Isle and Silvermoon City. Falconwing Square provides essential amenities such as an inn and trainers for professions and classes. There is speculation regarding the nature of the ruins of Silvermoon. Some suggest that this area may have once been the residential district of Silvermoon City before the Scourge's invasion. The presence of house-like buildings and the haunting, wretched inhabitants, along with blood elves like Rathine wandering the streets, supports this notion. Shepherd's Gate, also known as the Magister's Gate, serves as the primary entry point from Eversong Woods into the realm of Silvermoon City. However, it is interesting to note that the Shepherd's Gate was not originally the city's entrance.
Because it's like the
Remnants
last
of the
zone in
original
the game
entry
you
can still
can't
be
fly,
seen
and
along the
flying's
path of
such
the
an
haunting
important
Dead
part of the
Scar,
game.
and a
I feel
sealed
like
gate
they
in
have
the
the
bazaar
money, the
prevents
time,
access to that area,
they
rendering
have
it
the ability
inaccessible.
that I think they're gonna do it. I really
The gate
do.
acquired its current name as a tribute to Prince Kael'thas
this is only
Sunstrider,
going
who
to be in
courageously
classic
ventured into the
version of
ravaged
WoW,
city
because it's a
following
crime
the
that
devastating
this
Scourge
identical
invasion.
version
It was
been
after
out
this
since
event
it first
that the
came
gate
out.
came
It's
to be
still the
associated
same way
with
it
the
is in
name
retail. It
Shepherd's
shouldn't be
Gate,
like that.
symbolizing Prince Kalthas's guiding presence
It's
in
so
the
pretty, and
resurgence
like just
of
imagine it with
Quel'Thalas.
more pixels. Like it's gonna be
Two
amazing.
significant
That's
forest troll
absolutely
areas known as
amazing.
Torwatha and Zebwatha hold their distinct presence in the forests of Eversong. Torwatha, one of the two forest troll areas, stands as a vast expanse that surpasses the neighboring Zebwatha in size. At the pinnacle of its eastern ridge, remnants of a colossal fortress once graced the landscape, featuring massive gates that guarded its entrance. Curiously, the fortress stood abandoned, devoid of any inhabitants, while the forest trolls resided in camps scattered below, adding an air of mystery to this formidable location. On the other hand, Zebwatha, though comparatively smaller than Torwatha, carries its own significance. It serves as the dwelling place of Zebwatha's chieftain, a figure of considerable authority among the forest trolls. Within the confines of Zebwatha, the chieftain orchestrates their tribe's activities, plotting against the Blood Elves and shaping the course of their presence in Eversong Woods. Located at the Farstrider Retreat is the Lieutenant Blood Elf Dawnrunner. She is responsible for dispatching brave adventurers on their missions to counter the threats posed by the forest trolls in the region. Her duties involve maintaining the defense and security of the Blood Elf lands. Lieutenant Dawnrunner stands as a shining example of elven elegance and strength in the midst of hidden perils and mysterious rumors. Her understanding of the land is unparalleled, and she remains ever watchful in her duty. She skillfully traverses the trails that wind through the enchanting Eversong Woods, carefully charting strategic points and reinforcing vital areas to safeguard the domain of the Blood Elves. In the sanctuary of Farstrider Retreat, Lieutenant Dawnrunner symbolizes the unyielding spirit of the Blood Elves, a beacon of resilience and strength. Her unwavering commitment to duty and her people ensures that the mystical Eversong Woods remain a bastion of elven tranquility, impervious to the encroaching darkness that seeks to disrupt their harmony. Near the Scorched Grove wanders Old Whitebark, the revered elder and leader of the Trents in the Eversong Woods. In times long past, he had formed a remarkable alliance with the Blood Elves, assisting them in their endeavors and helping to rebuild a village. It was during one fateful encounter near a mystical runestone that Whitebark first crossed paths with Lariana Riverwind, a kind-hearted Blood Elf who bestowed upon him a pendant as a token of gratitude. However, as the Ghostlands to the south became plagued by dark and relentless threats, the Blood Elves faced a dire choice. To prevent the invasion of the Scourge, they made the heartbreaking decision to burn the forest. This drastic measure inadvertently led to the Trents turning against their former allies. The pain of this betrayal ran deep within Old Whitebark's ancient heart. Ultimately, Blood Elf adventurers were tasked with bringing an end to the Trent Elder's suffering. In his final moments, the Trent Elder accepted his ultimate fate. Lariana, who had never intended for such a tragedy to unfold, sends the adventurers on a solemn mission to bury the pendant near the very runestone where their paths had first intertwined, hoping to bring peace to Old Whitebark's tormented spirit. And so, as the pendant found its resting place, the disturbed spirit of Whitebark was finally able to find solace and let go of the pain that had consumed him for so long. Felendron was once a promising student. However, his insatiable thirst for magical power consumed him when he ignored the warnings and teachings of his elders. As a result, he was banished from his homeland, deemed unworthy to be a part of the Blood Elf society.
I've stood in a line to kill him.
Now an outcast known as a wretched, Felendron roams the desolate lands, haunted by his own addiction. His existence has been reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. Instead of seeking control and balance in his magical abilities, he succumbs to the temptations of his insatiable desires, plunging deeper and deeper into madness.
I just saw an ad in trade chat. It says, "Are you a good boy or a good girl? Do you want to be told as such? Has a Praise Kink is recruiting core members to level and prepare for Molten Core. Come join and you'll get the praise you deserve."
With the weight of his mistakes upon him, Felendren seeks solace atop Falthrian Academy, where his journey began. The once hallowed halls now serve as a reminder of his downfall. Surrounded by arcane elementals, he clings to the remnants of his powers, using them to fuel his relentless pursuit of magical addiction. Prospector Anvilward, a resilient dwarf, resides within the hallowed halls of the North Sanctum in Eversong Woods. Initially, his demeanor towards Horde adventurers is peaceful. However, when his true purpose is unveiled, Anvilward's disposition transforms, and he becomes an adversary to those of the Horde. While on his covert mission, Prospector Anvilward skillfully observed the intricate workings of the Blood Elves in Quel'Thalas. His noble aim was to lend aid to the valiant Sentinel spies, facilitating the sabotage of the Blood Elves' formidable installations. Anvilward appears to have connections with the mighty city of Ironforge, signifying his allegiance to the Dwarven realm. Eldon Sunbrand, a commanding figure in Falconwing Square, sends new adventurers on their first task to recover stolen unstable mana crystals before they cause a disastrous explosion. Simultaneously, Silvermoon City offered a reward for the notorious wretched leader, Thyalis the Hungerer. The objective was to bring his head to Sergeant Canron and ensure justice for the fallen guards. Only the bravest adventurers accepted the challenge, understanding the gravity of the situation. Further complications arose when rumors of Darnassian involvement in the malfunction of the West Sanctum surfaced. The adventurers are dispatched to investigate the site, eliminate any intruders, and report their findings to Laykeeper Valania. Additionally, the discovery of incriminating documents leads the adventurers to Eldon Sunbrand, who unveils the treachery orchestrated by a Darnassian spy. With delicate discretion, the adventurers are tasked with eliminating the spy, Prospector Anvilward. They are to bring back the dwarf's head as proof, leaving no room for doubt.
No spoiler warning.
Near Zebwatha, courageous adventurers discover the Amani invasion plans. The task at hand is clear: journey through Eversong Woods to reach Fairbreeze Village and seek out Ranger Degolian. The urgent message must be conveyed, for even with Chieftain Zulmarosh's demise, the looming threat of a troll attack demands preparedness. Assured, Degolian dispatched reinforcements swiftly. The gravity of the information delivered is recognized, and Fairbreeze Village stands prepared, vigilant and alert. Legends whispered among the elven inhabitants suggest that Murgle may be linked to a notorious act of thievery. Tales tell of stolen cargo vanishing from Captain Calicendra's ship, and murmurs point towards the mischievous Murloc chieftain as the likely culprit. To uncover the truth, intrepid adventurers are advised to turn their gaze.
I went over to this area, and I was like thinking about doing the quests there and stuff like that. I mean, not only is it still kind of hard for my level, but yeah. I went over there and I gathered a bunch of seeds that were on the ground, and there were so many people. I like didn't have to worry about the mobs because
toward
like
the Golden Strand.
I was like,
it is upon these sun-kissed shores that Murgle and his tribe establish their camps, a scattered collection that stretches along the shoreline. Seekers of the Murloc chieftain need only keep a watchful eye, for his unique appearance sets him apart from his fellow Murlocs. Adorned with distinct colors that distinguish him from the rest, Murgle can be readily recognized amidst the lively Murloc encampments that dot the Golden Strand. But tread cautiously, for engaging with the wily chieftain is sure to unveil a treacherous battle of tooth and scale, where the primal fury of the Grimscale tribe is unleashed with merciless intent. And so, dear travelers and wanderers, our stay in the enchanting realm of Eversong Woods draws to a conclusion. We have traversed its shimmering glades, witnessed the dance of sunlight through its golden leaves, and embraced the harmonious essence that fills every inch.
Yes.
As the lawmaster of Eversong Woods, I stand humbled by the privilege of accompanying you on this journey. May the tales you have discovered and the secrets you have unraveled ignite a perpetual flame of curiosity and wonder within your heart. Remember, within the depths of every forest lies a tapestry of untold lore, patiently awaiting the touch of those who dare to uncover it.
Ooh.
As you bid farewell to this realm of mystique, I bid farewell to you, dear traveler. May your future endeavors be filled with wonder and success.
I think he moved from traveler to adventurer at some point. Is what had happened. Here's the Red Ridge one. I've been wanting to listen to this one. I kind of like Red Ridge. I think Red Ridge is pretty cool. It's a nice area.
Welcome to the picturesque Red Ridge Mountains, courageous traveler, where rugged cliffs and pristine lakes create a breathtaking backdrop. As the master of Red Ridge's lore, I extend my hand to you, ready to reveal the stories etched into the craggy peaks and rolling hills.
Of this
Join me on this expedition, where the
valor
valor of the Alliance and the challenges faced by the local inhabitants converge to create a tale of perseverance and resilience. The story of this land begins in an age long forgotten, when the world was still young. Deep beneath the mountainous terrain of Red Ridge, a powerful and dangerous artifact known as the Dragon's Soul was created by the fearsome dragon, Deathwing. This artifact, pulsing with raw and chaotic energy, was safeguarded by magical wards and members of the Red Dragonflight. For 10,000 years, it lay dormant, a whisper of power, waiting for its master's return. As the centuries rolled by, the mountains bore witness to the saga of the Dark Iron Clan dwarves. After their defeat in the War of the Three Hammers, they sought refuge in the northern reaches of Red Ridge. In their desperation to gain power, they summoned the Fire Lord Ragnaros. This catastrophic act led to the eruption of the volcanic Black Rock Mountain, a cataclysm that reshaped the landscape, obliterating the northern mountain ranges and turning the once verdant forests into an ash-choked wasteland. Amidst this turmoil, the young human kingdom of Stormwind began to flourish. Situated in the western ranges of the continent, untouched by the devastation to the northeast, the kingdom grew from a cluster of farmsteads into a bastion of human strength and resilience. The Red Ridge Mountains, with their lush forests and abundant resources, became a vital part of Stormwind's prosperity. However, peace was not to last. In an event that would change the fate of Azeroth forever, the Orcish horde, in their thirst for conquest during the First War, swept through these lands. The area fell under their control, but the people of Stormwind, driven by an unyielding spirit, reclaimed their homeland from the invaders. The region, scarred by war, became a symbol of human perseverance and triumph.
What?
Today, the Red Ridge Mountains remain a serene and relatively stable territory in the world of Azeroth, known for their picturesque landscapes. Governed as a democracy under the leadership of Magistrate Solomon, this area continues to supply the Kingdom of Stormwind with essential resources like timber, fish, and crops. So come, wander the peaceful banks of Lake Everstill, join the call of adventure and aid in safeguarding this vital region under Stormwind's flag. Nestled amidst the varied landscapes of the Eastern Kingdoms, the Red Ridge Mountains is a solemn and peaceful region, bridging the diverse areas of the Kingdom of Stormwind. At its heart lies the serene expanse of Lake Everstill, a tranquil body of water surrounded by sparse woodlands. The terrain here is both awe-inspiring and formidable, a mosaic of rugged crimson hills, lush green canopies and meandering blue rivers, with the occasional cliff and waterfall that offer breathtaking vistas.
Hello?
To the west lies the enchanting Elwyn Forest, a land of rolling hills and verdant fields, while to the south the somber domain of Duskwood casts a long and mysterious shadow over its shared border with the mountains of Red Ridge. A pass due north reveals the barren terrain of the Burning Steppes, where the land tells stories of age-old conflicts and fiery upheavals.
Where's Questy?
Surrounded by an impressive mountain range, Red Ridge not only offers a unique blend of tranquility, but also holds a strategic importance in the region. The mountain range itself is a defining defensive feature, stretching along the breadth of the area. The climate of the area is a gentle whisper of nature's calm. Characterized by its temperate and inviting weather, the region experiences warm days and cool, refreshing nights. The higher altitude brings a slight crispness to the air, making it cooler than the neighboring Elwyn Forest, with
Okie
just
dokie,
the right
Mecha
amount
King.
of rain.
Thank you so much for hanging out.
This
and
perfect
chilling.
balance creates an environment.
Really appreciate it. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night. Keep up the good grind. You're doing a hell of a job. I'm jealous. I just really wasn't able to play the past 2 days, but I'll catch up. Or at least try to. Take it easy. Cheers.
Where one can bask in the gentle warmth of the sun or find solace under the shade of the tall trees. In the embrace of the Red Ridge Mountains, a lush canvas of nature unfolds. Sweeping across the landscape, towering oak and elm trees dominate the scenery, creating an expansive woodland. This open canopy, where the sky peeks through the boughs, teems with life, creating a sense of openness and visibility that is as refreshing as it is rare. The forests and hills are a sanctuary for a diverse array of creatures. Here, gigantic tarantulas move silently through the underbrush, and the sightings of dragon whelplings add an air of mystery to the wilderness. The tranquil surface of Lake Everstill is home to tribes of murlocs, who present a challenge to the local fishermen, and whispered tales suggest the presence of a hidden sea monster beneath its serene waters. While the Red Ridge Mountains are a bastion of natural beauty, they are not without their landmarks of civilization and invasion. The vibrant town of Lakeshire, the most prominent human settlement in the region, serves as a hub for adventurers and locals alike, offering quests and refuge. Meanwhile, the once secure Stonewatch Keep, a stronghold of human resistance, has been overrun by Blackrock orcs. Behind the scenes, the area is further destabilized by dark magic, with a shadowy sorcerer even going as far as covertly manipulating a local Gnoll tribe to escalate the existing chaos. This shift has marked the region with strife and turmoil, and the fate of Redridge increasingly relies on the bravery of heroes, calling for the rise of much-needed defenders in this land of conflict. Traveling ever east, a group of eager human adventurers, fresh from their journeys in Elwyn Forest, step into the rugged landscapes of the Red Ridge Mountains. Their first encounter is at Three Corners, a pivotal crossroads that connects the surrounding lands of Elwyn, Redridge, and Duskwood. Upon reaching Three Corners, the explorers meet Guard Parker, who is deeply concerned about the increasing Gnoll activity in the area. Parker, a resolute figure, stands as the first beacon of guidance for these travelers. The Red Ridge mongrels and poachers, aggressive and territorial creatures, pose a significant threat to the safety of the region, and Guard Parker leads the group to Deputy Felden, positioned south of the Lakeshire Bridge. He in turn entrusts the adventurers with a critical task: to scout the surrounding areas and assess the Gnoll threat, thereby providing crucial intelligence to the local defense forces of Redridge. This reconnaissance mission sets the stage for the larger narrative of the environment, where the Gnolls play a more significant role than initially perceived. There are whispers of an unlikely alliance forming between these creatures and the orcs of the Blackrock clan, hinting at a deepening conflict and complexity in the region. Leaving the Gnoll-infested outskirts, the travelers set their sights on Lakeshire, a tranquil town nestled on the banks of Lake Everstill. As they traverse an impressive bridge that spans the breadth of the lake, the party finds a moment of peace. This grand structure connecting them to the village offers a short interval in their journey, a chance to catch their breath and prepare for the challenges that lie ahead. In the town hall of Lakeshire, Magistrate Solomon, the elected and earnest ruler, grapples with the dual threat of Gnolls and Blackrock orcs, his worry evident as he seeks assistance and supplies from any willing adventurers. The town, though under the nominal protection of the Stormwind army, largely fends for itself, with a small guard platoon maintaining order amidst the threats encroaching upon its boundaries. The Lakeshire Inn, a beacon of warmth and camaraderie, offers a brief escape from the region's troubles. There's a strong sense of communal strength and adaptability, where barkeeper Daniel shares concerns about his dwindling stocks of booze. As the group mingles with the people of Lakeshire, they perceive the underlying tensions and a quiet resilience among the townsfolk. Gathering a wealth of insights from the locals, the adventurers are now acutely aware of the numerous troubles plaguing the Red Ridge Mountains. As the party prepares to leave the quaint town, they carry with them not only supplies, but also knowledge shared by the locals. Armed with a litany of quests and a deep desire to aid wherever they can, they ready themselves to venture forth. Each task is a piece of the larger puzzle they are determined to solve, and with a sense of duty and adventure, they step out of Lakeshire, eager to tackle these challenges head-on. Leaving behind the relative safety of Lakeshire, the party sets their sights northward, towards the Red Ridge Canyons. Once a peaceful hunting ground, these enclosed passages have now fallen under the control of the Red Ridge Pack Gnolls, led by the formidable Yowler, whose brutal leadership has created widespread unease in these mountains. Werner Osgood, the local blacksmith, has been specifically impacted by their actions. The Gnoll's habit of pilfering his horses has hindered his ability to supply the Stormwind Guard with necessary equipment, leaving Werner seeking justice and urging any willing adventurers to eliminate the Gnoll chieftain. The group, undeterred, brings a swift end to Yowler's rule and presents the Gnoll's paw as proof of this daring task's completion. Continuing their journey due north, the travelers approach Render's camp, an outpost of the Blackrock clan near the foreboding pass to the Burning Steppes. Realizing their inexperience and heeding the daunting tales of the lands beyond, the group wisely decides to steer clear of this perilous passage, reminding them of their growing but still nascent abilities and the vast, uncharted world that lies ahead, waiting for them when they're good and ready. Near the camp, the explorers discover Render's Rock, a large cave harboring powerful black rock summoners, champions, and trackers. Carefully exploring the undergrounds, the group comes across a wounded figure, John J. Keeshan, who is a hardened war veteran from the first 3 Great Wars. The corporal has endured a personal tragedy with the loss of his wife to the Blackrock Orcs, and he since carries her memory with him, symbolized by her pendant. John explains how his regiment was ambushed, and most of his men were killed in the confrontation, while he himself was taken prisoner to the Blackrock clan.
Leave now.
The group, recognizing the dire situation of Corporal Keeshan, braces themselves for a tough battle. They fight valiantly through the ranks of orcs in Render's Rock, demonstrating both courage and combat prowess to ensure Keeshan's passage back to the safety of Lakeshire. Upon reaching the town, Keeshan promptly reports back to his superior, Marshal Maris, reaffirming his dedication to duty and a deep-seated commitment to the defense of his people. His immediate re-enlistment and his heartfelt gratitude to the adventurers speaks volumes of his dedication to the protection and well-being of the citizens of Redridge. With the corporal safely escorted to Lakeshire, the adventurers now turn northeast towards the Thurs Mill, an abandoned lumber mill. The path ahead is not without danger, as stray orcs adept at ambushing unwary travelers lurk behind the landscape along the road. This hidden threat demands constant vigilance, and upon reaching the mill, they find a location overrun by spiders and buzzards. As the group explores the old lumberyard, a rogue among them finds the grounds particularly suited to honing one of their most resourceful talents. Amidst the abandoned mill, they discover numerous lockboxes, which provide the perfect opportunity for the more stealthy characters between us to practice and refine their lockpicking abilities, a crucial skill for their adventurous path. This practice not only aids their personal development, but also prepares them for the challenges that lie ahead in their journey through Azeroth. Guided by Lucius, a dwarf from Lakeshire and an associate of SI-7, the rogue sets off on a quest to open the dwarf's special lockbox and retrieve a token of thievery. This task is a test of skill and a step towards earning the prestigious Certificate of Thievery, a recognition of their expertise and readiness as a first-rate pilferer and thief. It is the kind of honor that, ironically, you wouldn't want to keep under lock and key.
Oh, nice one.
The group's journey leads them to Stonewatch Keep, a former human stronghold now overtaken by the Blackrock Orcs. As they navigate the area, They are confronted by the harsh reality of the stronghold's change of control, now serving as a base of operations for the clan, particularly under the leadership of Garth Ilzog and his trusted lieutenant Tharil Zun. These orc warlords allied with a mysterious human warlock and use dark magic to besiege and take control of the keep and its watchtower. The adventurers recall the urgent request of the wanted poster before the town's hall and Marshal Maris's call to end the Blackrock orc occupation of the fortress. Marshal Maris implored them to eliminate the orcs and their chieftain, bringing back Tharil Zun's head as proof. Similarly, the wanted poster emphasized the danger posed by Gath Ilzog, responsible for the Blackrock attacks on Lakeshire, and encouraged brave souls to deliver his head to Magistrate Solomon. Their mission becomes clear: to face and defeat the orc leaders and bring an end to their malevolent rule. As they advance into the keep, the explorers are met with a challenge that has tested and bested many before them. The stronghold's unforgiving nature is known far and wide, a place where only the bravest and most coordinated can hope to succeed. The orcs within have repelled numerous attempts to reclaim the fortress, making it a rather notorious and deadly site in the Redridge Mountains. In their assault, the party confronts Tharil Zun in the heavily guarded courtyard. This battle, a maelstrom of steel and strategy, tests their resolve. Pushing forward, they face Gath Ilzog, entrenched deep within the fortress. These encounters, both distinct in their ferocity, demand cohesion and courage from the group. Their unity becomes their strength, enabling them to navigate the relentless onslaught of the orcs. Ultimately, the explorers' perseverance and teamwork lead to a hard-fought victory over the clan leaders, and they claim the orcs' heads as a macabre trophy of their successful deeds. Their perilous journey through the stronghold concludes with a moment of reflection at the Stonewatch Falls, where they witness the serene beauty of nature, undisturbed by the chaos of war. The falls, cascading down into a tranquil lake home to a tribe of murlocs, offer a stark contrast to the brutality they've just witnessed, a reminder of the enduring resilience of the natural world
those to like waterfalls you see in the
human
current
and
expansion and like
conflict.
Dragonflight. Ooh, that's crazy.
Fresh from their triumph at Stonewatch Keep, the adventurers now turn their focus further east towards the Galadel Valley.
Very cool
The
comparison.
valley, infested with shadow-hide gnolls under the command of Lieutenant Fangor, presents a menacing terrain in and of itself. Capable of rallying his gnolls to overpower unsuspecting travelers and prepared adventurers alike, Fangor is known for his ruthless tactics and allegiance to a dark wizard. Within this valley, the infamous Tower of Ilgalar casts its sinister shadow, a place of dark witchcraft and the dwelling of the malevolent sorcerer Morganth. Long ago, Morganth was part of a trio of respected mages studying in Stormwind, but his obsession with forbidden magic led to his exile from the city. In his quest for power, he constructed this tower as a haven for his illicit arts, and even amassed a small army of gnolls. Meanwhile, Theocritus, the Archmage, resides in the Tower of Azora in central Elwyn Forest. Disturbed by his antithesis' actions, Theocritus has spent months researching ways to counter him. He discovered how to communicate with the Shadowhide gnolls through magical pendants and seeks to immobilize them using this method. The Archmage also developed the Eye of Azora, a scrying sphere that allows him to spy on Morganth, with plans to understand and counter his evil thoughts. As the party approaches the Tower of Ilgalar, they feel the oppressive weight of shadow magic in the air. Their mission is twofold. First, they must place the glyph of Azora, a powerful amulet, on the old lion statue near the tower to enhance the Eye of Azora's powers. Second, they need to confront the exiled wizard himself. They are aware that the fine line between light and dark sorcery is in jeopardy, and their actions could decisively shift the balance towards good. But together they march forward, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead in their quest to thwart Morganth's ominous ambitions. In the eastern reaches of the Redridge Mountains, near the cascading waters of Stonewatch Falls, the adventurers find themselves veering off the beaten path. As they traverse the terrain, they come upon a hidden canyon, a scenic area that seems untouched and seldom visited by travelers. It is here that they make an unexpected discovery, a small, concealed human encampment tucked away in the valley. The camp, a picture of serene mountain life, is home to Wilma and Clyde Ranthel. Wilma, a skilled artisan skinning trainer, and Clyde, a leatherworking vendor, have made their home in this secluded spot. The group learns that Clyde is the sole source for a rare crafting pattern. This unique design, taught only by Clyde, enables leatherworkers to craft the Black Whelp Cloak, a coveted item among adventurers.
What the heck?
The party quickly realizes that this hidden valley serves as more than just a home for the Ranthals. It's a haven for travelers seeking an alternate route through the mountains. But what truly astonishes the explorers is the presence of Boulderheart, the mountain giant. Contrary to the fearsome reputation often associated with giants, Boulderheart appears to be quite friendly. He's seen patrolling the road leading up to the camp, his massive form moving with a surprising gentleness through the landscape. The adventurers observe a remarkable understanding between the giant and the Ranthals. It seems as though the colossal figure has taken on the role of a gentle guardian, watching over the small encampment and its visitors. This peaceful coexistence between human and giant adds an enchanting quality to the canyon, a reminder of the unexpected friendships that can form in the most unlikely of places.
I'm listening.
In the aftermath of their victorious confrontations and friendly encounters, the group of explorers ready themselves to journey back towards the crossroads where their remarkable adventure first began. As they walk, the conversations turn to reflections of the challenges they've faced and the bonds they've forged. The air is filled with a sense of accomplishment, yet there's an unspoken understanding that their journey through Azeroth is far from over. Traversing the rugged terrain of the Red Ridge Mountains, the party suddenly catches sight of Lake Everstill. Its large, azure expanse, situated in the center of the mountains, offers a welcome sight for their weary eyes, which have witnessed much turmoil and violence. The crystal-clear waters of the lake, shimmering under the sun, offer the group a moment for thought on their memories of both assistance and combat. As is the case with many places in recent times, the tranquility of Lake Everstill is not without its own challenges. The adventurers keep a cautious eye on the waters, aware of the lake threshers that are said to patrol the deeps. They understand that even in this peaceful setting, danger lurks beneath the surface. The many banks, famed for its fishing spots, have recently become overrun by tribes of murlocs. These creatures, known for their unpredictability and aggression, have since disrupted the once thriving fishing activities in the area. As they leave the lake behind, their conversation subtly shifts to whispers of Duskwood, a land shrouded in mystery and darkness, known for its eerie forests and the secrets they hold. The path ahead is uncertain, but the travelers move forward with a sense of purpose. They understand that their experiences in the Red Ridge Mountains are just the beginning. Each step they take is a step towards new adventures, new challenges and new stories waiting to be told in the ever-evolving world of Azeroth. And now, dear wanderers, our time together draws to a close. They leave behind the rolling hills and serene waters, carrying with them tales of valor and camaraderie, echoes of battles fought and friendships forged in the face of adversity. Now that our band of brave adventurers sets their sights beyond the Red Ridge Mountains, we close this chapter of their remarkable journey. The path they have walked through these lands will be remembered by its inhabitants, ever welcoming them back. As the last light of day fades over the distant peaks of the mountains, we part ways, each returning to our own destiny. But fear not, for the tales of Azeroth are many, and the adventures of our heroes are far from over. Until we meet again, and may your own journeys be as rich and wondrous as the tales we've shared in the mountains of Redridge today.
It's very, like, movie-esque. Like, the way he's, like... Sounds like a narrator of a damn movie or something. What else he got here? What else he got? here? We got Wailing Caverns. I feel like that one's gonna be pretty interesting. Let's hear the full deets on Wailing Caverns.
Warriors and mages, gather close and listen well, for today we venture below the earth, where nature's secrets and sorrows are buried deep. Beneath the arid lands of the Barrens, a complex of caves breathes with the sorrow of a corrupted dream. This is a tale of deception and the fragile veneer between a vision of splendor and the abyss of madness. Welcome to the depths where nightmares dwell. Welcome to the Wailing Caverns. The story of the Wailing Caverns begins with Naralex, a night elf druid who discovered a network of cave systems deep beneath the earth of the Barrens. He named them for the mournful sounds that echoed through their chambers, and carrying a grand vision, he dreamed of restoring this vast, sun-scorched savanna to its former glory as a lush forest that existed here before the cataclysmic sundering tore the world asunder. With their extensive underground waterways, they represented to Naralex the perfect instrument of revival, a natural conduit through which the Barrens could be reborn. Accompanied by a cadre of loyal disciples, the Night Elf ventured deep into the heart of the caverns. There, he sought to connect the waters directly to the Emerald Dream, intending to channel its life-giving energies into the arid landscape above. However, the Emerald Dream harbored a dark corruption, and an overwhelming nightmare ensnared Naralex, turning his noble quest into an unending torment. The corruption spilled forth, twisting the cavern's inhabitants into monstrous, deviant forms, and driving his disciples to madness, who then proclaimed themselves the Druids of the Fang. These once hallowed halls have since become a labyrinth of horrors, twisted by the very forces they sought to harness. Yet, amidst the darkness, there are those who have remained uncorrupted and steadfastly loyal to their cause. These brave souls are the remnants of the disciples of Naralex, still dedicated to the Druid's vision of purification and renewal. Among them are Ebru and Nalpak, who both have managed to resist the foul presence that has overwhelmed the caverns. Positioned in a cave just above the entrance to the Wailing Caverns, the remaining disciples now call upon the aid of willing adventurers to help cleanse the undergrounds of its corrupted inhabitants. Now, trapped in an eternal slumber, Naralex sleeps, while his disciples work tirelessly to restore the caverns to their former glory and awaken their mentor from his darkened state.
Real gamers have good posture.
As we stand at its threshold, the challenge beckons to all daring adventurers. Will you accompany me on a quest to purge the corruption?
Sure.
Your courage and strength are needed more than ever to help rekindle the hope of redemption and bring an end to the nightmare below the earth.
Love that.
Our journey begins under the scorching sun of the Barrens, where a vibrant oasis conceals the entrance to the Wailing Caverns. Here, amidst the lush vegetation, the Kolkar Centaur have set up their camps, their eyes as sharp as the spears they wield. Watch them closely, but maintain your distance, for these foes show no mercy to those who intrude upon their territory.
Yeah, so much so I completely avoided and ignored every single
and as we
Centaur
navigate
quest.
through the rocky tunnels, the air grows humid and heavy.
I think I did myself the biggest favor in the world by completely ignoring those quests. Sudden hisses betray the presence of wind serpents, coiled and ready to strike. And keep your eyes peeled for the shadows that flit across these dimly lit walls. They belong to the deviant raptors, lurking and ever watchful. These creatures are masters of their domain, and we must tread lightly to avoid their notice. A corner turned reveals an abandoned campsite with a fire still burning, as if recently deserted. A closer inspection unveils the silhouette of Mad Maglish, a goblin with a notorious fondness for rare alcoholic beverages. Yeah.
The goblin is here in hiding, clutching his latest prize, a 99-year-old port stolen from Ratchet. Though it might be tempting to investigate further, we best leave Mad to his own drunken adventures and continue on our path. Let's move quietly now. We wouldn't want to disturb his revelry, or worse, draw his attention. Navigating deeper, the caverns reveal their hidden beauty. Condensed water drips rhythmically
I like how he's
from
starting
the
on the
stone
outside
ceiling, pooling into many
of the
seemingly tranquil
caverns.
ponds.
Like,
But do not be fooled by its
you
serene
go right into the
appearance.
dungeon.
Watch closely as the surface suddenly breaks, exposing the deviate lurkers, prehistoric creatures that glide through the water with an appetite for those that
Nessies.
wander too near the pool's edge.
I love
It's anyone's
those.
guess how long these ancient animals have been submerged here. The path soon
I don't know
widens
if they're
into an
ancient.
expansive grotto known as the Cavern of Mist, where a spectacular underground oasis unfolds before our very eyes, hidden from the outside world. Let's pause for a moment and gaze upon this spectacle, a sight seldom witnessed by those who walk under the sun. Large geysers erupt from geothermal vents, their sprays feeding an opulent hot spring at the cavern's center. The mist hangs thick here, with lush vegetation draping from vines that stretch eagerly toward the pool's life-giving waters. Around the pool, stinglash serpents sweep through the air, and in the distance, the roars of slayer raptors echo against the stone walls.
Wow, look at
If
this guy
fortune
with his
favors
mount
us,
already.
we might even catch a glimpse of Trigor
Wow,
the Lasher,
he's
the
so
three-headed
cool.
hydra reigning over this
Jealous.
underground domain. Ahead, the true entrance to the Wailing
Me
Caverns
big
awaits,
jelly.
shrouded in mystery and
Not
draped in the
seeing our
whispers
first
of those
person
who
with a
dared
mount
this
already,
path
like,
before
jeez,
us, and those brave
dude.
enough to follow after us. Let us move
Make me
forward
feel
with
bad
hearts
about having to
steady
go
and
outside
eyes
and have
open,
a real
ready to
life.
discover what secrets await us in the shadows.
Feels bad, man.
Upon stepping into the Wailing Caverns, we're greeted by a Tauren, one of the last true disciples of Naralex. The druid sleeps again, he announces with a heavy heart. Long ago, we came here with
Was
a
I
noble
supposed to
aim
handle Stanley?
to tap into the Emerald Dream and transform the Barrens into a verdant
Sorry,
paradise.
my guy. Thanks for
Alas, his
taking care of
focus
that for me, I
faltered,
guess.
and his mind was poisoned by nightmarish visions. Now, the caverns are infested with reptilian beasts born from his corrupted dreams. He must be awakened, the Tauren insists, or he will be lost forever, and a great evil will be unleashed. With this in mind, we press on, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. As we follow the winding passages, an underground clearing comes into view. The bioluminescence of the cavern's flora illuminates our path, while we continue our way towards the area known among explorers as the Screaming Gully. The howls you hear. It's the wind forced through the cavern's narrow fissures, creating an ambience that permeates the cave. Be on alert here. This area is patrolled by the druids of the Fang. Originally, disciples of Naralex committed to rejuvenating the barren earth, they have tragically lost their way, now intent on reshaping the land to align with their distorted visions. Each step we take could bring us into their territory, so let's move carefully and keep our wits about us. The air suddenly fills with a cold, sinister whisper that cuts through the silence, and a voice hisses a chilling declaration.
None can stand against the serpent lords.
Yeah, that's
It is the
pretty
voice
chilling,
of
the way
Lady
he played it like
Anaconda,
that.
who was once known as Scarlet Leaf, a name from a past life before she was twisted by Naralex's nightmare into one of the feared Fanglords. Her presence echoes the corruption that
Forget where
seeps
these
through the
farm
cavernous
hands pop up
walls.
at.
As Naralex's
they're, like,
dreams of a
supposed to be over
reborn
here in the
Azeroth
back.
turned into nightmares, Lady Anaconda, caught in the throes of his failed vision, shed her sanity like old skin, embracing a new dark destiny where her serpent kin rule over all. Beware, for her madness is as dangerous as the fangs of the reptiles she commands. The battle ensues with the crackle of lightning as Anaconda hurls bolts of raw fury our way. We must dodge the electrifying assaults while carefully avoiding the
Dodge
thorny
the
aura surrounding her,
electrifying
which
bolts.
retaliates against any direct strike with a vengeful lash. Do not engage the lady head-on. Use ranged tactics if you can.
What?
Intermittently,
Okay.
one of our companions slumps to the ground, ensnared in a slumber wrought from the deepest visions of the Emerald Dream.
Nera.
The commotion of our confrontation has not gone unnoticed. The desperate cries of raptors echo through the cavern, and sensing the turmoil, they rush in to defend their Fanglord. Stay alert, keep moving, and watch each other's backs. We must stand together and prepare for their charge if we are to navigate this encounter and come out alive. The battle intensifies, and we dodge, parry, and strike with all our might. Finally, the fight reaches its tipping point. With a concerted effort, Lady Anacondra falls. The oppressive energy that clouded the air dissipates as her grip on the cavern falters. We stand victorious, and a moment of respite allows us to explore the possessions left behind. Here, take this, the elusive Belt of the Fang. It's a highly coveted piece of the Embrace the Viper clothing set, eagerly sought by those drawn to its allure. And don't overlook the snakeskin bag. It's spacious enough to hold the many spoils yet to come from our ongoing journey. Let's take a moment here to catch our breath and regather our strength. This victory, while significant, is just the first whisper in the echoing wail of the cavern's deep secrets.
Of course that would happen to me.
Having regrouped after our encounter with Lady Anacondra, we continue our adventure, traversing the dense, misty air that clings to us like a second cloak. Look below, in the river that carves through the gully. There the ancient Kresh paces through the shallow waters, a turtle of such grandeur and scale that he seems a living monument of the primordial world.
I don't like you very much.
This grand creature, unfazed by the corrupted dreams that torment this realm, lumbers forward with the timeless patience of the earth.
I don't like you
His
very much
presence is as much a part of the cavern as the stone and water around him.
Okay, cool.
Kresh's massive shell, a natural fortress, has turned aside countless foes looking to claim it as a trophy. For the hunters in our group, Kresh represents more than a majestic sight. They see in his calm gaze the potential for a robust companion capable of facing difficult foes in future adventures. Yet they know that not all nature's children wish to be tamed. As we edge past the turtle, a subtle understanding forms. There is no need for conflict here, no glory in disturbing the serene march of such a gentle creature. Today, with respect for the still uncorrupted denizens of this underground abode, we choose a different path, a path of quiet admiration and shared kinship with the age-old rhythms of the Wailing Caverns. It is best that we leave the turtle to his wanderings, undisturbed.
Oh.
Follow along now, quickly, for our journey continues. Ahead, the caves twist and turn into shadows yet unexplored, each step bringing us deeper into the heart of ancient mysteries. What a nice person. Ready yourselves, brave companions, for what lies ahead may challenge the courage of even the stoutest hearts among us. As we delve deeper into the Wailing Caverns, the air grows thick with the scent of damp earth and the distant, unmistakable tang of venom. Before long, we draw near to the infamous Pit of Fangs, a hollow where echoes of past battles seem to linger. This is a place of legend, where the paths of many an adventurer have converged, each drawn by fate or fortune. Be on your guard, for here dwells Lord Cobran, another who has succumbed to corruption, rising as one of the Fanglords in these depths. The former disciple of Naralex was celebrated among the druids of the Cenarian Circle for his exceptional skill at harnessing animal forms, known back then by the name given to the night elf at birth, Jarlaxla. The cavern's dark influence subtly corrupted his abilities, transforming him into a being of malice and retribution, his name now a hiss of malevolence in the gloom. Surrounded by his slithering minions, he stands regally, commanding his domain like a king before his court. His clear voice cuts through the silence, exclaiming, "You will never wake, dreamer." This proclamation sets the stage for the battle that is about to unfold. In a dance of fangs and evasion, Cobran unleashes his primal might with the speed of a viper, each strike laced with the fury of his newfound kin.
That was another reason why I didn't
Watch carefully, for the threat here is not just the brute strength of the Fanglord, but also the soporific charm of his enchantments and the lethal properties of his poison assaults. His right hand, bearing a fearsome claw, rips through the air, aiming with lethal precision. As the fray reaches its crescendo, Lord Cobran, sensing his end near, undergoes a fearsome transformation. He shifts into a colossal serpent, a spectacle of nature's terrifying splendor. His power peaks, his strikes raining down with renewed vigor. Yet the adventurers stand undaunted, their wills unbroken by fang or spell. The final blow is struck, and the Lord of the Fang's reign of venom comes to an abrupt end. The ensuing silence is heavy but triumphant.
I feel like I remember
Gathering the group around the still form of their vanquished foe, let's begin to distribute the hard-earned spoils. For your bravery, take Cobran's grasp, a mail belt for our sturdiest warrior, ensuring his resilience in battles to come. And behold the leggings of the Fang. These are famed among adventurers for their agility and a crucial second addition to complete the set of the Viper. Fortune does favor the bold, or so it seems in these shadowed depths. Finally, the robe of the moccasin finds its new keeper in our wisest mage. As the group recovers, they carry away more than just treasures. They take with them a story of a druid who lost his path and was ensnared by the darkness he sought to vanquish, leaving us all to wonder what other dangers lay hidden down below. Beneath the stalactite-laden ceilings of the Wailing Caverns, we press on, where each step takes us deeper into this labyrinth and strengthens our bond of camaraderie. Ahead lies the winding chasm, a passage as treacherous as it is awe-inspiring. Now brace yourselves, for here we encounter Arin, or rather, the shadow of the man he once was. Now known as Lord Pythos, his tale is a somber one. Once a venerated warrior and protector to Naralex himself, he tragically succumbed to the very affliction he swore to fight. Renamed in his madness, the corrupted Guardian now stands as a barrier to any who dare challenge the twisted will of the druids of the Fang. As we approach, Pythos cries out a dire warning.
The coils of death
so
will
loud.
rush you.
And with a roar that reverberates through the underground expanse, he unleashes the full fury of nature's wrath upon us. A deviate shambler, an immense bog beast capable of regeneration, quickly joins the fight. Bolts of lightning crackle from his fingertips, searing the air with ozone as they streak towards their targets, while the ground beneath our feet trembles with the force of his thunderclap. Watch closely, for even in corruption, the remnants of a protector linger. In moments of brief respite, the hands of the Fanglord glow with the soft light of healing, mending the wounds of his allies and prolonging the confrontation. The skirmish is long and arduous, a true test of mettle and will. Pythos fights with the desperation of one who has nothing left to lose, yet in the hearts of our adventurers, resolve burns brighter. As the Lord of the Fang falls, his last breath is a lament for the life he once knew, for the friend he once served. Among the echoes of battle, let us not forget the spoils of our victory. Who has been gathering the pieces of the Embrace the Viper set? Come forth and claim the armor of the Fang as the next piece in your collection. And take this mace. With the stinging Viper in your grip, no foe shall stand unchallenged. Let us carry them with the respect they deserve as bearers of history and heralds of caution. Gather close, quickly now, for the path ahead promises even greater challenges. Dare we discover what secrets await us? With courage as our guide, we stride forth into the unknown, ready to unveil the mysteries that lie ahead.
Where is this farmer at?
Our path leads us to a hidden nook, where we stumble upon a battered chest, firmly shut. Who knows what treasures lie within? With a shared glance of excitement and trepidation, we agree to let fate determine who claims its contents. Out comes the dice, rolling with a clatter that echoes off the stone walls. Well, would you look at that? I actually won. To the victor go the spoils, as they say. Don't mind me, just restocking on healing and mana potions. As we move deeper into the winding chasm, the air thickens and the distant rumblings of thunder grow louder, not from the skies above, but from the caverns ahead. There, within a section of the cave designed to house a being of legend, resides Scum, a colossal thunder lizard.
The sound effect.
Scum, favored as a pet by Lord Pythos, commands a thunderous presence that is a challenge few dare to face, a juggernaut whose roar echoes the tempest's wrath. Seeking
where this
refuge
guy
from the
is.
harshness of the
I keep
barons,
coming in
his
here, he's
journey
not in
led him
here.
to this place of dread where he found nothing but corruption. Now, dark energies surge through
I
his
cry.
veins, transforming him into a creature of power
Oh,
and
that's
rage.
awesome.
Stay vigilant, for this beast wields the fury of the storm. As we ready ourselves, Scum rears up, unleashing his chained bolt ability. His assault is swift and unforgiving. The air crackles and hisses as the bolt strikes, arcing between us, each zap delivering a harsh dose of nature's wrath. Watch the tail. It's a weapon in its own right, swinging dangerously close to our melee combatants. Spread out to avoid its range as we dodge and weave through his attacks. His power is an unbridled force, untamed as the environment from whence he hails. As our blades and spells find their mark, the mighty Scum grows weaker. At long last, the lizard falls, defeated by our combined might. His massive body thunders against the cavern floor, the echo of his demise ringing through the stone corridors.
Just need one
Now
more
let us see what
farmhand.
this colossus has guarded so fiercely. Who among you will clothe themselves in the glowing lizard-scale cloak? Speak, and it shall be yours. And here, the tail spike, a dagger made from the beast's own spine. Indeed, it is a tool designed for the swift and the silent, perfect for a rogue whose deft hands can wield it with deadly precision. With these prizes in hand, we regroup, our spirits lifted by the thrill of discovery and the weight of our quest.
Finally.
The wailing caverns stretch deeper into the darkness, promising more secrets for those bold enough to explore. Before we confront the final threats of these caverns, there lies a challenge that often proves as treacherous as any foe we've faced. This jump right here is notoriously unforgiving, and rightly so.
I have fallen off.
Miss your step,
that
and it's a
part,
swift journey back to the very beginning,
have had to wait
or
for
worse, a deadly plunge to the cave's depths.
Yeah.
So please, mind your footing and take it slow. The
Mind
only
the
thing
gap.
more embarrassing than fumbling this jump is watching the rest of us advance while you make the long trek back from down below. As our
it really
journey
sucks.
continues, we draw closer
the
to
walk
the
of
lair
shame.
of Lord Serpentis, the last of the Fang Lords and the ill-fated leader of the Druids of the Fang. He was Naralex's most gifted pupil, and his ambition to mirror his mentor's revered status drove him to the brink of madness. Now, master of his own misguided followers, he exudes a corrupted aura, a shadow of the great teacher he yearned to become. The deviant Dread Fangs, his fearsome companions, stand ready, poised to defend their leader at a moment's notice. Tread lightly and beware his potent arsenal, for his ability to cast sleep can halt even the most valiant warrior's charge, plunging them into a forced slumber. The atmosphere crackles around him, ready to strike down any who challenge his dominion. Suddenly, he turns his gaze towards us, and his voice echoes ominously through the damp air.
I am the Serpent King. I do anything.
That kind of scared
The
me.
moment is upon us. Strike true and hold your ground, steadfast in your training and unshakable in your belief in each other. As the battle unfolds, we face a foe who, despite his lost sanity, retains the vestiges of his once noble pursuit of wisdom and power. Serpentis wields his healing arts not for restoration, but to sustain the twisted crusade against those who would see the nightmare ended. This clash is fierce and fraught with peril, but united, our resolve does not waver. We fight on, pushing the Fanglord back with every strike, every parry a step closer to victory. His spells grow desperate, his gestures wilder, but we stand firm, a unified force against his
There's the
insanity.
15 quests that I was
At last,
thinking about.
exhausted and overwhelmed,
And there's
Lord
the
Serpentis collapses with a
skulls.
shudder under our combined assault, his whispered claims of divinity fading into the echoing silence of the cavern. As the dust settles, we gather to claim the spoils of another victory. Here, amidst the treasures, lies the footpads of the Fang, another piece of the revered set, waiting to encase the feet of one who has proven themselves swift and brave. And there, gleaming under the fallen Fanglord, lies Venomstrike, a bow and arrow of exquisite make and deadly promise. Who among you will harness the sting of the serpent? Step forth and claim these items of triumph, for they will be crucial in the obstacles that lie ahead. Now gather your strength, for our adventure is far from over. Let's set our sights on deeper shadows yet to be explored, as the path before us holds challenges greater than any we've faced.
Yeah, that final boss fight, not a joke.
In the deepest crags of the Wailing Caverns, where the air hums with the whispers of ancient growth, dwells Verdan the Everliving, an entity of nature gone awry. This bog beast of immense power was once a benign guardian, a protector of his underground sanctuary. Now, Verdan guards the threshold to the deepest secrets of his verdant prison, corrupted by the dark tendrils of Naralex's nightmare. Around him, the natural beauty of the caverns is overshadowed by the malignancy that has seeped into root and vine, leaving only aggression in its wake. Watch your step and ready yourselves, for Verdan is not merely a creature to be vanquished, he is a force of nature itself. His grasping vines can immobilize even the most agile adventurer among you, rendering them helpless against his crushing embrace. Those with ranged attacks take positions at the back. Healers, keep your focus sharp on the warriors bearing the brunt of the assault. The battle with the bog beast is one of strength and endurance, most certainly our toughest fight yet. His towering form, a living monolith resistant to both blade and spell, seems undaunted by our efforts. However, as the clash of steel against vine endures, his defenses gradually begin to wane. We can see the wear in his movements, the slow yielding of his armor of foliage to our determination. Stay focused, do not relent, and we might still make it out alive. Ultimately, and with a somber downfall, Verdan the Everliving is defeated. Among the group there is no jubilation, no triumphant cheers, only a tragic silence fills the air.
Oh.
Here, we witness not the glory of victory, but the tragic end of a gentle beast, a guardian subdued by corruption and slain to end his misery. Let us see what the elemental has left behind. Ah, the living root, a staff that glows with a verdant light, promising strength to its new wielder. And you there, Paladin, step forward and claim the Seed Cloud buckler. Let it armor you against the dangers that await. As we approach what appears to be a dead end, the ambient noise of a nearby river grows louder. A hidden passage behind the draping vines, you say? Here, nonsense. However, a closer inspection reveals that this secret passage indeed descends toward the river below, flowing back to the Screaming Gully. It will lead us back to the dungeon's entrance, easing our weary return. Onward then, let us leave this place.
Onward.
Our journey through the Wailing Caverns has taken us back to the very beginning. Guided by wisdom of the still uncorrupted disciple of Naralex, we have reached the pinnacle of our exploration, the place known as Dreamer's Rock. With the four lords of the Fang vanquished, the corridor ahead opens to a solemn ritual site. Here dwells Naralex in eternal slumber, trapped in between the physical world and the dream realm. Stay vigilant, for the journey's end is often where the greatest dangers lie. We escort the Tauren to the ritual stone, and as the disciple begins the sacred rites to free his master from his tormented slumber, the air around us thickens with a palpable tension. Naralex, even in his deep sleep, writhes and twists, his face contorted by the invisible grip of the nightmare that binds him. Watch closely, for the Emerald Dream does not relinquish its hold easily. Visions begin to materialize around us, and moccasins slither from the shadows, their fangs dripping with venom. These creatures are the Nightmare's defenders, summoned to disrupt our efforts and destroy the disciple. We must protect him at all costs. Stay alert and cover each other, for if Naralex is ever to be brought back from his sleep, it will be because we held the line here against all odds. Just when the tide seems to turn in our favor, with many of the Nightmare's minions dispatched, the cavern quakes with a new ominous presence. From the deepest shadows of the Wailing Caverns, heralded by a cold mist, a grotesque manifestation emerges.
Murloc sound caught me
It is
off guard.
Mutanus the Devourer, a murloc of immense strength, born from the very corruption we seek to eradicate. This is the final test. It all comes down to this. Mutanus is the Shadow's last defense, its final attempt to keep Naralex enchained. Stand firm, protect the disciple, and let us end this nightmare once and for all.
Oh,
The Murloc's very presence is an affront to the natural order, a blight upon the waking world that wields terrifying powers. The battle that follows is chaotic and desperate. Mutanus unleashes his terror upon the valiant defenders, his towering form sowing panic and disarray. And beware his thundercrack, which harms and stuns those standing too close. Spread out and be ready to move. The disciple, vulnerable and exposed during his incantations, must be shielded at all costs, lest the entire effort crumble to naught. We encircle the great Murloc, our weapons and spells a symphony of coordinated fury. With every parry and thrust, his movements grow sluggish, his once fierce eyes now reflecting the inevitable truth of his imminent defeat. In a moment of climactic struggle, our combined might forces Mutanus to the ground. His massive form crumbles, and as the monstrous Murloc falls, the oppressive weight of the nightmare lifts, and Naralex exclaims, "I am awake at last." Silence follows, heavy and meaningful as the shadows retreat and the essence of the nightmare dissipates, leaving behind the promise of renewal for Naralex and the Wailing Caverns. In this moment of quiet victory, Naralex reunites joyfully with his long-lost disciple. Expressing deep gratitude for the bravery of their companions, they vow to continue their work to restore the Barrens. With no time to lose, they transform into
for
eagles
what? The
and
Barrens
soar
get torn
upwards,
apart during the
eager to
Cataclysm?
rejoin their fellow disciples and tackle the challenges that await in the world above. Gather around the fallen Murloc, and let's claim our well-deserved spoils. From his corporeal form are yielded treasures both strange and wondrous. Among these, the mutant-scale breastplate shines with an otherworldly gleam, destined for the one among us who has proven their worth. And there, glowing with a mysterious light, is the Deep Fathom Ring, a mystical artifact hailing from the depths of the Emerald Nightmare, now ready to empower its new owner. May it find a worthy hand among you. But that is not all. As we sift through the remains of the defeated druids of the Fang, a cheer erupts among us. We found the gloves of the Fang. With this last piece, we outfit one of our party members in the complete Embrace the Viper set, wrapping up our adventure in style.
They got all the drops in one run.
As we ascend from the depths of the Wailing Caverns, the fresh air of the Barrens greets us like a long-lost friend.
I don't need farmers, I need peasants.
Reminding us that we have faced the darkness within and emerged stronger. Consider, my brave travelers, which mysteries that lay below our feet resonated most deeply with you. Share your thoughts with your fellow adventurers or jot them down in your explorer's journal. Now that we bid farewell to the echoing cries, a new whisper calls us forth. In a land where water once flowed mightily, now stand spires that pierce the sky. I look forward to our next meeting. Until then, keep exploring, keep adventuring, and stay curious.
Yeah. True. Heard. What's another one he got? What do we got here? What do we got? Stone Talent and Shadowfang. Me do like Shadowfang. Let's hear about his take on Shadowfang. It's the classic.
Fellow adventurers of Azeroth, gather round and lend me your ears, for I have a tale to tell. As your loremaster, I beckon you to the whispering shadows of the Silverpine Forest. Within its moonlit embrace lies a fortress steeped in betrayal and dark allure. Join me as we unravel the mysteries of this historic stronghold, where every stone murmurs tales of old and a savage curse lingers in the air. Welcome to the realm where the howls of the Worgen echo through the night. Welcome to Shadowfang Keep.
Dun dun dun.
Long before it was known by its ominous name, the keep stood proudly as
Peasant.
a symbol of Gilnean strength and nobility. Back then, it was called Silver Lane Keep, named in honor of its founder and ruler, Baron Silverlane. This fortress, perched atop the commanding bluffs, overlooked the quaint village of Pirewood, serving as a guardian against any who dared threaten the peace of Gilneas. The Silver Lane lineage was known for their just rule, ensuring peace and prosperity throughout their lands. As the years passed, dark clouds of war gathered over Lordaeron. The Scourge, a terrifying undead army, swept across the lands, leaving death and desolation in its wake. Shadowfang Keep found itself on the front lines of an unimaginable horror. Baron Silverlane, determined to protect his people, rallied his forces, but they were ill-prepared for the nightmare to come. In desperation, the people of Gilneas turned to Arugal, a reclusive but powerful archmage. Known for his eccentric methods and extensive knowledge of forbidden magics, Arugal proposed a dangerous solution. Ignoring the warnings of the Kirin Tor, and with the reluctant blessing of King Gen Greymane, the wizard summoned the Worgen from the Emerald Dream to battle the Scourge. At first, the Worgen appeared to be their hailed saviors, tearing through the undead ranks with a savage fury. However, their bloodlust was unquenchable. Once the Scourge was crushed, they turned on the Gilneans themselves. Shadowfang Keep became the epicenter of a new nightmare as the beasts overran its defenses, slaughtering the inhabitants, including Baron Silverlane and his family. Haunted by his failure and the devastation he had unleashed, Arugal retreated to the now ruined castle. Racked with guilt, he descended into madness, declaring the Worgen his children and embracing the curse he had brought upon the land. The keep, shrouded in darkness and despair, became a place of dread, its halls echoing with the howls of the damned. It was during this time of chaos that the sorcerer encountered Alpha Prime, the first of the Worgen. Alpha Prime, who had formed the ravenous wolf cult, sought to use the Scythe of Elune to free his Worgen brethren still trapped in the Emerald Dream. Recognizing a shared vision, Arugal joined forces with Alpha Prime, further spreading the Worgen curse throughout Silverpine Forest. The wizard's rule over Shadowfang soon became tyrannical and twisted. He used his dark magics to bolster his control, transforming more unfortunate souls into Worgen and conducting foul experiments. The once noble keep became a den of horrors, feared by all in Silverpine. Its shadow loomed over the land, reminding all of the folly of desperation and the price of meddling with forces beyond comprehension. The tale of Shadowfang Keep became a cautionary legend, a story whispered in the taverns of Pirewood Village and beyond. It stands as a haunted relic, a symbol of the corruption of power and the tragic consequences of despair. The howls of the Worgen and the ghostly wails of the fallen Baron and his household instill fear and terror in all who gaze upon this once great fortress, now lost to the shadows. Near the entrance to the haunted Shadowfang Keep, a band of brave adventurers gather, their eyes set on a daunting task. Before them looms the dilapidated, foreboding stronghold, its aged stone walls overtaken by sinister ivy, the air thick with an eerie silence, broken only by the distant howls and whispers that seem to emanate from within. The keep, a place of legend and dread, holds untold dangers, but the explorers are resolute in their mission.
Oh shit.
With a shared nod of determination, they advance over the weathered bridge and step into the dimly lit interior. The entrance hall, draped in shadows and cobwebs, echoes with their footsteps. As they step inside, their path is barred by a massive gate, behind which Worgen and spectral figures can be seen roaming the courtyard. The gate stands shut, an unspoken challenge to those brave enough to seek entry into the deeper, darker recesses of the keep. Turning right from the main entrance, the adventurers find themselves in a corridor that chills their very bones. The narrow hallways are packed with bleak wargs and Shadowfang white scalps, Worgen creatures with glowing eyes and bared fangs, ready to pounce on the trespassing explorers. These vicious creatures prowl the path ahead, remnants of a twisted experiment now bound to the keep and its malevolent master. The group moves cautiously, reliant on their skills and unity to navigate this perilous section, aware that each step could provoke a deadly skirmish. The tension mounts as they approach Rethilgor, the Cell Keeper. Entrusted by the dark Archmage Arugal, he vigilantly guards the cells holding Deathstalker Adamant, Sorcerer Ashchrome, and Landon Stillwell. In the cells lie the consequences of their actions. Those who boldly attempted to break into Shadowfang Keep, now captives under Rethilgor's strict surveillance. Behind the Worgen, they can glimpse the figures of the imprisoned agents and the party of explorers, aware of the captives' strategic importance, steel themselves for the inevitable clash with this creature of nightmares. The battle with Rethilgor is intense, yet fleeting. His ferocity is unmatched, but the adventurers, with their combined might and strategy, gradually overpower the Worgen. Each strike brings them closer to their goal, and as the Cell Keeper falls, a sense of triumph fills the air. Deathstalker Adamant, with a nod of grudging respect, remarks on the timely demise of the beast, while Sorcerer Ashchrome, despite his disdain of his undead cellmate, finds rare agreement with his unlikely ally. Freed from their confinement, they swiftly move to unlock the doors leading further into the keep. With this first obstacle overcome, the group now readies itself against the greater dangers and hidden truths that await them in the shadows. In the shadow-draped courtyard of the keep, the air is thick with an otherworldly chill. The moon hangs low in the sky, casting a silvery light over the uneven cobblestones. The atmosphere is heavy with the scent of moss and the unspoken tales of the haunted servitors who used to walk these grounds alive. The seemingly peaceful silence of the courtyard is broken only by the howls of Worgen moonwalkers, a sound that sends a shiver down their spines. As the party approaches a stable, the calm ambience shifts, growing colder, more foreboding. Inside, fell steeds and shadow chargers, creatures of myth and legend, stand in wait. Their coats shimmer in the darkness, eyes glowing with a blazing fire, and the group pauses, taking in the sight of these majestic yet formidable beasts. The plan is swift and decisive, and a warrior steps forward, drawing the attention of the stallions with a defiant roar. The battle erupts into chaos, and the stables are filled with the clash of steel, the crackling of magic, and the fierce cries of the beasts. A mage amongst them extends her hands, casting a spell that envelops one of the steeds in a magical glow, momentarily transforming it into a harmless sheep. Through teamwork, the adventurers overcome the challenge.
That's what
the
I
menacing
do.
creatures lay defeated, and the group quickly secures the prized fell steed saddlebags and the eerie stable lantern, essential for their journey ahead. The saddlebags are surprisingly capacious, ideal for storing the various treasures found within the keep. The lantern casts a ghostly glow, promising to reveal the secrets hidden in the shadows and guide their way through the darkest corners of the fortress. After successfully navigating the courtyard of the keep and its stables, the party of adventurers press onward. It has started to rain, and the air grows increasingly heavy with the scent of decay. Emerging from the stables, the group of explorers find themselves in another narrow, dimly lit passage. As they advance, the distant sound of metal scraping against stone grows louder, guiding them to their next formidable encounter. The passage opens into what was once the kitchen of Shadowfang, where Razorclaw the Butcher lurks among the remnants of his gruesome
things
work.
on auction house. That's good.
This simple kitchen is now a grotesque charnel house and the macabre quarters of the butcher's savagery. The evidence of his brutality is unmistakable. Bones scattered across the blood-stained floors, rusted utensils repurposed for nefarious ends, and the lingering acrid smell of death. Razorclaw, having slaughtered many innocents under the command of his master Arugal, turns his baleful gaze upon the intruders. His nickname, the Butcher, is well earned, and he snarls a chilling welcome. The fight commences with the Worgen charging forward, his claws glinting in the torchlight, and the adventurers spring into action, their weapons at the ready. The clash is fierce, and Razorclaw's ferocity is met with the group's well-coordinated tactics. They expertly dodge and retaliate, exploiting the Butcher's every weakness. The tide of battle shifts as the party gains the upper hand, their strikes becoming more confident, more forceful. Razorclaw eventually falters under their relentless assault, his growls turning into whimpers of defeat. In the aftermath of the confrontation, the adventurers catch their breath, the adrenaline slowly ebbing from their veins. Among the spoils, they find Razorclaw's cleaver, a weapon as grueling in appearance as it is impressive. Its heavy blade, stained with the tales of past atrocities, now begins a new chapter, wielded by those who have overcome darkness with valor. With this formidable weapon in their possession, the group prepares to delve deeper into the keep's heart, ready to face whatever horrors await them. The adventurers continue their exploration through the passages of Shadowfang Keep.
Trying to sell something.
Their path, illuminated only by the flickering of candlelight, takes them to what was once the grand dining room of the fortress, a place where laughter and conversation have long since been replaced by an eerie silence. In this noble hall, the group encounters Baron Silverlane. The Baron was the former lord of the keep, where he now haunts the room as a spirit, a tragic remnant of the castle's tumultuous past. His presence is commanding, yet tinged with the sorrow of his downfall at the hands of Archmage Arugal. Accompanied by the ghosts of his servants, he stands as a somber guardian among the remnants of his former glory, the dining room now overrun with the unliving. As the brave explorers ready themselves, the haunting echoes of the past yield to the grim reality of the imminent battle before them. The encounter with the spectral lord of the keep is a challenge unlike anything the party has seen before. His veil of shadow adds a complex layer to the confrontation. This ability casts a shadow curse, enveloping the battleground and significantly reducing the effectiveness of healing spells. It's a dire threat, turning the combat into more than a mere test of strength. It becomes a showdown of wits, strategy, and survival. Realizing the danger, the healers step forward, focusing their efforts on sustaining the warrior bearing the brunt of his assault. As Silverlane finally succumbs, the great hall, still heavy with the aura of his ghostly presence, lightens ever so slightly. In the wake of the battle, the adventurers find themselves rewarded with notable relics from the Baron's past, his scepter and the Silverlane family seal. These items, steeped in history, are not just trophies of their victory, but also symbols of their journey through the halls of the keep. With these new acquisitions, the group prepares to face the remaining challenges of the fortress, their resolve strengthened and their purpose ever clearer.
Ever clearer.
With little time to catch their breath, the adventurers move further into the stronghold. Their next challenge lies in the council room, a place heavy with the weight of history. The spirit of Commander Springvale, a valiant paladin and leader of Baron Silverlane's troops, now haunts these halls. Bound to the place of his untimely end, the ghost seeks to avenge his lord with his unholy strikes, a tragic twist to his once righteous purpose.
Yay.
The commander guards his chambers with vigilance, a spectral figure radiating both nobility and sorrow. And as the party enters, the air thickens with an otherworldly chill. Flanked by his loyal retainers from beyond the grave, this assembly of adversaries presents the next challenge to overcome, and the explorers know they must act decisively. The confrontation begins with a tense energy. The haunted servitors and wailing guardsmen, their ghostly forms barely clinging to this world, are the first targets. The group focuses their efforts, swiftly dispatching the specters before turning their attention to the commander, wielding powers that once served the light. The air in the council room crackles with ethereal energy as Springvale prepares to unleash his abilities.
So that's good.
His hammer of justice, a powerful force from the beyond, becomes his primary weapon against the adventurers, summoning a stunning wave of energy, which each successive blow. The party, alert and agile, anticipates this move.
I know how to get to 25
They expertly dodge and weave through the assault, each member displaying their honed reflexes and battle-hardened instincts. The clash intensifies as Springvale calls upon his holy light, attempting to mend his wounds and prolong the struggle. The explorers, however, are prepared for this as well. They strategically coordinate their efforts, disrupting his focus and cutting through the healing light with precise, forceful strikes, and their attacks leave the commander no chance to recover. In the battle's climax, a flurry of decisive blows begins to overwhelm the paladin, a force that even his tormented spirit cannot withstand, and Springvale's form begins to waver and flicker. As his essence dissipates, a momentary peace settles. The adventurers find the commander's crest and an arced war axe among the remnants, symbols of their victory and tools for their forthcoming challenges. With these in hand, they press on, fortified for the darkness that awaits.
All right, let's repair.
What do you need?
Having vanquished Commander Springvale, the party advances cautiously. Their path leads them across a narrow wooden bridge, clinging to the fortress's rugged walls. This precarious structure, used by soldiers for vigilant watch and patrol, offers a commanding view of the surroundings and the lower-lying Pirewood village. On the other side, they encounter Odo the Blind.
I watched an entire party of people in hardcore jump off the side of that
What
and
now?
die. It was
Watcher,
pretty sad.
a fearsome foe shrouded in
Trust
mystery.
no one.
Odo, despite losing his eyesight,
Beware,
has
our
adapted
enemies
remarkably
abound.
to his environment, much like his two pets, a bloodseeker and a vile
Alright,
bat.
let's go kill the blacksmith.
These creatures, with their keen senses and vicious nature, are the Vorgon's loyal companions in battle. As the adventurers
Get some
engage Odo,
skulls.
his bats swiftly join the fray. The
And
vile
then I will go
pets,
south
capable of
heels.
disarming their foes, prove to be a significant challenge in and of itself. The group tactically positions themselves, readying for the confrontation. The Worgen's resilience quickly becomes apparent, and with each wound he suffers, his sightless temper builds into a howling rage. This primal fury enhances his attack power and causes his form to grow in size, making him an even more fearsome adversary. Each successive howl is more potent than the last, and his pets too are bolstered by this surge. Aware of the escalating threat, the party members exchange quick glances among themselves and swiftly change their strategy. They target the bats first, aiming to weaken Odo's support, before pivoting their full
I feel
focus
like
back to
grouping
him.
up to farm the
The
skulls
strategy
doesn't really
proves
work.
effective, and with his companions
Maybe, because,
defeated,
like, more
the
people
group
killing more
slowly but
things, I
surely
don't know.
wears down the Worgen's own defenses. In a
Like that
final,
works against
concerted
itself.
effort, they overcome the Blind Watcher, his last howl echoing through his chamber as he falls. With their heartbeats still racing, the adventurers regroup and survey the area, and a wave of triumph washes over them. Amidst the remnants of the confrontation, they discover
What I was gonna
Odo's
do
lay
is gonna
staff
get up and
and
get
the
a
girdle of the
drink.
Blind Watcher.
My
Instead of
drink's
hastily
empty.
claiming these items, they take a moment
Must
to
not be
reflect on the shared
dehydrated.
trials of their
Let me get up
journey,
and stretch
each member
before I go back
acknowledging
here
the
and
significance
do
of
all
their
this
victories achieved up to
skulls
this
and
point.
killing a darn blacksmith.
In silent agreement, they leave Odo's
Park
lair
myself in
behind,
fucking inn
continuing
for
their
a
quest
smidgen of rest
and embracing the
experience.
uncertainty of what lies ahead.
Should have thought about it when I was back there.
The adventurers delve ever deeper into the stronghold. As they emerge onto the cold outside ramparts, a sense of anticipation fills the air. Rumors had circulated among them about an elusive spectre, the death-sworn captain, a warrior whose ghostly presence was not always felt in these haunted halls. Many had doubted the tales, dismissing them as mere whispers and ghost stories. Yet as fate would have it, the group soon finds itself face to face with this spectral warrior, his partially visible form still patrolling the ramparts as though bound by an unending call of duty. The encounter with the captain is sudden and intense. His spectral blade gleams with a ghastly light as he engages the explorers without hesitation. His cleaving ability, a sweeping arc of ethereal energy, poses a significant threat, compelling the party members to spread out and avoid clustering together. They skillfully dodge the crippling blows of the captain's hamstring, a tactic that seeks to slow their movements and make them easy targets for his remorseless strikes. His presence
I be right back. I'm gonna get a drink. Put on some jammies. Alright. Spear beat.
Thank you. 1 minute. 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 1 minute.
Alrighty. What the fuck is up, chat? Let's see here. Let's get to level 25.
Is further complicated by the tormented
Continue
officers
our
that accompany him,
lore.
cursing the group at will. The battle
lore
is a
study
dance
here.
of precision and agility. Each member plays a crucial role, overcoming the warrior's tactics and the threat of his cursed companions. Their teamwork and
See, I'm already
focus
6 out of
gradually
30
wear
for the
down
human
their
skulls.
formidable adversary. As the ethereal
And now
form
I
of the
have the
captain
blacksmith
begins to
quest.
waver and fade, the
we're
group
gonna do
feels a
that.
great sense of accomplishment. They have defeated a legend,
Thank
proving
you.
their skill and bravery. Among the spoils, they discover the phantom armor and the haunting
hope your
blade,
grind is going
relics
well.
embodying the captain's might and symbolizing their
Just
victory
out here
over one of
doing
the
these
keep's
darn
oldest
Hillsbrad
myths.
quests.
With the death-sworn
it
commander's
would be
spirit
quite a
laid to
grind.
rest, the adventurers take a moment to regain their
We're
strengths.
getting there.
Despite this being their first foray into this castle,
Surprisingly
a sense
enough,
of pressure hints
with
at the final
everybody being
challenges yet to
around
come.
and
The
not
party's
a lot of
journey
mob
continues,
spawns.
marked by a growing legend
Still
of
not
their
been
own.
that bad.
Leaving the ramparts, the outside bridge leads
Yeah,
the
I'm probably gonna go
explorers
to
to a
Thousand
spiraling
Needles
structure.
as soon as I can.
As they descend the winding stairs, growls start to reverberate through the stairwell,
I just
signaling the
definitely wanna
lurking
get to
beasts in the
25
chamber that
before I let
lies
myself
below. This lair,
go to
a
bed.
den of
I'm
danger,
sleepy,
is the
but
domain of the fearsome sons of Arugal, direct
here.
offspring of the Archmage himself.
we're doing
Amongst
it.
them lurk Shadowfang, Ragetooth Worgen, and Lupine Horrors,
mission.
and the party members tighten the grip on their weapons. But as these adventurers engage in the fierce confrontation with the sons of
We
Arugal,
got this.
it becomes evident that they are not the same group of unseasoned explorers that first entered the stronghold. Honed by the variety of the conflicts presented within the keep,
Oh,
they've
it
become adept
hones
at facing the
you
onslaught,
as you proceed
weathering
through
wave
SFK,
after
does
wave
it?
of challenges thrown
It
their way.
does. I'd say.
Effortlessly countering
pretty-
each curse,
pretty accurate.
they swiftly dispatch their foes and navigate through the chamber. Their path soon leads them to another staircase, marking the next phase of their journey. The stairs lead the group to the main study of Arugal, a room heavy with the scent of old books and shadow magic. It is here they encounter Fenris, the Devourer, a massive warg and the favored pet of the Archmage. This beast guards the knowledge and power contained within the room, its eyes gleaming with a predatory intelligence. The air in the study becomes charged with tension as Fenris detects the presence of the adventurers. The warg launches at the group, unleashing his toxic saliva, a potent ability that saps the strength and energy of its targets. The explorers
Makes me
counter
sound
this with
so
timely maneuvers
vicious.
and getting themselves out of harm's way, minimizing the impact of the warg's corrosive attack. The battle with Fenris is intense and demanding, a true test of their abilities and resolve. Through a combination of strength and teamwork, they gradually overpower the creature, and with a collective might, Fenris the Devourer is defeated, and with a thundering roar that echoes through the halls of
Fenris
the fortress,
must play
the
League.
warg succumbs to his wounds.
Maybe.
Upon hearing the roar of
Is
his
that a name
beloved
of a League
companion,
character?
Arugal himself emerges on the upper level
Or
of
is
the
toxic
library,
saliva,
presenting
like,
the
League
party with their
ability?
first view of Shadowfang Keep's infamous master.
Or is that what toxic?
The
Is that what
Archmage,
League
with a
players
wave
have?
of his
Toxic
hand,
saliva.
calls forth 4 of his Voidwalkers, ethereal beings, and the adventurers spring into action once more. As the last of the Voidwalkers falls, the group finds Fenris's hide and the Black Wolf braces among the
See, about
scattered
this
tomes and
blacksmith,
arcane
this is gonna be
paraphernalia
fun.
of the study. These items, bearing the spirit of the fearsome warg, are valuable additions to their arsenal. Gathering their newfound gear, a gate to the next section of Shadowfang swings open, beckoning them forward on their journey. Entrenched deep within the tower of the keep, the party of adventurers soon finds themselves in a barn-like chamber with a palpable sense of foreboding. Here, they will face Wolfmaster Nandos, the penultimate boss of the fortress.
Nandos.
Surrounded by his pack of lesser wargs, Nandos exudes control and menace, a sentinel guarding the path to the climax of their journey. The room, alive with the low growls and restless movements of the feral beasts, sets the stage for the upcoming confrontation. His command over the wargs is evident, each creature an extension of his will, ready to heed his call to battle. The explorers prepare themselves, knowing the challenge they face is not just Nando's, but the pack that he commands.
Travelers, explorers,
the fight
wanderers,
begins, and the party quickly targets the wargs, understanding the necessity of reducing their numbers before engaging the Wolfmaster directly. As he summons more minions throughout the confrontation, the adventurers respond swiftly, dispatching each new threat while keeping focus on Nando's as the primary target. The battle intensifies, and eventually, through skill and determination, the group succeeds in quelling the pack and turning their full attention to Nando's. With the last of his wargs fallen, the Wolfmaster stands alone, his following diminished, his defenses exposed. Isolated and overpowered, Nando's is finally brought to his knees, marking the end of his reign. In the aftermath of the battle, the chamber falls silent. Among the spoils, the explorers find the feline mantle and the Wolfmaster cape, items imbued with the essence of the Vorgon's command over his subordinates. With the Wolfmaster defeated, the group takes a moment to gather their strength
like how the
and
narrator
prepare
speaks
for the
really
final confrontation.
yeah.
A shared understanding,
It might just be
unspoken
literally
but deeply
one
felt,
high-level
guides them
person
towards
is
the
what it
last
seems
path
like
that
who's,
leads
like,
to
doing
Archmage
this.
Arugal, the architect of Shadowfang Keep's terror. The adventurers, their spirits lifted by their successive victories, exchange a brief nod. In that silent gesture, they recognize the long journey they've endured together. Poised and ready, they move towards the ultimate challenge that awaits them in the endmost chamber of this fortress. In the very heart of Shadowfang Keep, the explorers find themselves at the threshold of the final confrontation.
Decided this whole narration
The
while
last
boosting
and
a
most
group.
formidable challenge
Yeah,
awaits
just
them in the form
got
of
bored with it.
Archmage
I don't do this while we're
Arugal
doing
himself,
this.
the mastermind behind the horrors that have plagued the stronghold and its
There he
inhabitants,
is.
and the culmination of their efforts. Arugal, a former mage of Dalaran, now resides within the deepest chamber of the keep, consumed by his dark experiments and the Worgen curse he has unleashed upon the world. The group steps onto the raised platform of his lair, and below them, 3 Worgen descendants prowl, unaware of the impending clash of steel and spells. They execute a calculated move, drawing the minions away and dispatching them with precision, clearing the path to their primary target. The Archmage stands across from them,
He came over
an
to
imposing
salute me
figure
with
with a
respect,
reputation
like,
for quickly incapacitating unprepared adventurers.
I'm just gonna...
The warrior of the party, bolstered by his heavy armor, prepares to withstand Arugal's thundershock, while the healers ready themselves for continuous and intense support. The group's priest and warlock focus on draining his mana reserves. This tactic is crucial for impeding his ability to unleash his Void Bolts, a spell that inflicts severe shadow damage. As the battle commences, Arugal's voice booms, "Release your rage," turning one of the heroes into a vicious Worgen. The other members react swiftly, using fear spells to control the situation, understanding that this transformation is not permanent.
Yeah, I
The
really
Dark
like
Wizard's
SFK.
ability to
The
teleport
dungeons before
adds
it
to
are
the
like,
chaos,
they're all right,
necessitating
but
quick reactions and strategic positioning from the explorers.
it's my fave.
They utilize every tool at their
vibes are
disposal,
primo.
and as Arugal's mana pools dwindle and his attacks become less frequent, the adventurers sense their opportunity. With a final push, they overpower the once mighty wizard, his defeat marking not just the end of a conclusive battle,
I'll get my
but
good
also
gear.
a significant milestone
Really
in
need
their
the rope
journey
from
through
there.
Azeroth.
Now that I'm level 24, I'll
In
be
the
able to wear
aftermath
it.
of their epic encounter, the group carefully sifts
Yeah, I'm
through
just
the
like
remnants of their
too
victory.
lazy to go
Among the
enlist
relics,
myself to
they
do it
uncover
right
the
now.
Archmage's
I'm
robes,
probably just
his
gonna get
belt,
25
and the
off
meteor
these
shard,
quests,
items that are far
yeah.
more than mere spoils of combat.
I have a
Each
little
item,
plan here.
once a symbol of obscure rule, now marks a new chapter for the fortress, its curse lifted by their bravery. The heroes take a moment to reflect on their journey, the challenges they faced, and the strength they found within themselves. With Shadowfang Keep now rid of its Dark Master, they prepare to emerge from its shadowed halls, their mission accomplished, and their legend cemented in the history of their adventures. Following his downfall, Shadowfang Keep underwent a dramatic transformation, and Arugal's story took a sinister turn. In a dark twist of fate, he was resurrected by the Lich King and transported to Shadowfang Tower, situated on Blood Moon Isle near the Grisly Hills. Here, his illicit sorcery flourished once more, spreading the Worgen curse throughout
even if I don't reach it.
Meanwhile, the Gilnean nobleman Vincent Godfrey seized control of the abandoned fortress, betraying both his homeland of Gilneas and the Forsaken who had raised him from the dead. Godfrey, along with his allies Baron Ashbury and Lord Walden, converted the castle into a bastion of disloyalty, marking a new chapter in the dungeon's history. Amidst these turbulent times, the keep also became the unlikely setting for the peculiar activities of the Crown Chemical Company. Under the guise of celebrating love and intimacy, Apothecary Hummel and his associates conduct their less than romantic experiments in the courtyard. This annual masquerade, however, was eventually dismantled by detectives of the Steamweedle cartel. Emerging from the halls of Shadowfang, the adventurers carry with them a sense of hard-won victory, tempered with exhaustion. The defeat of the wizard and his minions marks a significant blow to the forces of the wolf cult. Their journey back through the winding paths of Silverpine is one of reflection on the confrontations they've endured and the secrets they have discovered within the stone walls of the keep. Dusk falls over the land, and the adventurers go their separate ways, each carrying with them the haunting memories of the castle and its ghostly battles. Their deeds are now woven into the realm's folklore, and in the moonlit shadows of the forest, they venture forth, their heads held high and with eyes set on new horizons. As the Lawmaster of Shadowfang Keep, I am honored to have escorted you through its shadowed halls until our paths.
I liked it. It's alright. Pretty good. What else we got here? Do we not do Stone Talon yet? Let's do his Stone Talon. They kinda do. Yeah. Just gonna snag this over here.
Set out on a journey through the towering peaks and verdant valleys of Stone Talon Mountains, brave travelers, and behold the breathtaking vistas that unfold before us. Join me, the Lawmaster of these contested heights, where the many trails and hidden caves hold secrets waiting to be unveiled. Prepare yourself for encounters with both the forces of nature and the conflicts that shape this land, where we shall navigate the intricate narratives that weave through the mountains of Stone Talon, revealing the enduring spirit of its peoples and the sacred connections that bind them to this untamed wilderness.
Of dropping a skull for some reason.
In times unmarked by the quills of the wise, this vast area was but a series of gentle hills. Little is known of these ancient times, shrouded in mystery and the mists of creation itself. The cataclysmic event known as the Sundering reshaped the very fabric of the world.
It's not fun.
The once serene hills were thrust upward, as if by the hands of the gods, transforming into the jagged peaks and sprawling canyons we know today. This monumental upheaval birthed the Stone Talon Mountains, forging a landscape of breathtaking beauty and perilous terrain. Amidst this chaos, the Harpies claimed these heights as their ancestral home, a species of hunting birds that still inhabit these cliffs to this very day. After the world found its balance once more, the Night Elves and the Tauren, drawn by the rhythms of the natural world, discovered a shared sanctuary in the mountain's protective embrace. Stone Talon became a land of sacred groves and ancient rites, where both races lived in harmony with the land and each other for centuries. It was a world unmarked by the strife and turmoil that would come to define its future. The Third War saw these mountains become a crucible of unity in the face of annihilation. Here, the Horde and the Alliance stood together, a beacon of cooperation against the demonic forces of the Burning
Imagine
Legion,
having no skull. Half
demonstrating
of them
that
don't.
even the fiercest of enemies can find common ground when the world itself is at stake. Yet,
Really?
peace is a fleeting dream in Azeroth, and the once existing bonds between the Horde and the Alliance have been severely tested, frayed by ongoing tensions and rivalries, leaving a fragile truce hanging by a thread. Amidst this backdrop, the Stone Talon Mountains have since faced a new peril brought forth by the Venture Company. Driven by greed, this goblin-run cartel has scarred the landscape, their relentless pursuit of Azeroth's riches leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Today, the mountains remain a contested and dangerous area, rich in lore and legend.
Nom.
Its history of conflict, natural beauty, and hazardous terrain
Yeah.
continues to attract adventurers,
And they do,
settlers,
that's for sure.
and those seeking to exploit its resources. So come, explore
So
the
come.
contrasting beauty of the surrounding
Why does he
environment,
keep saying
scale
that?
its rugged peaks, and let us uncover the secrets hidden within the ravines that mark the wild spirit of this land, where every path holds a story waiting to be uncovered. In the heart of Kalimdor lies a region of untamed wilderness and soaring heights, a place where the earth touches the sky. This range of towering peaks
Ah, yes,
forms a
my
rugged
favorite
span across the
leveling
land,
area.
sheltering
So
diverse
come.
ecosystems within its embrace, and serves as a natural bridge between the contrasting landscapes of the continent. To the north of the Stone
I
Talon
knew it.
Mountains
I hate
lies
it here.
Ashenvale, a vast forest brimming with life hidden beneath its canopy, where ancient ruins lie veiled in thick foliage and serene glades offer a tranquil retreat from the world outside. Due east, the scenery transforms into the arid expanses of the Barrens. This vast savanna, with its wide open skies and sun-baked earth stretching towards the horizon,
That's
is a
the
land of
stuff.
survival and endurance, where water is scarce and the heat of the sun is relentless. Further south lies Desolus, a solitary and desolate plain that seems forgotten by time. Desolus presents a landscape of expansive terrains, sparse vegetation, and the relentless wind that sweeps across its wide, open spaces. Located at
tired
the
of this
heart of the
man
region is
fucking me
Stone
over
Talon
like
Peak,
this.
the tallest and most revered mountain,
Very rude.
crowned with thick forests and overlooking the surrounding vistas. This sacred monument has been a place of quiet majesty for centuries,
hate it here.
where the night elves and Tauren have long come to commune with the spirits of nature. However, not all of Stone Talon's tale is one of
I
natural
hate
beauty.
it.
As one travels southward, the evergreens give way to less forested areas, where only sparse trees dare to take root. The Venture Company, with its insatiable hunger for resources, has left
Mana.
deep scars upon the land, particularly in the Charred Vale and at Windshear
Okay,
Crag,
whatever.
illustrating the cost of greed
Fucking mana,
through its
dude.
reckless logging and mining operations.
Ridiculous.
Despite these challenges, the mountains remain a sanctuary for an astonishing variety of wildlife, including chimeras, harpies, and dangerous spiders. From the elusive wyverns
The
that
sad
nest
thing is
around
I
Murkfallen
truly
Lake,
probably could
to the
play
thunder
hardcore.
lizards that rumble through the
Especially with
valleys
all these kind of
prehistoric
people.
might,
If
life in its
hardcore has
myriad
this many
forms
people in this
continues to
area,
thrive
that's
amidst
some easy
adversity.
shit. Thing about
As
it is,
dawn
if this
breaks
was
over the
hardcore,
horizon,
all these people
one
wouldn't be
cannot
running
help but
around as
feel a
bold
deep
as they
sense
are.
of connection
This
to
area,
ancient
I
land,
do not think it's
where
the
every
same
stone
way.
and stream
I bet there's
tells a
not a
story
lot
of
of people
struggle
running
and
around
hope.
here.
The first light of day gently brushes the peaks of the Stone Talon
But I might be
Mountains,
wrong.
casting
I
a
haven't
golden
watched
glow
anyone who was
across the
particularly in this
landscape.
area while they were playing hardcore.
These mountains stand
I might be
as
absolutely
guardians
wrong.
of history,
You know,
reaching towards the sky
but-
as a tribute to the natural world. where
Like,
its
this area is
geography and
definitely not a
environment
fuck around
weave
area
together a
if you were
complex
playing
narrative
hardcore.
of life, loss, and rebirth. It is a chapter in the larger story of a world that continues to evolve, a reminder of the delicate balance that sustains all beings and the responsibility of all who walk this earth to protect and preserve it for generations to come.
I just have shit gear, really. That's why I hit so hard.
With the sunrise warming their backs, a band of Horde explorers trudges along the Webwinder path.
Free haircut. What are you
The
doing
Greatwood
out here,
Vale,
man?
now illuminated
Just
by the
dragging
soft morning
everything
light,
across the
welcomes
map.
them
Like,
into
what?
its embrace.
What are you
Upon
doing?
reaching the border to the Stone Talon Mountains, the adventurers stumble upon Macabre Flathoof, a Tauren of imposing stature. He appears weary yet resolute, his eyes reflecting a mix of relief and sorrow. Macabre recounts a harrowing escape from Camp Aparaji, his Tauran village just up the road, now smouldering ruins, overrun by the merciless Grim Totem tribe. His voice, heavy with grief, speaks of the night when Grundig Darkcloud and his followers descended upon his village, setting it ablaze and slaughtering those who could not flee in time. In the ensuing chaos, Macabre found himself cut off from his daughter Kaya, left uncertain whether she managed to escape
got done
or fell
doing those
victim
quests.
to the assault. Determined to aid the Tauran and avenge the fallen, the adventurers vow to confront the Grim Totem menace. The tribe seeks to purge Kalimdor of lesser races and reclaim their ancestral lands. They often resort to unprovoked violence and chaos, an aggressive extreme of the usually pacifistic Tauran. The group learns from Macabre that the aggressor's strength is concentrated at Grim Totem Post, a fortified encampment from which they launch their brutal raids. He describes the varied forces of the clan: brutes, ruffians, sorcerers and mercenaries, all loyal to their fierce chieftain. In the seclusion of the stronghold, where casual intruders dare not tread, lies Grundig's tent of operations, which now also serves as the prison of Kaya Flathoof. Her presence, although alive, remains hidden amidst the chaos of the Grim Totem encampment, awaiting discovery by those who dare to challenge the tribe's tyranny. Yet, her fate remains uncertain, a flickering beacon of hope,
Alright, halfway.
yearning for the day she can reunite with her worrisome
Peasant
father.
takes his job too seriously. Rip.
As we
Oh,
continue
got to
our
20
journey,
and then she
the
died
lush
and then died
forested
again at
valley
level
of the
10.
Stone
That
Talon
sucks. Yeah, I
Mountains
tend to
breathes
die
life around us,
like right
a stark
around,
contrast to
you
the
know,
arid expanses of
anywhere
the
between
barrens we have
level
just left behind.
9 and
With
13
lifted
are like
spirits by the
my
sight of
bad, my
verdant
sore
growth,
levels.
we remain wary, for we have been warned of
Because
the
I just
dangers
try to
lurking
do things
nearby.
and I'm a bit like too
Not even
bold,
a
like just
stone's
trying to get
throw
over that
away,
level
we come
10
across
sort of
Malaka
hump.
Jin, a settlement
And
of the
especially
Dark
if you're not
Spirit
able to
tribe.
do any dungeons, which
This
is like
small
quite scary to
community
do
of
so
troll
if you're
hunters,
playing hardcore
skilled
and you're
in
not
their
playing with a
craft,
group of people that you
provide for
know.
their
Like I
village
wouldn't,
through the
when I
sale
played
of
that
their
level
wild
19
catches
priest,
to passing horde adventure.
I did not do Rage Fire Chasm or anything like that. So I got to level 19, no dungeon, no Wailing Caverns, no nothing. I just did quests, the level 19 on the priest that I got to. And yeah, I was like, I was a little bit into level 19. I was thinking about getting to 20 and I was like, this is just so hard not doing any dungeons. And I don't have people that I trust to play with, so I'm just like, meh. Like, that's the main thing, is like without that dungeon gear, like, there's a lot. I don't even know how I did it. I don't even know how I got to fucking 19 without dying. Like, very amazed at myself when I think about it.
Is a lively center of
But I
commerce,
was playing a
where
priest, so
tales
like
of the
I
hunter
would have just had to
exchanged
play
as
really
freely as the goods
stupid,
on offer,
is all.
and the air is filled with the rich aroma
Yeah.
of cooking fires and the sounds
Yeah, like
of troll
doing
chatter.
definitely help.
Deep within
It's
a
like you
cave
lose
in
your
the
duo
eastern
and
part
you're
of
just
the
like so
village,
fucked.
a more somber scene unfolds.
You know.
Witch Doctor Jinzil, a figure of both respect
that
and
Briarthorn
fear
for real?
among
Can
his
I pick
people,
that?
presides over his domain.
Can I?
Surrounded by cages
I
holding his
can't.
night elven prisoners,
Ooh, I'm so mad at
captured
myself.
in the ongoing conflicts of the region, he prepares for a dark ritual. The cave, illuminated by the eerie glow of torchlight, echoes with the whispers of
Really
the
need to get
jungle
my
trolls'
herbalism up.
incantations.
That's what I'll do
In
tomorrow.
a chilling act
I'm
of
gonna like
savagery,
situate my
he uses his profound
herbalism
expertise
and my alchemy
in
off
potions
stream.
and curses in macabre
that sort of boring
experiments
shit.
aimed at uncovering secrets held by his captives. Jinzil releases his concoction, a lethal poison that claims the lives of the imprisoned
Yeah,
elves.
I know. Well,
As
I just
their
need to
wisps
use
ascend,
it for my
leaving
alchemy.
behind the mortal world, the cave transforms into a grim marker of the witch doctor's power and the delicate equilibrium between warfare and harmony in the Stone Talon Mountains. This event casts a long shadow over the village, highlighting the intricate web of challenges and repercussions stemming from the perpetual conflicts in these ancient lands.
Yeah, all these footmen stand on top of each other.
We continue our journey along a path alive with the sounds of nature. Spiders scuttle in the underbrush, rams graze on the sparse vegetation, and the distant roar of thunder lizards echoes through the air. Critters of all kinds dart across the road, contributing
said
to the symphony
critters,
of natural sound.
When he said critters, I like my brain registered as like critting. you know, like people who crit like critters. I'm like, huh?
Hounds that
And I was like,
accompany those who
oh.
travel in this wild domain. Not far from the main road, Boulderslide Ravine breaks the monotony of the surrounding mountain ranges. This narrow gorge, rich in mining nodes, guides us deeper into the Boulderslide caverns. Illuminated by
Yeah, I
flickering
mean, if
torches,
you're down
the
to
smallest
tank
cavern
things,
reveals
like,
walls adorned with tribal
it's a
art,
play.
possibly crafted
Because
by
of the way
Tauren
that it's so
forebears.
easy to get into the dungeons and
Around,
stuff.
long-forgotten barrels lie scattered, telling tales
I would
of a
definitely
past
just
now
prio
silent.
getting like good gear,
Deep within the
and
opposite
then
caverns, the atmosphere shifts.
just do
Here,
quests that are really
kobolds scurry
easy
about,
in
their
between.
eyes gleaming
Like
as
only
they
do
diligently mine the resonite
kill
minerals,
requirement.
a rare,
Do
glowing
not do
purple crystal
quests as a
infused with
warrior
earthen magic.
that are drop
These undergrounds are their
like this
kingdom,
human skull
and
quest.
they-
If you were a warrior, I would tell you do not do it. And same thing as like a healer, like a priest or something, and you're like by yourself. Like maybe if you like run around and invite people to a group, then definitely.
Guard their
Then yeah,
treasures
and there's a
fiercely.
bunch of people playing,
But
so
the
you
true
can totally
marvel
do
lies
that.
hidden deeper within,
I'm doing this by
where a
myself because I'm
resonite cast
being an
houses
XP whore and I'm
Gogorok,
sucking
a
all the
slumbering
XP from
earthen
every kill for
deity
myself.
worshipped by the kobolds. The
Now,
air
could
is
it get
thick
done
with
faster
anticipation,
with other
as if the
people?
cavern
Maybe.
itself awaits the awakening
But
of
do
its
I give a
guardian.
fuck? Not really.
The road winds further, leading us to the entrance of Sishir Canyon. The canyon has long since succumbed
Because
to
the thing
deep
with this
moss
quest too
spiders.
is like if I'm sharing
presence
loot with
is
people, then
overwhelming.
they're picking up
Eggs
stuff.
and webbing coat
And what
every
the game
surface,
does sometimes
creating a
is
snare
cryo
of
someone else
impending
over
doom.
you, so it just gives
As
them
one
all
travels
the
into the
loot for the
canyon,
quest,
the
and then it
silence
starts
is
giving it to
deafening.
you. And the
The only
person that you do
sound
the
is the
quest with
soft
have
tread of
every right to
footsteps on
leave
the
once they
web-covered
get what they
ground.
need. And then you're doing
This
it by
is no
yourself
place for
anyways,
the
so like what's the
faint-hearted,
fucking point?
for
So
it
that's
is
why
the
I don't
domain
team
of
up with people
Besseleth,
for stuff like
the
this.
monstrous orange-brown tarantula that reigns supreme over her kin. With a bounty on her head,
I've
it
learned my
beckons
lesson
the
with
bold
that
to her
one.
lair.
So
Yet,
a little bit
as
of an
the
XP
challenge is
whore,
cast,
but
one can't help but
mainly
wonder
because
who will
the
dare
way
to
that the
answer
loot
it.
works.
Will the might of Besseleth be met, or will the canyon's silence
What you
swallow
can
the
do though is
ambitions of
invite
these
people to
would-be
your own
heroes
group and
whole?
set it on free for all and just steal everybody's loot. If they don't realize that it's on
The
free for all
road
and you're
twists
doing
and
that, you'll
turns,
actually like get the
leading us
loot really
eastward
fast, and then
towards
you
the
just
bare
leave the group.
expanse of Windshear
Fuck
Crag,
people over
a
really bad if
stark
you do that,
reminder
but
of the
yeah,
cost
like
of
that's the
unchecked
thing.
industry. Once a lush, old-growth forest situated near the border of Ashenvale, the crag now lies barren. The landscape is a tragic tableau of tree stumps, polluted waters, and the incessant groan of machinery, marking the destructive operations of the venture company's logging expedition. In the southeast corner of the headland, the Windshear mine tunnels deep into
no
the
one
earth,
can.
where
No,
kobolds toil in
that's
search of
not a
smoky iron
bannable thing.
ingots,
That's how the game
oblivious to the
works.
chaos
It's just
above. To the
that
northeast, the
put
Talondeep
the loot
path
on
offers a
free
hidden
for all
journey beneath
when you
the
invite
rugged
somebody to a
terrain,
group.
stretching all the way to Ashenvale.
Just leave it like
a secret
that. They
artery
question or
running through the
whatever. I don't know.
mountainside.
Kick them, invite somebody else.
The
Like,
Black Wolf River carves its way
that's how the
through
game
crag,
works.
bearing the burdens of progress, its once pristine waters now laden with the pollutants from rampant deforestation. The lake, a small body of water once teeming with life, now lies beneath an enormous structure built by the venture company, its surface reflecting the crimson sky above as a mirror to the destruction wrought by one man's ambition. At the center of this devastation, we find Gorenzo Wrenchwhistle, a gnome who has transcended his flesh and blood existence to become a fusion of flesh and machinery, overseeing the operation from his perch near the water wheel. A brilliant engineer in Gnome Regan before radiation
Gnome
and
Regan.
ambition twisted him into a
The way
leper
you said that. I love
Gorenzo's
that.
creation of the Super Reaper 6000
That's pretty
stands as a
good.
monument to his genius and his folly.
I don't
Travelers venturing through the Windshear
believe
Crag
so,
cannot
no.
help but reflect on the contrast between the
Not
venture
that I ever
company's
remembered.
insatiable greed for resources and the
Fucking
fervent
hell.
calls for the protection of nature
The blink makes
by
you go
both
so
the
far, it's
Tauren
ridiculous.
and the Night Elves. As one witnesses the scarred landscapes and contaminated waters, the discord between the drive for technological advancement and the intrinsic value of the natural world becomes painfully apparent. Undeterred by his impact on the environment, Gorenzo watches over his domain, his legacy written in the sawdust and pollution that blankets the valley. The echo of his machinery fades into the distance, leaving behind a lingering question. What mark do we wish to leave on the canvas of the world?
Okay. The video game's
Leaving
making
behind
you
the
ask
Windshear
deep
Crag,
questions
we
like
travel
that? Wow,
west
man.
towards
What
the heart
fucking
of
weed
the
are you
region.
smoking?
Nestled amid the rugged peaks of the Stone Talon Mountains, Sunrock Retreat, with its inviting Tauren-inspired structures, emerges as a serene hub
we just
for
vibe
travelers.
and listen to some lore.
Hidden south of Murkfallen Lake, this settlement is alive with the activity of horde adventurers, and has become a place where warriors and healers alike converge to exchange goods, tales, and plans for the future. Magran
Nice vibe.
Earthbinder, the Tauren leader of the village, carries the weight of his role with a stoic grace. Time and battles have etched deep lines into his face, hardening both his skin and soul. Yet,
Perks
the
of a
serene
2PC
environment of
setup.
Sunrock Retreat offers him solace, a gentle reminder of the Earth Mother's blessings amidst the
Not
turmoil.
that my laptop's hanging in
Magran's
there too
presence
well
is
or
a beacon
anything.
of strength and wisdom for the inhabitants, embodying the resilience and
I think it'll be
determination
doing better
required
once
to
I put a new
overcome
battery
the
in it.
ever-present dangers and threats that pervade
I
the
hope
region.
so.
Among the inhabitants, we happen across Braylin
Breaks
Firehand,
forever.
a figure shrouded in complexity and
cry.
intrigue. She walks among the Horde forces with a hidden agenda. While outwardly Braylin portrays the image of a loyal servant, her true allegiance lies with the wicked machinations of the Shadow Council. Her mission in Stone Talon is as dark as it is ambitious, seeking to unravel the natural protections of the area to harness its magical energies. In contrast to Firehand's destructive path, Tamra Winfield embodies the healing spirit of the Earth Mother. Positioned in a quiet corner of Sunrock Retreat, she dedicates herself to the restoration of the Charred Vale located further inland. Through the collection of Jaya seeds, Tamra works tirelessly to imbue new life into the devastated environment, striving
The way I
to
was
restore
calling
the
those
cycle of
seeds
rebirth
was not
and the
appropriate.
resilience of nature. Her shamanistic rites, invoking the blessings of the ancestral spirits of the land, aim to transform the simple seeds into symbols
Figured I
of
was
hope
saying
and
this.
renewal,
The name
illustrating
of
the
those wrong.
profound connection between the Tauren and the forces of life. Guided by Tamra's wisdom, our path leads us briefly to the serene shores of Murkfallen Lake, an untamed repository for the seeds needed for the restoration of areas yet to
I
explore.
wonder if he'll say that again in this
The
video.
lake itself, a haven of natural beauty, is alive with an array of creatures. Majestic pride-wing wyverns glide through the skies, their nests clinging to the mountainsides, while thunderous lizards roam the banks, each species contributing to the vibrant display of life that defines this
Why can't they
idyllic
just
setting.
respect me?
While our stay at Murkfallen Lake is brief, it leaves an indelible mark on our exploration nonetheless. With the seeds of renewal securely gathered, we travel onward, our journey unfolding
footmen have
endlessly
no respect
before
for
us.
me.
At the far northwestern end of this mountainous terrain, situated within a lush mountain valley, lies Stone Talon
I have
Peak,
no idea.
an
I mean, I'm
alliance
still
settlement
building my skill in it. It's
harmoniously
only at
integrated
68,
into
so
the
maybe
natural
that's
world.
probably something
This
to do with it.
tranquil haven, maintained by the druids of the
It's
nearby
very low
Talon Den,
skill.
acts as a deep connection between the Night Elves and the land they vow to protect. The den itself, a sacred barrow carved into the side of the peak, is home to the Cenarian caretakers and Murkfallen dryads. It is a vital retreat for the many druids to slumber and commune with the Emerald Dream. Within this hallowed space, they seek to align with the rhythms of the natural world, ensuring the balance and vitality of the land around them. Deep within the confines of the den, Brother Ravenoak, a figure of rare sight,
Look at him back.
slumbers in one of the inner chambers. Ravenoak, a Cenarian druid of great renown,
He's
and with a
smacking
deep
him with the
bond with the
staff.
bear spirit, is rarely seen
So
out of bear
stupid.
form, embracing his profound connection to the wilds. Here,
The more you
amidst the
shoot,
ancient
better
trees
get at
and
it. Yeah, now we're
whispering winds,
72.
powerful items are safeguarded, their secrets known only to the den's inhabitants. Yet, beneath their vigilant watch, dark undercurrents stir. Driven by Braylin Firehand's insidious will, she covertly seeks the caches hidden within, each a treasure trove of arcane knowledge and immense power. It falls upon the shoulders of Rinthariel, the keymaster of the den, alongside gatekeeper Cordurus, to vigilantly guard the entrance, ensuring that its secrets remain unspoiled by outside forces.
Where's he
With the gatekeeper's
going?
key, hidden within a small lantern by the doorway, Rinthariel holds the ability to unlock the path to the Talon Den Horde, a culmination of light and magic revealing treasures of untold worth. We set our sights southward, towards the area known as the Charred Vale.
Oh,
The
another
vale was
hunter.
consumed by a monumental devastation.
Dragging
What was
everybody
once a
and their
vibrant
mother
land,
with them.
teeming with life, has been transformed. The forest floors turn to ash, and the air, heavy with the
It's a lot
scent
of
of burnt
hunters.
wood, carries the
It's
weight
actually
of despair.
ridiculous.
Blood fury harpies, their shrieks piercing the somber silence, claim dominion over this blighted
It's like, yeah,
landscape,
you be a hunter, you're gonna be
alongside the emerald
broke,
basilisks
though.
and two-headed chimeras. The arrival
That's why I
of
wasn't
fire
willing
and
to do
earth
it.
elementals, unleashed by the reckless
I'm so
endeavors
damn
of the venture
broke as a
company,
hunter.
has only added to the chaos, their fiery wrath consuming what
work
little
your tail
remains of
off
the ancient trees.
with this profession or
Amidst
something.
this desolation, our
Not me,
thoughts
man.
turn to Tsunaman,
I'm
the
gonna live
water elemental located
princess
at the
treatment
Sunrock
life.
retreat. This noble guardian of
All
the
my
natural
money is gonna
order
be pulled
harbors
right
a
out of
deep
my ass.
disdain for the fire
Portal,
elementals and their
water,
destructive blaze.
Portal,
Representing
food,
the Tribunal
portal,
of the Tides,
water.
his mission to extinguish their presence from
What the
Stone Talon
people
Mountains mirrors our own efforts to heal the Charred Vale. In this moment of reflection, the adventurers suddenly recall Tamara Winfield's wish to see the Vale return to its former splendor. With a sense of urgency, they rummage through their backpacks, finding the enchanted seeds they had almost forgotten about. These seeds, imbued with the power to breathe life into the barren earth, represent a new chapter of hope for the area. Touched by Tamara's healing mission and inspired by Tsunaman's elemental quest for balance, the adventurers step cautiously into the heart of the Vale, determined to restore the cycle of life to this ravaged land by planting the seeds in the many fertile mounds of soil scattered throughout the barren terrain. And now, dear wanderers, as our time in the Stone Talon Mountains comes to an end, we leave behind its towering peaks and steep valleys, carrying with us tales of resilience and exploration,
Love that.
and the beauty witnessed in these remarkable lands.
Thank you.
Our band of brave adventurers, now enriched with the lessons and lore of the region, sets their sights on the horizon.
What else do we got? We got... What about... I feel like... Silver Pine... I know Silver Pine's quite interesting. It's right next door and all from where we're at, you know?
Step closer, travelers, and hearken to the whispers of Silver Pine Forest. Feel the mist cling to your cloak as the ongoing struggle between the Forsaken and the Worgen unfolds beneath these tall, silver-barked pines. Steel yourselves, for the path is fraught with peril, and our journey is one of discovery, where the stories of lost kingdoms are
you
as
are
shadow-laden
training
and
your
rich as the
skills
soil
to
beneath our
pickpocket.
boots.
When your skills
As the humble
higher, and
lawmaster of
depending
this
on the
land,
level
I bid
of
you
the
to
thing
tread
that you are
softly through these
pickpocketing,
ancient woods
is
within
going
the
to
Eastern
determine whether or
Kingdoms.
not you're successful at it. You know how, like, if you pick herbs and you're
In
not
an
good
era
at picking
long
the herb
before
and it can
conflict
fail?
scarred its landscape, Silver Pine Forest was a
I believe
verdant
that's how
region
it
under
works.
the vigilant
I've only
guard
played a
of the
classic
Alliance.
rogue once, though,
It was
but
a
yeah, I
time
believe
of
that's
peace
how it works.
when laughter could be heard from the villages and the woods thrived with life. Alas, the tranquility was not to last. The Third War brought a chilling wind, and with it, the plague of undeath. As the forces of the Lich King invaded, leaving destruction and the stench of death in their wake, the insidious plague did not spare the forest's very essence. The rich canopy turned pale, the trees themselves becoming lifeless, sickened by the spread of undeath. The noble kingdom of Lordaeron, protectors of the realm, fell to ruin, and Silverpine was left to decay, a shadow of its former self.
10 more.
From these ruins, the Forsaken, led by the Banshee Queen Sylvanas Windrunner, arose. They claimed the northern reaches of Silverpine.
Try not to pickpocket things that are higher than your level.
And the living.
Try to do
the Royal Apothecary
like one
Society,
level
agents
under
of the
you,
Forsaken,
and
brought
any
with
under
them
that.
dark alchemical
Highly suggest not
known as
pickpocketing
blight
things
or
your
the
level
plague,
or higher.
in a bid to eradicate
Like pretty
the
much
remaining
do
forces
not
of the Lich
pickpocket
King.
things that are higher level than you.
At the
if you're
same
trying
time, the kingdom of Gilneas locked themselves away from the events of the outside world, including the undead plague, by closing the gates of the immense Greymane Wall. Faced with a grim decision for survival, the denizens of Gilneas unleashed the Worgen onto the forests of Silverpine in a desperate attempt to bolster their defenses against the relentless advance of the undead scourge. When the Worgen curse spread to Gilneas, its citizens transformed into the fearsome Worgen themselves, leading to a
That's not... That's not how it happened. What? What was it? I swear we just watched a video, like... Wasn't the one that was, like, about Sylvanas had something about Gilneas in it or something? I swear we had just learned that, like... Wasn't it... It was the Night Elves. What? I don't know. But... there were Night Elf druids that... Maybe he's, like, picking up at some point.
Civil war within the walls of the city. The people of Pirewood Village, located below Shadowfang Keep in the southwest of Silverpine
But the
Forest,
reason that the reason why the Worgen curse exists is because there was night elves that were, like, druid-like people that, like, lost control, and they were the ones that infected them. And they were inside Gilneas. Like, Gilneas was already locked off. And that's why it stayed there in Gilneas. And he said it like spread to Gilneas, or that's not how it worked. I think he's wrong.
Particularly affected
I feel like
by the
somebody
curse.
else covered this.
It is rumored
and it was...
that these afflicted souls
Where's he getting his
transform into
information
Worgen at night, attacking both the Alliance
yeah, it was
and
pretty much
Horde
elf rabies.
Indiscriminately. Today,
and that makes more sense anyways, the way, like, what the magic is and everything. Also, the other reason why that is definitely, like, what I'm saying has to be right is due to the fact that the people who help the Worgens be able to change back into humans temporarily are night elves. They're night elf druids, the ones who understand the Worgen curse and everything like that, and they're the ones who gave them the ability to switch back and forth so that they don't have to, like, look like that all the time, because that's what druids do. They swap forms.
Including refugees of the shattered Gilnean
so it's like,
kingdom and
like,
learned wizards from the mage
night
city
elves
of
infected
Dalaran.
humans with some
In
sort
the
of
throes
druidism.
of these unending battles, the woods have become a land
and
contested
Worgens
by
can
many.
be druids, exactly.
The land itself is a patchwork
when
of dominion,
they are humans,
with ruins and fields
and
held
it doesn't
by
make
either
sense
the
why
lingering
humans can be
scourge
druids,
or the
but that's
warring
what
factions.
enables them to be humans.
Alliance and
basically,
Forsaken,
they
Worgen
were
and Undead,
who can be
all staking
druids
their
because
claim.
that's the point.
So come, wander through the shrouded glades, delve into the conflict-ridden past, and be part of the legend.
Oh, okay. So that's what I'm saying. I think he picked up. He didn't, like, say, like, what happened before. He, like, picked up at just, like, what happened. So he didn't, like, go, like, all the way back, because it's like lore of Silverpine. I feel like that would be, like, important to, like, say, like, where it came from, like, all the way originally. But I don't know. I guess he just, like, kind of left it out.
Western coastline. This formidable forest finds itself bordered by
I
the
didn't hear
ruins
him
of
say anything
Gilneas
about
to the
night
south,
elves, or maybe I
the
missed it.
haunted
Maybe I
woods
missed
of
what he,
Tirisfal
like, the
Glades
beginning
to the
part.
north,
I don't know.
and the
Maybe I blanked out.
war-torn Hillsbrad foothills to the southeast. The waters of Laudermere Lake act as a natural barrier, guarding the forest's eastern threshold, separating the land from the Alterac Mountains. Silverpine is a realm embraced by a pervading silence that is only shattered by the occasional howls that echo through the silver-bark trees. The soft mists swirl gently near the moist, pine needle-covered earth, carrying with them the rich, evergreen scent of the forest, mixed with an air of decay and malaise. The sky seems to mourn the wood's fate, casting a pale, sorrowful gloom across the land. The terrain of Silverpine is a landscape as diverse as it is dramatic, ranging from deceptively serene flatlands to undulating hills and imposing mountain ranges.
Mage over here
In the
just
northern
mob
reaches
farming,
of the
you know,
forest,
having the time
the
of his
Forsaken
fucking
hold
life.
their dominion.
Must be nice.
These undead beings,
His name is
released from
We
the
Go
Lich
Again.
King's grasp and
You're on the
united
wrong
under
server for that,
Sylvanas
my guy.
Windrunner, claim Silverpine as their own.
Gave up?
Their numbers include the Death Guard,
Maybe he's
a relentless
practicing.
patrol that weaves through
That
the
would be
woods,
solid.
and the Royal
Like, I wouldn't
Apothecary
blame anyone for
Society,
doing that.
whose presence is marked by their...
Like, I would totally not blame someone for, like, if they died, like, trying to mob farm on a AoE mob farm on a mage, and then, like, they died on classic, hardcore, and then they, like, came over here and leveled a mage specifically just to, like, run around and, like, test it. But it's, like, I don't know, it's, like, still not pretty accurate because it's just, like, you are not gonna have the same, like, you better play it exactly the way you're gonna play it over on hardcore and, like, pretty much don't do any dungeon or anything like that. Because, like, he's running around with, like, the rope from SFK and stuff. I'm like, what? What are the chances you're getting that?
A pursuit of alchemical
In hardcore,
horrors.
you got a bunch of people
Despite
playing
the Forsaken's claim, Silverpine is far from peaceful. The forest is a
The
forsaken
Forsaken don't claim nothing. Shut the fuck up. Bitch, you act like you talk to them. You fucking Alliance sympathizer. I don't want to hear it. But aside from what the Alliance claim, bitch, we don't claim nothing. We claim war. Zug in this bitch. What are you talking about?
Taken in the north, and the desperate howls of the Worgen in the south. The wizards of Dalaran, with their increased expeditions, challenge the Forsaken's hold in a bid to unravel the mysteries of the undead plague. The environment here whispers tales of decay. The trees are sickly, their branches clawing at the sky, and a persistent ghostly fog clings to the underbrush. Moss drapes over the forest's overhangs, quivering in the chill air that the breeze carries from the coast.
Quivering in the chill
The earth
air.
itself bears the pallor of blight.
Zug,
The plant
like
life shows the corruption that
Zug,
swept through
thugs.
this land.
That'd be a good guild name.
It is a land
You know
marred
that'd be
by
primo.
remnants of the past. Ruined farmhouses, their
Bet it's already
fields
taken.
overtaken by
That's
rot,
how good it
and
is.
abandoned mines whose depths are best left unexplored dot the landscape. Formidable beasts such as bears and wolves are natural inhabitants of Silverpine. The forest is also home to the Rothide Gnolls, a band of creatures as pitiful as they are savage, marked by the plague's corruption. Their grey, patchy fur and sickly yellow eyes speak of their suffering and their viciousness. From their stronghold on Fenris Isle, they wage an endless guerrilla war against both the Forsaken and any who dare venture too close. The most prominent creatures that roam the forests of Silverpine are the Worgen. They are large, lupine humanoids that walk upright but can run on all fours. The Worgen curse is transmitted through being bitten by or drinking the blood of an inflicted member. Worgen that are unable to control their emotions.
Member? Like what?
Eventually lose all connection to their former lives
like
and become ravenous
member
beasts.
of a guild, right?
This woodland cloaks its secrets in perpetual twilight, where the whispers of the ancients
What
stir
does that
amidst the silvered
mean?
pines.
That's like
It is
quite
a
a
land where
word
survival
to
is a testament to the
use.
resilience of its inhabitants, be they beast, cursed human, or risen unlife. In the hush of the cold breeze and the stillness of the ghostly fog, the forest holds its breath, harboring tales that beckon the courageous to unveil the mysteries long shrouded in its hauntingly beautiful expanse. Our tale unfolds beneath the haunted skies of Lordaeron, where the forsaken Undercity lies hidden in the embrace of the ruins above ground. From the shadowed gates, a fellowship of adventurers emerge, eager to traverse the further reaches of this part of the world.
We got fellowships up in this bitch now. Of the fucking rang.
Silverpine Forest. Arthas's cold and overwhelming shadows linger heavily upon these lands, a relentless tide of death and despair. But in the hearts of the Forsaken, a fierce determination brews. Their path first leads them to the Ivor
There's a lot going on here with everybody running around constantly.
Memories of prosperity and the laughter of farmhands linger like ghosts among the now twisted vines and withered pumpkins. This land, like so many others, fell victim to the mercilessness of the scourge, transforming all it touched into agents of decay. Ivar the Foul, the proud owner of this farm, now roams his plagued lands as a ghoul. The scourge of undeath that ravaged Lordaeron did not spare him, his family, or his workers. They now exist in a ghastly parody of their former lives, their humanity stripped away, leaving only a hunger for the flesh of the living. Nearby, the explorers come across the dead field, another decrepit and abandoned farm. Shrouded in mystery, the fate of its original inhabitants remains unknown, but their
Happened, like, a
absence
few
has given
times
rise to
earlier.
a new and sinister presence.
And it was like, okay.
The Rot-Hide
And then it
Gnolls,
stopped.
vile servants of the Scourge, have claimed this forsaken place as their base. At the heart of the dead field, the group encounters Nightlash, a banshee whose mournful wails echo through the broken fences and barren fields. She seems to command the undead band of gnolls, leading them with a spectral grace that belies her malevolent intent.
Something like this happen.
The increasing number of these gnolls in the area hints at a larger threat at play, a darker plan yet to unfold. Our journey takes us to the shores of the decrepit ferry, where a ghastly discovery awaits.
Gonna be dead.
A boat laden with corpses destined for Fenris Isle. The adventurers come across an inscribed golden ring that says, "For Delia," clutched in the icy grip of a woman recently deceased. When they bring the ring to High Executor Hadric, he tells them that the only nearby source for such a body would be the mass graves of Tirisfal. The Rot-Hide Gnolls must be taking these bodies to Fenris Isle. A lingering question remains: who orchestrates these morbid deeds from the shadows of that cursed isle? As they piece together the evidence,
it was on my internet because my YouTube video ain't stopped or nothing.
Sorcery and restless death. It all leads to the mage Thule Ravenclaw, who is particularly powerful in necromancy. Once a mage of promise before the Third War, Thule fell from grace by pledging himself to the Lich King. Betraying his peers, he stole a wand they had created together, hiding it in Fenris Keep. There, Thule embraced his necrotic sorcery, commanding the Rot-Hide Gnolls and haunting the region with apparitions. Determined to unravel the mystery, the brave adventurers make the crossing and carve a path through the gnoll-infested castle to face Thule himself. In a fierce battle, Thule is defeated, his head taken as evidence of their victory. To everyone's surprise, another head murmurs amongst the slain gnolls. It is the talking head of Alaric. Alaric was the loyal servant and bodyguard to Ravenclaw, who promised him protection against the Scourge, but instead condemned Alaric to a fate worse than death.
What the heck?
He decapitated Alaric, leaving his head for the gnolls' amusement.
Clearly.
Moved by the head's tale, the adventurers take up the morbid charge to bring Alaric's head to the rest of his body, buried unceremoniously in an unmarked grave.
You said it happened earlier, but
the deed is solemn, and Alaric's final resting place gives him comfort. But before the adventurers seal the alcove, Alaric hands the explorers a final item.
Just slowing me down.
A woven wand, intertwined with the fates of Thule's old colleagues. The wand, a symbol of a shattered brotherhood, must now be taken to Bethor Ice Shard in the magic quarter of the Undercity. Bethor is taken aback by the sight of the wand he thought lost to the winds of betrayal. Deciding to honor the past and build a hopeful future, Bethor resolves to repurpose the wand's magic for the protection of Undercity. With a grateful nod to the adventurers, he assures them that their efforts have not only returned a relic, but also helped heal old wounds.
What is going on?
Beneath the rustling of leaves above, our band of adventurers tread determined along the winding paths. Their journey leads them to the western fringes of the forest, to a place steeped in both history and foreboding, the Sepulchre. The Forsaken, those resilient souls bound by undeath yet striving for a place in the world, have claimed this crypt as their base of operations. Its old tombs and mausoleums, once a final resting place for the departed, now pulse with a different kind of life, or something akin to it. As our adventurers enter this enclave, they are greeted by Ren Ferrell, a member of the Royal Apothecary Society of the Forsaken. He sends the travelers to Farinell in Undercity, a master of alchemy, whose experiments hold the key to understanding and perhaps overcoming the plague of scourge that ravaged these lands and seeks to create a new plague using various animal organs as ingredients. The adventurers set off on a quest for the crucial components needed for this deadly brew, also known as Blight, a weapon potent enough to vanquish the scourge and any human threats once and for all. The calculating eyes of apothecary Renferrell gleam with a mix of anticipation and dark satisfaction as the Forsaken explorers return. Each report they deliver, each ingredient they gather, propels them further along a path fraught with moral ambiguity, a new recipe for death. With every stride towards the completion of the new plague, they find themselves more deeply entangled in the Forsaken's intricate web of alchemy, where the line between right and wrong blurs in the pursuit of power and survival in the world of Azeroth.
That's so weird.
Our fellowship of Forsaken adventurers make their way to the Deep Elam mine. Formerly known for its riches, the mine has since fallen into the claws of the Worgen. A dark magic has seeped into its very veins, transforming it into a lair for creatures far removed from the miners who used to toil within its depths. Led by Grimson the Pale, the mine's old foreman, these cursed beings have claimed the mine as their own. The corridors that rang with the sound of pickaxes and laughter are now shrouded in mystery and danger.
What the heck?
In Silverpine Forest, there is one mage in particular whose interests and research have been especially focused on the lupine curse that has befallen the region, Dalar Dawnweaver. Initially an archmage of the Kirin Tor, Dawnweaver's life took a dramatic turn during the Scourge attack on Dalaran. In this catastrophic event, he met his undoing, but was not granted the peace of death. Instead, he was raised as part of the undead army controlled by the Lich King. However, Dalar's story did not end there, and was eventually freed from the Scourge's grasp by the Dark Lady. As a Forsaken, he found a new purpose, aligning himself with their cause. Dawnweaver's aspiration centers on bringing an end to the Worgen reign, seeking to restore balance and safety to the lands he now guards. His focus on this curse is driven by a combination of personal interest in arcane maladies, strategic necessity, and perhaps a sense of responsibility, given his background as a Kirin Tor mage and his understanding of the dangers of unchecked magic. The encounter with the Worgen here is but a glimpse of the dark tide sweeping over Silverpine. The brave souls realize that what they have seen in the mine is only the beginning. In the shadowed corners of Silverpine, more challenges await, and the true extent of the Worgen's curse and its implications for the forest and beyond remain to be fully uncovered. In this land, appearances can be deceiving, and the journey ahead promises revelations that might change their understanding of the Worgen and the forces at play in these woods. As we traverse the dense forests, our footsteps are guided by the rumors and tales of Ambermill Village, a once unassuming human settlement. Its history traces back to the time when it served as a humble lumber harvesting outpost within the kingdom of Gilneas. The tranquility of Ambermill was shattered when the Scourge unleashed their dark forces upon the land, leaving scars that would forever alter its fate. Recognizing its strategic significance, the Wizards of Dalaran moved in and took control of the town.
Like, am I supposed to send them a ticket
The Forsaken explorers discover that
like...
Ambermill is engaging in suspicious activities, notably the shipping crates from Hillsbrad. To uncover the Wizards' plans, the group retrieves a crate, finding maps and a mysterious rune-inscribed pendant inside. They bring the pendant to Shadow Priest Alistair and Dalar Dawnweaver at the Sepulchre. It is revealed that the Wizards aim to reactivate a dormant ley energy node in Ambermill for an unknown but potentially dangerous purpose. To disrupt the mage's operations, the Forsaken band of adventurers confront and defeat the powerful Archmage Eteric, who oversees the ley node's reactivation. The Archmage's defeat halts the magical activity, preventing the immediate threat to the Forsaken in Silverpine Forest. But the presence of such potent energy nearby remains a concern for the future.
Let me play a game.
As the last glimmers of twilight fade over Ambermill, the weary travelers set their sights on the Greymane Wall, the formidable barrier that marks the boundary of the kingdom of Gilneas. Behind its towering presence, secrets churn in the shadows, and a curse whispers on the wind. Constructed by King Gen Greymane to separate his kingdom from the rest of the world, the wall initially served its intended purpose, keeping Gilneas and its citizens safe from the rest of the world and the horrors of the Scourge. As the undead numbers swelled, King Greymane realized that staying idle was no longer an option. It was here that Archmage Arugal presented his desperate gambit, a plan to unleash the feral might of the Worgen against the invading darkness. The Archmage's incantations were potent and wild, and the air crackled with arcane energies as a rift bridged two distant realms. From the Emerald Dream stepped forth the Worgen, creatures of rage and untapped power. As they descended upon the undead, the tide of battle shifted, the scourge buckling under the ferocity of their newfound adversaries. Alpha Prime, the leader of the Worgen, a force of nature in wrathful flesh, led the charge, carving a swath through the undead ranks. For a brief, hopeful moment, the people of Gilneas dared to dream of victory. These beasts, however, were not the saviors they had been hoped to be. The respite they offered was fleeting, as their bloodlust proved indiscriminate, turning against Gilneas and the Scourge alike. The city was thrown into chaos as friend turned on friend, spreading the Worgen curse like wildfire. The Archmage, driven mad with guilt, pledged allegiance to Alpha Prime, ensnaring himself into a web of betrayal. The noble Baron Silverlane, whose keep watched over the village of Pyrewood, could not have fathomed the nightmare that would befall his land. As dusk falls upon Pyrewood, a transformation most grotesque befalls its inhabitants. Here, our travellers bear witness to the curse's cruel bite, an affliction they too may bear, should fate turn its wicked hand. With each nightfall, the line between man and beast blurs, and innocent men and women are turned into the Moonrage Pack, unwittingly expanding the ranks of the Worgen menace.
Do you think you know?
The Worgen's ferocity knew no bounds as they laid siege to the fortress, transforming it to Shadowfang Keep.
I'm dead.
Under the control of Alpha Prime and the maddened Arugal,
thank God for non-hardcore gang.
Village. Within its stone walls, the wolf cult emerged, fixated on finding the elusive scythe of Elune. It is even whispered that the spirit of Baron Silverlane still roams
Why is
the
it?
keep.
You notice that I keep doing
It
that
now
to me?
falls on the shoulders of brave horde adventurers at the behest of Deathstalker
Thank God for
to undertake a
non-hardcore
dire
gang.
mission to assassinate the entire Pyrewood Council.
Skulls
With the
too
Archmage
fast.
distracted inside Shadowfang Keep, the Council's end will sever his control over the cursed villagers, paving the way for the Dark Lady's influence to extend within Silverpine
a bit too fishy.
Forest. As Fairlear and the adventurers prepare to strike, the fate of Pyrewood hangs in the balance, its future resting on the outcome of their secret
stuff like that.
endeavor.
Like, my internet's completely fine, clearly, as I'm sitting here watching a
As our
YouTube
journey
video and
through
stuff.
the mystic and shadowed
like,
paths of Silverpine
imagine
Forest
sitting there
comes to
leveling a
close,
hardcore character
we
and you're
find
doing
ourselves
everything
at the
right, and then
border of
just
the
something like
Hillsbrad
that
foothills,
happens.
where new
Fuck
adventures await.
that, dude. That right
Guided
there
by
is
your
every
humble
incentive
lawmaster,
I need
we've
to
traversed a
not play
realm where the
hardcore.
forsaken battle for control and the Worgen's curse lingers. Holding those memories close, we bid farewell to Silverpine, carrying with us the stories and secrets it revealed. Until our paths cross again in the vast world of Azeroth, dear travelers. May your adventure...
Dear travelers. What else do we got here? I feel like I could listen to him talk about Westfall. I don't know much about Westfall. This will be news to me. Yeah, it's like so... Like, it would be one thing if they said that they had, like, I don't know, a little bit of disconnect protection or whatever. Like, they had some way that they'd be able to tell if you've been disconnected, and that's why you, like you died while basically disconnected, so they'll give you the character back upon something like that, but...
As the Lawmaster
yeah,
of Westfall,
like...
I invite you to delve into the heart of this land, where farming communities stand defiant against adversity. Together, we shall uncover the secrets that lie within the weathered barns and abandoned homesteads, unveiling the legacy
I
of
liked the whole,
that
like, when the
defines this
people,
humble region.
when hardcore started and it was the
In
people
an
who were
era
running
shadowed by the
app,
echoes of past
add-on, whatever
conflicts,
like
before
that,
Westfall
and you
was
could,
ensnared
like,
by the grip of bitter
appeal,
humans and the tumultuous
and if somebody
tides
was, like,
of war,
streaming,
this realm
and they
flourished
sent
as
them,
a
they're like,
beacon of
look, I, like,
prosperity and
disconnected, and they're
sustenance.
like, yeah, you're right, like, that wasn't
Once
your
a
fault,
thriving
so if
expanse
you
that
resurrect,
nourished the
like, we
kingdom
won't
of
count that,
Stormwind,
like, you can just keep
Westfall's
leveling, and you're
fertile
still
fields and
technically, like, a
abundant
hardcore
mines
character.
contributed to the
Like,
support
we'll
of a
honor
realm
that,
recovering from
right?
the ravages of the Second
I feel like
War,
that's
but the whirling
honestly
winds
the
of
way
fate
to go
would soon
about
usher in a time
hardcore.
of turmoil
Like, if the
and
rules were
discord.
like that, I'd be totally
As
fine.
the
I'd
smoke
be like,
of
alright,
battle
I'll
cleared
level a
from the
character, I'll
skies,
try to do
the
it,
Defias
but
Brotherhood emerged from the
I
shadows.
want grace.
Led by the cunning
I
Edwin Van Cleef,
get
the Brotherhood's
disconnected
ambitions led them to
because
clash with the defenders of
I
Elwyn
can't,
Forest,
dude.
only
Or
to
if I
meet
get
with
hardcore
defeat.
griefed or
Seeking
something, like, I
refuge
want
and a new
grace,
realm to claim,
I want mercy.
the Brotherhood's gaze fell upon Westfall.
It is also, I was like, fuck
The
all
soil
that,
of this
dude.
land, already scarred
Because it's
by
genuinely
the Horde's
funny
ravages,
and cool
proved
and, like,
fertile ground for the seeds
high
of
risk,
dissent
high reward
sown
when
by
it's
the
all on
Brotherhood.
you, but
As Stormwind's resources and attention
not when
waned,
other
the
people and other
Defias
outside
Brotherhood
things
seized
can,
their opportunity, launching a ruthless campaign
know,
that left Westfall's
affect
farms
it.
in ruin and its people displaced.
Yeah.
The
Those people are
Brotherhood's ranks,
genius.
composed of thieves
I think
and
it's a
brigands,
crime that those
struck
people, like,
fear into the
they
hearts
basically
of
made no
those who
money or
remained,
anything off
wielding
this
both
entire idea of
superstitious
hardcore
tactics
WoW, if
and
you think about
sabotage
it.
to further
It's
their
not like
grip
Blizzard
over the
thought
land.
about it, really.
The farmers, still haunted by the
You
horrors
know?
of past orcish invasions,
They
could
didn't.
offer little
The
resistance
community
against
kind
the
of
cunning
thunk it up.
and ruthless Brotherhood. With their homes and fields seized, Westfall's inhabitants found themselves at the mercy of this newfound threat. Unbeknownst to the rulers of Stormwind, already grappling with myriad challenges, the true peril posed by Westfall escaped their notice. The rulers' attention was claimed by the looming specters of orcs, undead and demons, leaving the defenseless realm at the mercy of the Brotherhood. Deep beneath the Earth's surface, the leaders of the Defias Brotherhood remain hidden, scheming with danger and deceit. Yet amidst the chaos, a glimmer of hope emerged in the form of the People's Militia. Comprising volunteers from all walks of life, this fledgling military
because it was
force
like from
valiantly
Dota
took
or
up
whatever,
arms
right?
against the Brotherhood's tyranny. As the Alliance sought to mend its fragmented unity, the heroes of the People's Militia embarked on a crusade to reclaim Westfall from the clutches of the insidious Brotherhood. In this land
I know
once
that.
overflowing with abundance,
See, that's how
tale
you
of
know someone's
Westfall
real,
echoes with the poignant reminder that even in the midst of darkness, courage and unity
Oh dear
can
lord, I'm
flourish.
out. Bougie, bye.
Today, the battle for Westfall rages on, an ongoing struggle between those who would liberate the land from oppression and those who seek to maintain their invaded territory.
Okay, whatever.
As adventurers set foot upon its soil, they are beckoned to uncover the truths that lay hidden and to
But yeah,
rise
that's how you
as
know somebody like
champions in
really
the
knows
face
their
of
WoW shit or
adversity.
whatever. If they know that that's
The plains,
that
swept
stuff's
by
kind of
the
correlated.
wind, and the deserted farm fields hold both the weight of a storied past and the potential of a thriving future. Will you answer the call and venture forth into the heart of Westfall's intriguing?
Why do we not ask these questions when you're talking about horde zones? Time and time again, this gentleman has begged people to answer the call for every single one of these alliance zones. And I don't think not fucking once has he asked the audience if he would implore them upon answering the call for the zones that are horde situated. Really need someone who like doesn't have this kind of bias to make some
the land itself, once a
fucking
picturesque
videos,
expanse
you know,
of rolling
it's-
pastures,
this is
has
just
now
propaganda at
transformed
this
into
point.
a harsh new reality.
Just
Yellowed grass
full-blown
and once
propaganda.
fertile fields now harbour mechanical harvest
hear,
watchers
like,
gone rogue and
Alliance
carrion birds
propaganda
that scavenge
station.
the remnants of the barren landscape.
You know,
Westfall, a former gem of agriculture, gave rise to the notorious Defias Brotherhood. These renegades, shrouded in secrecy, exploit their influence over the region. Members
Like
of the
you
Defias
exploit
Brotherhood
these
are scattered
lore
throughout the zone,
stories?
found at many abandoned farms.
your Opinions.
Rumors whisper of a hidden mine controlled by the Brotherhood, a source of their strength nestled within the small town of Moonbrook. Westfall has become a home for various dangerous creatures. Within the desolate grasslands, wild coyotes prowl in search of unsuspecting prey. The region is also inhabited by formidable gore-tusk boars, known for their sharp tusks and robust physique, as well as vulture flesh rippers. These creatures are often pursued for their meat, which plays a crucial role in Westfall's renowned stew. Westfall's climate mimics that of its neighboring Elwyn Forest, with mild temperatures tempered by the winds that howl in from the sea and duskwood.
How do you know what the temperatures are in the fucking video game?
Farmers who still till these lands struggle to maintain their livelihoods.
Who told you that?
Enduring constant threats from bandits
How
and
do you
groups
not
of
know
gnolls.
It could be raining all the fucking time
These
and they just
unbroken plains
didn't put those
offer
pixels
little
in.
resistance to the
It do be
cutting
raining.
gusts, challenging those who call Westfall home. Bordering
Westfall,
Elwyn Forest within the kingdom of Stormwind to the east, Westfall is home to a population of humans who refuse to yield to their oppressors under the Alliance's lacking control of the
26
region.
out of 30.
A rather dangerous footpath also stretches from
Oh yeah, no,
to
earlier
Ravenhill
he
in the shadowy realm of Duskwood.
talked about we talked about
Westfall boasts
Mancrick's
a
wife.
proportionally long
I was screaming
coastline,
about her.
mainly inhabited by murlocs, that is tenderly touched
He
by the
spoiled it
waters
for
of the great
everybody.
seas.
I thought that was bullshit. No
Although
spoiler warning,
Stormwind
nothing.
claims
He just
Westfall as its rightful domain,
explained the entire
the city's
Mancrick's
resources are spread
wife,
thin,
you know,
rendering it unable to mount a
quest
successful reclamation
and how
effort.
she's
The People's
unfortunately
Militia
not with
makes
us
a last
anymore.
stand at Sentinel Hill, rallying those who
Just
are
like
willing
that's
to take
just
up
the
arms
part of the
against
Barons.
Defiers
Aside from
Brotherhood's
Barons
tyranny.
chat, he went over that too.
Yet the struggle against
Yeah, that was-
overwhelming odds continues,
interesting.
and the farmers' calls for Alliance aid often go unanswered. Adventurers journeying to Westfall enter these lands by crossing a small bridge from the woodlands of Elwyn Forest. The transition is stark, from the serenity of one region to the turmoil that plagues the lands ahead. Our arrival coincides with an encounter that underscores the strife that has come to define this place. Here, on the fringes of the region, lies the Furlbrow's Farm. A place once teeming with life has fallen into the clutches of the Defiers Brotherhood. The air is thick with tension and a sense of unease as the once picturesque landscape now bristles with mechanical harvest watchers and ravenous wildlife. Amidst the trouble, we come across the Furlbrows, a couple who chose to depart Westfall after the Defiers Brotherhood overran their farm. Unfortunately, their wagon broke down on the journey to Elwyn Forest.
Damn, that's rough.
Verna Furlbrow, a warm-hearted farm woman, shares her tale with passing adventurers. Her horse...
She does what? She shares what? With passing adventure?
Old Blanchy hasn't eaten for days, burdened by weariness and the marks of countless journeys.
I feel like he could have
Verna asks for a small kindness
used a
to
different
fetch oats from the fields to revive old Blanchy's spirit. The travellers, moved by the bond between them,
I don't know,
agree.
she's out here sharing
With
tale
each
with
handful of
everybody
oats,
who passed
the
on
weary
by.
horse's vitality
Damn, I think I
rekindled,
need to take a
proving
trip
the
to
power
Westfall.
of a simple act of
Shit, okay.
Theodore Furlbrow, with a heavy heart, sought the return of his stolen pocket watch, an heirloom lost in the chaos that had befallen Furlbrow's pumpkin patch. Farmer Furlbrow, his voice tinged with sorrow, recounts the story to any willing ear. The pocket watch was a gift from Verna Furlbrow's father on the day of their wedding. Along the fields where pumpkins once thrived, the watch now lay hidden within a wardrobe, guarded by Benny Blanco, a bandit in service of the Defiers Brotherhood. With unwavering resolve, the travelers confront Benny Blanco, recovering the cherished item. The pocket watch, a symbol of love and commitment, had weathered the storm, patiently awaiting its reunion with its rightful owner.
That's cool.
With the item held close, the traveler retraced their steps to the farm, returning it to Theodore Furlbrow. Our journey leads us further inland to the Saldine Farm, an anomaly in Westfall. Unlike most other farms that fell victim to the Brotherhood's clutches, this homestead remained standing, albeit surrounded by fields patrolled by the Defiers Harvest Watchers. Farmer Saldine and his wife Salma, unwavering in their determination, refuse to abandon their home. Despite the ever-present danger, their farmhouse doubled as a haven for weary travelers, becoming a refuge of hope in these troubled times. The farmer, an artisan bread baker and salesman, seeks our aid in reclaiming his farm from the iron grip of the malfunctioning automatons. He implores a willing soul to aid him in this quest, setting forth the task of vanquishing the harvest watchers, the unwelcome intruders who have claimed the farmland. With purpose in their stride, the chosen adventurers embark on this undertaking, battling against the odds to restore the land to its rightful state. As days passed, the travelers worked tirelessly to rid the farm grounds of the mechanical watchers, facing the challenges of the land head-on. Gratitude filled the farmer's words as he rewarded the adventurer, hoping that their valiant effort might herald the return of prosperity to Westfall. By his side stands his wife, Salma Saldine, a fierce and steadfast woman. Salma seeks assistance in creating the famed Westfall stew, a culinary masterpiece that relies on a medley of ingredients, including a couple of portions of stringy vulture meat, some gore tusk snouts, a few murloc eyes, and a handful of okra.
That sounds
The
delicious.
desire to craft this dish reflects the couple's commitment to their home and guests, weaving a tale of communal support.
Oh, does it
As
now?
the aromatic blend of ingredients melds together, a bond forms between the helpers and the Saldines, culminating in a rewarding feast and a shared sense of achievement. While we are on the verge of leaving the Saldine farm, an unexpected encounter unfolds. A cheerful chicken approaches us, its feathers ruffling gently in the breeze. It trails alongside, casting curious
Feathers
glances
ruffling
at Farmer
gently in the
Saldine,
breeze.
occasionally
Like,
pecking the ground with its
what?
beak and shuffling its feet in a playful manner. There's an air of purpose about the bird. Its gaze locks onto you for a moment, and then it begins to carve into the earth with its sharp claws.
Oh, I know.
Intriguingly,
Okay, I
it's
know what
shaping
Birdie's
the
talking
letters
about.
as if spelling out a message.
I know.
The
yeah,
letters
yeah,
formed
yeah.
look oddly familiar. Saldean. Before you realize what happened, the chicken pivots away, resuming its typical activities.
I actually know about that quest.
Just then, Farmer Saldine approaches us with a knowing smile. This chicken is a cherished member of the farm, and it thrives on the special chicken feed that can exclusively be purchased from none other than Farmer Saldine himself. He is the sole vendor of this unique product within the entire Alliance faction. Casting a fond gaze at the chicken, you set down a portion of the feed, which the bird eagerly devours. However, a sudden change comes over the chicken. It glances around with a hint of alarm, uncomfortably shuffling back and forth. Acting on your instincts, you bend down to inspect beneath the feathered creature. A heartwarming surprise awaits. An adorable companion emerges from the protection of an eggshell. The adventurers are overcome with joy, knowing that this newfound friend will accompany them on their journey through the upcoming adventures that still await us in this part of the world of Azeroth.
I definitely
Venturing to
didn't at
Westfall's
one
southeastern
point
fringes,
make an Alliance character. So, okay, if you look up what is the easiest companions in the game to get, and this was, you know, like in TBC probably that I looked this up, the chicken is listed as one of them, but you have to be Alliance. And so what I did was I went and I got myself a chicken, and then I put it on the auction house for myself, and then I quickly went and I bought it for myself, and that's how I had a chicken.
Path leads us to Claven's Tower, a shadowy sentinel that dominates the landscape. Named after its rogue master, Claven Mortwake, the tower is situated near the Nasferiti River and to the north of the Dagger Hills. It has become notorious for its association with Defias Brotherhood activities, including smuggling stolen goods from the Red Ridge Mountains. This mage tower's reputation has led it to also be referred to as the Defias Tower. As the leader of Stormwind's intelligence division, Matthias Shaw is summoning brave adventurers to journey into the towering structure and confront its resident leader.
I just need one
After becoming
more.
a member
Like,
of the
come
Defias
on.
Brotherhood, Claven Mortwake managed to acquire a Zanzil poison through the Venture Company, which possesses the eerie ability to raise the dead. This is exemplified by the malformed Defias drones. Originally dispatched by Matthias to eliminate Mortwig, the agent was instead discovered safeguarding the tower as an undead atrocity. The traveler's mission was clear: infiltrate the area, obtain the Defias tower key from an undead guardian, and uncover the secrets harbored within a chest in the top of the tower. The Zanzil trolls of Stranglethorn held the power to raise the dead through poison. With newfound knowledge, the traveler returned to Matthias Shore, the bearer of revelations that could shift the balance of power in this tumulus region. Nestled in the heart of Westfall, we come across Sentinel Hill, a testament to the Alliance's resilience. At the pinnacle of Sentinel Hill, the Sentinel Tower acts as a guardian, its watchful gaze surveying the surrounding landscape. Within the tower's sturdy walls reside the leaders of the People's Militia, a group led by the resolute Gryan Stoutmantle. As a human paladin hailing from the esteemed Order of the Silver Hand, Stoutmantle's presence exudes authority and righteousness. He isn't just a commander, he is the embodiment of the Alliance's commitment to justice. From his vantage point,
he might be one of the only ones.
Stoutmantle orchestrates the People's Militia's efforts to mend the wounds inflicted by the Defias Brotherhood, whose actions had plunged Westfall into chaos. During a fateful encounter with the Defias courier, the adventurers intercept a message confirming Van Cleef's identity and cementing Gryan's suspicions. Through meticulous detective work, Stoutmantle unraveled the Brotherhood's sinister ties and identified Edwin Van Cleef as the kingpin of the Defias organization. Simultaneously, the People's Militia apprehended a Defias traitor who disclosed the long-concealed location of the Brotherhood's elusive hideout. Emboldened by the
right there in one of the only buildings around.
With the People's Militia and embarked on a journey that would reshape the course of the Brotherhood's narrative. Our resolute steps led us to the seemingly abandoned town of Moonbrook, where the invaluable information gleaned from the Defias traitor directs us to the entrance of the Dead Mines, cunningly concealed beneath the very foundations of Moonbrook. Beneath the surface of Westfall and stretching into the northwestern reaches of Stranglethorn Vale lies the intricate labyrinth known as the Dead Mines. It is within these shadowed passages that the Defias Brotherhood's intricate machinations
we'll definitely be hitting 25. I'm at 60%.
Edwin Van Cleef.
No worries.
Edwin Van Cleef,
now
once
that
the
we're
spearhead
free
of
of
the
that
Stonemasons
quest,
Guild,
I have
held a
some
pivotal role in
tricks
rebuilding
up my
Stormwind City,
sleeve
following the First War's
for what I'm about to do
devastating Horde
next.
assault. Yet, a clash with the House of Nobles
I'm deliberating whether or not going in.
propelled him to establish
is there
the sinister
PvP?
Defias Brotherhood, seeking vengeance for their perceived
Oh no,
injustices.
these people are flagged for some reason.
Deep within these mines in the ironclad cove, with goblins as unlikely allies, Van Cleef assembles a formidable juggernaut,
that's a high level
a large
mage
armored
right there.
battleship equipped with heavy
He's
cannons.
bold.
Edwin's aspirations with the Defias juggernaut are both alarming and perilous.
Jump report.
Van Cleef
Greybeard
aims
has
to
jumped
showcase the Brotherhood's potency by unleashing the colossal war machine upon
2,597
Stormwind.
times.
This act not only sought to deliver a
Did he
crippling
just,
blow to
like-
the Alliance, but also
like,
to
was the jump
galvanize
report
the
a
downtrodden
brag?
citizens against the ruling elite.
You
As the
jumped
footsteps of these brave adventurers take them into the depths
on
of
that
the Dead
character
Mines,
already.
they confront Edwin Van
Dude,
Cleef
what
and his
sort of
accomplices.
fucking cocaine
The
are you
Defias Brotherhood
sniffing?
may still cast a shadow over Westfall's
Hunters,
lands,
bro.
but a chance to bring back peace awaits. Mustering all their strength,
Anyways.
they press forward to fulfill their
Sleep
mission,
well, Ezekiel.
spurred by the rallying call of Gryan Stoutmantle. Their courage holds the
Cheers.
potential to reshape the course of history.
I'll see you on Thursday.
Exiting the depths of the Dead Mines through a series of tunnels, we enter a part of Westfall known as the Dagger Hills. This terrain is mostly uninhabited, save for Grimboos Thunderbrew, a jovial dwarf from
Hunters are
Paramus who
proud.
now resides in these parts.
Listen.
And some of the fiercest
someone
Defias
who
Brotherhood members,
Her entire
knuckle
warband
dusters,
is
pathstalkers, and highwaymen.
my OG hunter and 3 demon
Our journey
hunters.
leads us to the quiet
I get it.
outskirts, where the ocean's embrace
relate.
meets a small farm. Overlooking
Just don't
the
like
expanse
making
of Longshore,
excuses
we are greeted
for
by
my
a
kind,
modest house.
you know.
Here, the lives of Daphne and Jordan Stillwell unfold.
That was some
marked
sort
by
of
a love
fucking
that has weathered the storms of time and hardship.
25,497 times. Like,
a
dude's
woman
like
with a heart of courage and a spirit
on the fucking
untamed,
space bar,
tends to
dude.
the
He's
farm
only
in
like
the
level
absence of her
20
husband,
something.
who had embarked
Like, he's
on a
level
journey
fucking
to Ironforge.
26.
In
Like,
the shadows
my
of
god,
the
that's like
Defias Brotherhood's
over
sinister
1,000
presence,
jumps per
Daphne's
level.
world was cast into
There's
uncertainty.
no way.
Nevertheless, her resilience held strong.
Do I
Her
jump
hand
that
not
much?
only picking
Like,
apples
does
from the
everyone
trees,
jump that
but
much?
also wielding
Like,
a blade with the
damn.
ferocity of a warrior.
Beware, our
That's
enemies
crazy.
abound.
I mean, I'd be
In
jumping
the
a
southern
lot,
reaches
right?
of
But
the rugged lands of Westfall,
I don't know about all
where the
that.
coast meets the sea, the journey leads to the Westfall Lighthouse.
3 Sam 3
Weathered by
in.
time and the relentless ocean winds,
It'll
this
take
used to be a
more
beacon
in.
of hope for sailors
We lose
navigating the
spirit and
treacherous
strength,
waters.
but you
Yet
know,
the
who needs
lighthouse
that?
holds a
Why do I
haunting
need
secret
that?
beneath
I don't
its
need
solemn
that.
exterior.
What do you require?
We come across Captain Grayson, a spectral echo of a once fierce pirate captain who was forever bound to the grounds surrounding the lighthouse. In life, Grayson had commanded a ship, sailing the open seas with a daring spirit. Unfortunately, fate had a different path for him. One decisive night, as storm clouds gathered and waves crashed against the jagged rocks, the lighthouse that should have
This would
guided
be
him
worth
safely
it.
betrayed him.
But I feel like I'm gonna get
Its
there,
light had been extinguished,
and
lost
there's
to the
gonna be
darkness of the night. The
no
treacherous
mushrooms
rocks tore
and a
into
bunch
his
of
vessel,
people.
bringing his seafaring days to a tragic end.
But we'll see.
In the afterlife, Grayson found himself lingering near the very lighthouse that had cost him everything. His ethereal existence was a reflection of his unfinished business, the need to set things right. Trapped between the worlds of the living and the dead, he watched as old Murk-Eye took control of the lighthouse, snuffing out its
Damn.
occupants and guiding light
That
once more.
sucks.
Haunted by his inability to protect the lighthouse in life, Grayson now found a new purpose in the afterlife. The responsibility to guard the lighthouse's flame fell upon his ethereal shoulders. His quest was no longer for gold or plunder, but to ensure that no others suffered the same grim fate that had befallen him. The lighthouse's tragic past and the restless spirit of Captain Grayson were intertwined with the need to bring an end to old Murk-Eye's reign of terror. Armed with purpose and determination, the travelers venture along the coastline, vigilant for signs of the Murloc menace. With the battle's culmination, victory was seized from the jaws of danger. Old Murk-Eye, whose reign had brought terror to the shores, now lay defeated. The scales of the vanquished Murloc became trophies of the travelers' triumph, tokens of a victory that resonated far beyond the sandy shores. Returning to Captain Grayson, the travelers' completion of the task at hand elicited a sense of closure for the spectre of the sea. The captain's gratitude was palpable, his words echoing with a sense of both relief and a somber understanding.
Okay, alright, there's some mushrooms. There's some
death.
mushrooms.
In the heart of Westfall's
real
desolation,
quick.
the Alexton farmstead is also under the control of the Defias Brotherhood's reign.
Okay, there's
Though
enough
their grip
mushrooms
has
for
loosened,
everybody, maybe.
the land remains haunted by mechanical harvest watchers, guardians of a past marked by chaos. Barros Alexton, now an esteemed architect in Stormwind City, traces his origins to this abandoned place, once his childhood home. A call to rekindle the flames of the past arrives in the form of a venture. The task at hand, to recover Barros's cherished compass and other belongings from the burnt ruins of his family's farmhouse. Guided by nostalgia, adventurers journey to the desolate farmstead, discovering the compass hidden within a long-forgotten chest. The compass, though of little practical use to Barros, is a symbol of his roots, and its return evokes gratitude.
Hell, I ain't complaining.
As Cathedral Square's bustling life contrasts with Westfall's emptiness, the compass is returned. Barros's eyes reflect both the weight of memories and the joy of reconnection as he clutches the artifact. The adventurer's deed, a bridge between past and present, assures that amidst mechanical sentinels and ruined fields, the spirit of Alexton Farmstead endures, anchored by a token of humble beginnings.
Run it back.
Departing from the Alexton Farmstead, the Gold Coast Quarry and Django Lode Mine come into view. Now a desolate scar upon the land, these mines were once a coveted gem in the crown of the Kingdom of Stormwind. The glittering promise of gold and precious minerals had drawn in countless souls, fueling the prosperity of the region. But the passage of time saw the once thriving quarries decline into decay. The Defiers Brotherhood seized the opportunity to establish their dominion within its tunnels. For years, they clung to these underground halls like vengeful ghosts.
Like
In
rats.
their wake emerged a new presence, the kobolds. These mischievous subterranean
Like
creatures,
rats.
often underestimated, cunningly asserted their claim over the mine. The tunnels that once echoed with pickaxes now resounded with the kobolds' gleeful chittering as they busily amassed their own trove of
No
precious
take
stones.
candle.
As our grand expedition through Westfall nears its conclusion, the journey leads us further to the coast of Longshore. As gulls soar overhead, their cries mingle with the lapping of waves. Here,
Crazy.
the ebb and flow of life, like the tides themselves,
crazy.
continued undisturbed by the struggles that had played out in the heart of the land. In the salty air of
I've
the
always
coastal
loved all the
lands,
ships,
the legend of Captain Sanders'
like in
hidden
WoW,
treasure whispered
like
the
how they
wind
just
through
like
the
stupid
rugged
boats
cliffs of
and
Westfall.
things. Like
The tale
I'm sure
began
they
with
have
the
a
death of an
story and
old
everything
sailor,
like that, but
his
half the time they
adventures
seem like they have no
concluding in the
purpose.
depths of the sea. His legacy endured, carried forth by those seeking riches beyond imagination. The first clue leads the intrepid adventurers to the
bold
western
standing right
coast
there,
of
fishing.
Westfall, where shipwrecks sprawled like forgotten memories. Amidst the wreckage, a solitary rusty anchor stood as a sentinel of the past. Half buried in the sand nearby, the adventurers find the footlocker, its lid groaning open to reveal
your
not
blades
gold,
never dull.
but a clever crab carrying the next hint in its claws. Embarking on the second leg of the quest, the treasure hunters journey eastward, scaling the coastal hills and traversing worn roads. Their steps lead them to the ruins of an ancient chimney, where an old barrel awaited, harboring yet another riddle to unravel.
What now?
Within
Wow,
the barrel,
riddles.
a piece of parchment
Beware
guides
the
us
living.
further.
Yay,
With
to
each clue
Undercity.
deciphered, the seekers are driven by an
I will.
intoxicating mix of curiosity and desire.
Teleport
As
there.
the seekers follow the trail of breadcrumbs, a landscape of memories and forgotten relics unfolds. The third clue directs them northward, like compass needles pointing toward adventure. Upon the wind-swept sea bluffs, a lone windmill overlooks the vastness of the ocean. Beside it,
Let's
an
visit
empty jug
my class
concealed the
trainer.
next step on this journey. The connection
that's a
between
nice little
past
scenery
and
there
present
with the
deepened
skull
with
on
each
the
revelation, and the treasure seemed
Yes.
within reach. The final clue, etched
Counter
with the
spell,
fading
I got
ink
an
of
interrupt
Captain Sanders himself,
finally.
reads, "Now that you've found me old whiskey jug, you're almost to the treasure. Just face west from the bottle and walk
Remember.
down to the shore. Once you get to the water, keep going. Swim straight west till you find the island with me treasure chest."
Still have almost 3 gold.
With resolve
That's
in their
good.
hearts, the explorers begin to swim against the currents, their eyes fixed on the horizon of the sea. And
Okay,
there,
so I got
amid the secrets of the ocean, Captain Sanders' chest appears as the culmination of their efforts.
new arcane
Rusty hinges
missiles.
surrendered to determination, and within the chest, riches glittered like memories revived. The Seekers have transcended time, becoming part of the legend themselves as they claimed the long-lost treasure and whispered their own tales into the ever-present winds. The journey through Westfall has been a test of courage, resilience, and camaraderie. From the golden farm fields to the depths of the dead mines, the legacy of Westfall is one of hardship, but also of hope.
Drink
As
5
adventurers,
fireball.
you've delved into the essence of this land, uncovering its secrets,
two
meeting its
green
heroes, and
shirts.
reclaiming its treasures. Accompanying you on this
boots.
extraordinary journey as the lore master of Westfall is an honor I cherish. Just as Westfall's
listening.
story continues to unfold, so too does your own. Thus, dear wanderer, as you
Dark
leave these
lady
lands
wanderer.
behind and venture forth into new horizons, remember the lessons learned from this province of trials.
This province of trials. Makes sense. I like that one. That one was pretty good. Solid. Let's do the lore of the harpy. Let's Where the fuck did a harpies come from? Enlighten me, my good friend. This is a little bit different. Instead of a zone,
and the skies tell tales of old.
I feel like I'll really learn
there exists a race
something
whose
from this
elegance
one.
belies their fierce determination to protect the mountainous lands they call home. These creatures, with their slender forms and powerful wings, are the embodiment of nature's untamed spirit and its tempestuous wrath. As matriarchs of the heavens, born from a legacy as old as the world itself, they wield primal forces with a mastery that speaks to their divine origins.
Victory.
Let us together navigate the winds of history and allow me, the lore master of this species, to unfold the hidden knowledge and ancestral stories that define
the lore
Harpies,
master of
a
this
mystical race
species,
like
like
no
he
other.
belongs to the harpies or something.
Harpies appear as a blend of night elven beauty and avian menace.
Is that
with
what they
significant
are?
Features
They are?
including long, sharp talons
So just like
and
centaur?
large wings that
No,
span
centaur
a
are like
staggering array of
human.
colors.
They
use powerful
no, the
elemental
dryads
magic,
are like
though the source of their power remains
night
largely
elf
unknown
mix, I
due to
feel
their
like.
aggressive nature towards invaders. In a
Kinda like
world where
centaur,
mysteries
aren't they?
often tie back to the ancient gods, the
Yeah,
curious
sus.
case of these creatures presents a peculiar puzzle. There seems to be no presence of male harpies, a fact that has baffled the most seasoned explorers of Azeroth's history. Even Bran Bron.
What the? There's actually. They're all
Bronzebeard
females.
doesn't dare burn his fingers on this subject, often jesting that perhaps in their divine perfection, this race represents a form that needs no counterpart.
They just
With age,
reproduce
the beauty
by
of
themselves.
these female individuals deepens, an external reflection of their enduring spirit and the forces they command. Yet,
That's
it's within their
actually
territories
kinda
that
wild.
the complexity of their character truly unfolds. Amidst the harsh whispers of the wind and the secluded reaches of their aerial domains, the Harpies foster a society ruled by strength and cunning. Harpy culture is organized into a matriarchal hierarchy, with various matriarchs overseeing distinct factions.
What do they
across their
mate with
territories.
fucking griffins
The
or
road to becoming
something?
a
Like
queen
what?
within Harpy society involves
What are they,
killing,
like
betrayal,
mermaids? They
and
steal
tormenting
human men
countless
and then
enemies
kill
and
them?
allies.
What is it?
These mistresses,
Watch your
revered and
back.
feared, lead their flights with an iron will, their authority unquestioned,
Beware
their
the
decisions shaping the fate of their kind.
Victory for
Chosen
Sylvanas.
through trials of magic, strength, and wisdom, the Harpy Queens embody the heart and soul of their avian kin, guiding them through the tempests of Azeroth's ever-shifting landscapes. From their ancestral grounds of the Stone Talon Mountains to the far reaches of Northrend and the Alterac Valley,
They were
Harpies have
86%.
demonstrated remarkable adaptability. Their territories are evident by the remnants of those who dared to intrude upon their lands and their nests, which are often littered
Think
with
here.
the remains of their victims, solidifying their widespread influence and the respect they command across Azeroth's many regions. Yet this aerial dominion is not born of malice but necessity, a relentless drive to protect and nurture their own kind against the encroachments of civilization and other forces that threaten their ancient ways. These avian beings are highly intelligent creatures, capable of communicating with other races when they choose to, speaking in a language that
They tried to
resembles
mate with
Darnassi.
Aethys?
Nevertheless, the behavior
What
of
is
Harpies
Aethys?
towards others is typically aggressive,
Who's
with
that?
raids and attacks being a common aspect of their interaction with the outside world, employing crude weaponry alongside their slashing talons. As we are on the verge of unraveling the mystique of the Harpies, we are invited to look beyond the tales of savagery to the core of a race bound by the rhythms of the natural world and the ancient pacts that govern their existence.
The leader of
But
the
as we
Sun
delve
Reavers,
deeper, one
the
must
Blood Elves,
wonder,
and the
in a
Kirin
world
Tor.
where power is often seized
That's
by
Lord Theramore.
force, to
Lord
whom
Theramore
do
is the leader of the
skies
Blood.
and mountains of
Oh,
Azeroth
the Blood
truly
Elves
belong?
of the Kirin Tor.
Is
Oh,
it
okay.
those who claim it by might,
I
those
read
who
that
are born
wrong.
to it, or those who understand its
Farewell.
deepest secrets? The answer,
So-
wrapped in the winds of Azeroth, may be as varied and vast
They
as
like-
the lands themselves.
They like elves. They try to mate with male elves. That would make sense
The
if
legacy
they would
of
try
the
to mate
Harpies
with male
begins
elves.
in an
Yeah.
era long forgotten by most, heralded by a celestial being from whom the Harpies claim their descent. This lineage, steeped in the mystery of creation itself,
I've
marks
always
the
wanted
genesis
Harpy
of
as a
their
playable
existence,
race.
intertwining their fates with the dawning of Azeroth's
I don't
history.
see why they can't land and
Before
walk
the
on their
tumultuous
feet.
events that
Kind of like
reshaped the
Arakoa.
continents of the world,
Also, what? But what are the
Aviana, the
Arakoa
mistress
then
of
to the
birds,
Harpies?
and the revered
Are they
guardian of the
not?
Mother
You'd
Tree,
think they would mate,
played a
maybe.
vital role in the lives of her children and the myriad winged creatures of the world.
I think Arakoa should be a
essence
playable
turned
race as
this
well. I
celestial
fucking love
arboretum
those things,
into more than
dude.
just a haven. It became a symbol of peace, healing, and eternal rest. Flying beings from all corners of Azeroth harbored a collective dream, a deeply ingrained yearning to join Aviana in the afterlife, soaring endlessly through the tranquil skies woven into the World Tree's endless canopy.
That sounds majestic.
However, the idyllic peace the Bird Mother and her children knew was not to last. The Burning Legion's invasion brought devastation, and with it, a grim peek into the fragility of life and the sanctity of their dreams. Aviana, in a valorous stand against the invading darkness, led her children and the flocks of Azeroth into battle. The skies soon became the stage for a harrowing
Wait,
conflict.
there's no Arakoa
Despite their
in...
courage and the strength drawn from their bond with their mistress, the overwhelming might
You
of the
don't think they
Legion
could have came
proved
through...
insurmountable.
Even
Aviana's
after
fall from
Draenor
the
became
sky,
the
pierced by
Outlands and then the Dark
demonic
Portal
spears,
opened
marked a
up,
profound
there's
rupture
Arakoa in the
natural order,
Outlands.
sending shockwaves
There's
through the
Arakoa in
Emerald
our
Dream
time
and
too.
the
They're not
hearts of
only
all
from
who
Draenor
revered her.
time, right?
In the wake of this
Don't you think they
cataclysmic
could have come
event,
through the Dark
as
Portal
Aviana's
just like
spirit drifted
Orcs
formlessly
did
in
and
the
stuff?
land of
If
dreams,
they
the
also
world
chose
she
to?
left behind found itself astray.
Like
The
Arakoa of
once
our time?
unbreakable bond between her and her offspring
You don't think
faced
there's
the
no
ultimate
Arakoa in
test.
Azeroth?
It is speculated that
Yeah,
in the
through
absence of their
Outlands.
matriarch's guiding
I feel like
spirit,
there probably
the path
is.
of Aviana's children,
Or at
including
least
that
there
of the
could
Harpies,
be.
diverged. Some remained steadfast
But that's
in
where
their
they come
guardianship
from
of
is...
nature, while others, perhaps
It's
swayed by grief
Outlands,
or
so
the
they're
corrupting
not
influence
from
of the
Azeroth
Burning
at all.
Legion, might have strayed
Azeroth.
far from their former sanctuary.
Azeroth.
These beings, bearing the legacy of their forebear
Retrain
in
my
twisted
lazy
form,
ass.
became a testament to the profound impact of Aviana's loss, a speculative tale of transformation from grace to vengeance, from protectors of the sky to its feared assailants. Driven by an insatiable wanderlust and a voracious appetite for destruction, the Harpies ventured into territories new and old.
I feel like
From
their
their
little
ancestral
huts
roosts
look
within the
similar to
craggy
what the
peaks of the
Arakoa
Stone
create
Talon
as
Mountains,
well.
they spread their wings, both literally and
Just feel like the
metaphorically,
stuff they make
across the
is
vast
similar.
expanses of Kalimdor. The environments they settled in were laid to waste, transformed into barren wastelands as they built their dominions upon the bones of the fallen, their laughter echoing through the air like a malevolent hymn to their own ruthlessness.
Poor things.
As the wheel of time turns, the Harpies endure, representing their resilience, cunning, and the will to survive. Their story, woven from the ancient past to the present day, remains a fascinating, if cautionary
bless me, I
tale
come here
within
and
the
it's Thousand
vast,
Needles
epic saga
kick
of
the
Azeroth.
dust up.
Interwoven
in
with
game,
loss,
and it makes me
corruption,
sneeze in real
and
life.
persistence, their narrative beckons us to delve deeper, challenging us to disentangle
Alien
the
egg.
complex web of myth and reality that
Easy
defines
egg.
the Harpies' storied existence.
Must go grab easy egg. They made a flying
Our
oh yeah,
adventure
true,
to
they
discover
did.
the
You're right,
Harpies
yeah.
of Azeroth
friend.
begins off
What
Kalimdor's
brings you
northwestern
here?
coast.
Cloven.
Residing around the Oracle Glade
That's
in
really high
Teldrassil,
level. What the
the
fuck?
Bloodfeather tribe distinguishes itself with striking red-white plumage,
Yeah, I'm
a
good.
vivid contrast to the lush surroundings of this verdant world tree.
Let's try to go get this egg.
Under the leadership of Fury Shelder, these Harpies are not just a mere nuisance, but a formidable threat to the Night Elves and their revered lands. The Bloodfeathers are adept at using the terrain to their advantage, launching surprise attacks
Oh,
on
that was the
messengers
shittiest
bound for
blink ever.
Darnassus.
I hate that when you
and
blink midair, you
aggressively
don't really go
defending their
anywhere. I
territory
hate
from
it.
any who dare intrude their abode. The tribe's structure is complex, consisting of sorceresses, rogues, wind witches, and furies, each fulfilling a crucial role within their matriarchal society. The sorceresses wield nature-based spells, using both frost and fire magic to overpower their rivals, while rogues lurk in the shadows, ready to ambush unwary travelers with their sharp claws. Arinia Cloudsbreak, stationed in the glade, leads a valiant effort to curtail the Bloodfeather's encroachment. Charged
gonna
with
be tough.
safeguarding the Oracle Tree, a task
I
of
could
paramount importance
attempt
to
to
the Night Elves,
just
she and her group of sentinels face
freeze
the
it
daunting
and
challenge
grab
of
the
pushing back
egg.
the Harpy threat. The blood feathers, however, with their slashing talons and piercing shrieks, prove to be demanding opponents.
Fuck.
Arinia calls
Damn
upon
it.
brave Night Elven explorers
Okay, not
to
gonna be able to
venture
do
into
that.
the nests of these harpies in order to quell their numbers and protect the Oracle Grove from their desecration. As the protectors of the forest issue bounties for the harpies' blood feather belts, the future of the tribe hangs in a precarious balance, symbolizing a broader uncertainty faced by all denizens of the crown of
Almost
the earth.
worked.
Once thriving in the seclusion offered by the Great Tree, their very existence, and indeed the fate of the entire ecosystem of Teldrassil, now teeters on the brink of irreversible change. The looming War of the Thorns and its subsequent destruction cast long shadows over the land, marking an end to an era of relative peace and beginning a new chapter of struggle and adaptation. As we venture into the rugged and arid landscapes of Durotar, navigating through the windswept expanses of the Dry Gulch Ravine and Razorwind Canyon, we encounter the domain of the Dustwind Harpies. With their distinct blue and pink featherwork, these harpies embody the relentless spirit of the wilderness that surrounds them. They have adapted to a life of banditry, preying upon the caravans that dare traverse their territories, snatching supplies and amassing them within their inaccessible cliffside nests. The most formidable among them stand guard over their precious eggs, embodying the fierce protectiveness inherent to their kind. The Dustwind tribe is composed of various members, each playing a vital role in their societal structure. The ranks include pillagers, savages, and the fearsome storm witches.
God have
Together,
mercy on my
they form
soul.
an intimidating force capable of menacing the Horde's supply
Oh,
routes,
look, and here's this
jeopardizing the
douchebag here to
safety and
steal the fucking
continuity of
egg.
essential provisions.
Haha.
This threat has not gone unnoticed, prompting calls for intervention to safeguard the vital lifelines that the caravans represent. Reslak finds himself in a precarious position, tasked with the welfare of these caravans. Despite his prowess and dedication to his work, the continuous assaults by the Dustwind Harpies present a challenge that even he finds daunting. Faced with the loss of crucial shipments to these winged marauders, Reslak is compelled to seek assistance, rallying travelers to retrieve stolen supplies and quell the Harpy ordeal. In an effort to restore safety and security to the caravan routes, a decisive action is proposed to diminish the Dustwind population directly. This pragmatic approach reflects the harsh realities of life in Durotar, where survival often necessitates direct confrontation with the pressing issues emanating from the area itself. Through the combined efforts of willing adventurers, there is hope that the menace of the Dustwind Harpies can be mitigated, ensuring the uninterrupted flow of provisions essential for the Horde's capital of Orgrimmar. As peace is momentarily restored to the ravines and canyons of Durotar, those involved in the supply routes can breathe a sigh of relief, knowing that the paths ahead are secure for the time being. In the heart of Mulgore, amidst the sprawling grasslands and towering mesas, we come across the Windfury tribe, harpies of enchanting blue and white wing patterns. Known as the ancestral adversaries of the Tauren, they lay claim to Windfury Ridge as their stronghold. From this vantage point, they launch their assaults on travelers venturing to and from Thunderbluff. Led by Sister Hatelash, the group has established their nests across both the southern and northern reaches of the Great Plains, marking their territory with a vigilance that speaks to their fierce independence and predatory nature. The hierarchy within the tribe is defined by roles that cater to their strengths and mystical abilities. Sister Hatelash herself channels powers that tap into the elemental forces of air and storm, harnessing the untamed spirit of the wind to assert her dominance. The Tauren, whose lands and lives are connected with all those who inhabit Mulgore, have long sought to mitigate the threat the tribe poses. Ian Eagle Talon calls upon young adventurers to prove their mettle by challenging the Windfury Harpies. Tasks such as retrieving azure and bronze feathers for ceremonial headdresses serve as rites of passage for the Tauran youth, interweaving the Wind Fury's presence with the cultural fabric and rituals of the inhabitants of Mulgore. Through these trials, the Tauran not only prepare the next generation for the challenges that lie beyond their homeland, but also maintain a delicate balance with the natural world, of which the Harpies are an integral part. The ongoing skirmishes and challenges posed by the Wind Fury tribe encapsulate the struggle between the Tauran and their winged foes. Despite the hostility, there is a grudging respect for the Harpies, evidenced by the incorporation of their feathers as symbols of honor and achievement.
Oh, true.
Leaving Mulgore's grassy plains behind, we head towards the arid and tumultuous terrain of the Barrens. Here, amidst the unforgiving environment of the dry hills, the Witchwing tribe establishes a menacing presence. Their black feathers create a visually striking appearance, standing out sharply against the yellowed backdrop of their surroundings. The Witchwing's organization is militaristic in nature, with lieutenants known as Slayers leading the lower echelons, distinguishable by the rings they adorn, signifying their rank among the group. The tribe's composition further includes a variety of roles tailored to their guerrilla warfare tactics, from the stealthy ambushes to the elemental might of the Windcallers. Led by the infamous Serena Bloodfeather, these Harpies have forged a reputation through their relentless campaign of vengeance, focusing their fury on Horde caravans as retribution for the killing of Serena's sister by local Orc forces. The Horde, long suffering from the tribe's strikes on their supply lines, has put out calls for action against the Harpies, seeking to diminish their numbers and quell the threat they pose to the security of their roots. The Witchwing Harpies are not merely silent predators of the skies.
Yeah, that's always
they voice
a fun
their
quest
threats
up
and
there in the
intentions with
Barrens.
chilling clarity. Phrases like, "Our matron craves the taste of your blood," or
Is this
"Serena
the new
Bloodfeather
server?
will
Yep.
rip out your eyes and feast upon your heart," often resound across
Sure
the
is.
barren landscape should an unfortunate traveler venture too near. In response to the ongoing menace, Darsuk Swiftdagger, stationed at the crossroads, orchestrates a series of countermeasures
No, yeah,
aimed at
just
disrupting the
regular.
Witchwing hierarchy.
Hail.
From
I don't
collecting
have anyone
talents
to
as
play
proof
with,
of
so
Harpy
I wasn't going
defeats,
to play on
to
the PvP
assassinating
server
key
because I would just get farmed
and
by
ultimately
people.
targeting Serena Bloodfeather herself.
I want
The
to actually
efforts
be able to
safeguard
level
the
up.
Horde's interests are as
There's
calculated
no point in
as they are brutal.
PvPing if you don't have people to like
Through
run
these
around with.
confrontations, the Witchwing tribe remains a symbol of the wild and untamable spirit that pervades the region, a constant challenge to those who traverse the harsh landscapes of Azeroth.
Walk with the Earth Mother.
In the
Yeah,
shadowed
I have a few
crags
friends
and
who are
ashen
playing on this
soils of
server
the
with
Charred
me,
Vale, situated within the Stone
but
Talon Mountains,
I
we
don't
come
know
across the
anybody at all
ancestral
who's playing on the
homeland of the
PvP
Harpy
server.
race.
I just don't know why
Adorned in
you'd bother
imposing red and white
PvPing
plumage,
in this.
the Blood Fury tribe have long
It's not
stood
like
as
really
staunch
anyone's
guardians of their
focus.
sacred domain, fiercely opposing any attempts at intrusion or restoration, upholding the sanctity of their birthright. The Vale, scarred by conflict and the greed
Bunch
of
of people
industrial
enjoying
encroachment,
hardcore, and there's
has
actually
become a
some
contested
PvP in
ground, with the
hardcore.
Harpies
So
at the
I feel like
heart
if
of the
you really want
strife,
PvP, you
halting
should
the
just jam
druids'
out
efforts
hardcore
to
and see if
heal
you
the
can
land.
Magora people.
Under the leadership
then it,
of
like, really
Blood Fury
matters.
Ripper, who reigns with unmatched authority,
Yeah,
they
there's
have
been a bunch of
expanded their
PvP
influence,
with like
becoming a
the
significant force
hardcore
of
stuff,
resistance
all the drama that
against
happened
those
today.
who seek
Everybody
to
was
reclaim the blighted
free for all
wilderness.
PvPing at Gurubashi
Blood
Arena.
Fury Ripper,
You missed
viewed
it.
by her followers as a queen,
So many people
commands a
died in the
diverse
arena
cadre
today.
of Harpies, including the Ambushers,
On the
Rogue
hardcore
Feathers,
server.
and Windcallers. Each member plays a pivotal role in the tribe's survival and defense, executing raids and ambushes on nearby settlements,
Yeah, I
and
would.
passing through adventurers with avian precision.
There's plenty
The
of people
conflict
who
with
are
the
always
tribe
down to
has
Magora
drawn the
because
attention of the
they
region's
have
denizens, leading
they have the time to sit there and level up another character to like 20 or 30 and then PvP, even if it's just like one solid fight, but like to a lot of people that's really fun,
to
you know?
calls for action to drive these Harpies from their entrenched positions. Keeper Albagorm, a guardian of the forest spirits, is among those who have voiced alarm at the destruction wrought
Yeah.
upon the Charred Vale,
But
not
I mean,
only by industrial
there's already
forces,
people who are level
but also
60.
by the Blood Furies.
on all
In a
servers,
bid to
apparently.
restore balance and
There's
initiate
already level
regrowth,
60s on the PvP
he urges
server.
brave
I saw
souls
people
to venture
talking about
into the
it in
heart of the
trade
Discord
already.
to diminish the
So,
tribe's grip on the
yeah,
land,
like,
marking the beginning of a hopeful yet arduous journey towards restoration.
starting on a PvP server,
Similarly,
when there's already level 60s
quest
is
to
rough.
defeat the Blood Fury Queen
So,
marks a crucial turning point,
I don't know if I suggest
underscoring the
that.
belief that healing the Veil can only commence with the removal of its most significant threats. As adventurers heed these calls to action, they engage in a broader struggle to reclaim and mend the landscape, contributing to a vision where nature and civilization might once again coexist in harmony. Nestled within the lush tropical expanse of Feralis lies the ruins of Ravenwind, a place echoing the ancient grandeur of the Calderai civilization, now overshadowed by the presence of the North Spring Harpies. Characterized by their greenish skin and dark pink feathers, these Harpies have taken dominion over the remnants of this once great highborn city. Led by Idana Hate Talon, the North Spring tribe has become a challenging presence in northern Feralis, engaging in frequent skirmishes with the local Tauren of Camp Mohachi and posing a relentless threat to all who traverse these verdant forests. The ruins of Ravenwind, with its storied past and architectural marvels, underscore the conflicts that unfold within its bounds. The Harpies, utilizing the ruins as their stronghold, have entrenched themselves deeply within this ancient site. Tarlo Thornhoof, a representative of the Tauren inhabiting the region, has taken a particular interest in the North Springs activities, specifically targeting the tribe's queen. The quest to slay Idana and retrieve her dark heart symbolizes a larger struggle to reclaim the ruins from the Harpies' clutches. The Horn of Hate Talon, a relic capable of summoning the Harpy Queen herself, becomes a focal point in this conflict. As we reflect on the long-standing presence of the North Spring Harpies in Feralis, a question arises, beckoning us to ponder the deeper intricacies of this ancient land. Are the actions taken against the Harpies, with their lineage stretching back to the dawn of time, a necessary measure for peace? In this world of Warcraft, where the lines between invader and guardian blur, who truly has the right to decide who lives and who dies? Amidst the whispers of the wind, we are left to wonder if true harmony can ever be achieved, or if the cycle of conflict is an inescapable part of Azeroth's legacy. As we venture into the rugged terrain of the Thousand Needles, we encounter the imposing Screeching Canyon. This natural gorge is the stronghold of the Screeching tribe Harpies, under the leadership of the fearsome Grenka Bloodscreech. Their eye-catching blue ruffled wings set them apart from the crimson backdrop of the canyon, a visual representation of their fierce nature. This tribe is known for its aggressive demeanor, especially evident in their assaults on the Tauren settlement of Freewind Post. Emerging from the shadows every few nights after sundown, they unleash their fury upon the unsuspecting inhabitants, driven by an insatiable hunger for domination and a zeal to protect their hoarded provisions stored deep within the Rogue Feather Den. The Den, a cavernous recess carved into the mountainside, harbors these blue-plumaged marauders. Within this lair, the Harpies fiercely guard their accumulated foodstuffs, a precious commodity in the barren expanse of their territory. Grenka, the matriarch of this tribe, commands her followers with an iron talon, her authority uncontested within the cavern's confines. Her ability to silence her adversaries with a deafening screech not only showcases her formidable prowess,
fighting Harpies
but also
as me
underscores
really
the peril
sucks.
she poses to all
Like,
who
they
dare
really
venture
hurt.
too close to her domain. Dawn Planestalker, recognizing the growing threat posed by Grenka and her tribe, seeks to challenge the resilience and courage of adventurers willing to confront this menace. The task set before them, a test of endurance, involves a daring foray into the heart of the Rogue Feather Den, with the objective of disrupting the Harpy's food supply, thereby provoking the wrath of Grenka herself. This mission, fraught with danger, is a rite of passage for the increasingly experienced Tauren warriors, while simultaneously delivering a significant blow against the Screeching Harpies' stranglehold over the region. It reflects a journey of both physical and spiritual growth, where overcoming the tribe's menace paves the way for future challenges. As adventurers return with Grenka's claw as proof of their valor, they not only earn the respect of their peers, but also contribute to the restoration of peace, however fleeting, to the beleaguered lands of 1,000 Needles. In the frost-bitten landscape of the Alterac Valley, amidst the howling winds and icy crevasses, the snow-blind tribe finds its refuge within the Icewing Caverns.
Oh.
These harpies, adorned with pristine white feathers that blend seamlessly into the snow-covered surroundings, are a chilling embodiment of the wilderness's ferocity. Their reputation as formidable adversaries is well known across the region, particularly to the Stormpike Guards stationed in the area, who view the snowblind as one of their most relentless foes.
Oh, and those are the white
proximity of the tribe to the heart of the Alliance's offensive operations has led to numerous skirmishes, with the Alliance defenders employing the aid of skilled fighters to diminish the Harpies' threat and secure safe passage for their ranks. Their caverns, a labyrinth of snow and stone just west of the Icewing Bunker, has since become a proving ground for those seeking to pledge their allegiance to the Stormpike Guard. Within the depths of this frigid cavity, the Stormpike banner is guarded fervently by the snowblind ambushers and windcallers. These harpies exhibit no mercy to intruders, ready to unleash their fury upon anyone who dares to challenge their dominion.
Is the
mission to recover the banner from the clutches of the snowblind tribe is more than a mere task. It represents a crucial step in the initiation process of new members joining the ranks of Alterac's defense forces. As the Stormpike banner is returned to Lieutenant Haggadin, the successful completion of this trial marks the beginning of a new chapter for the initiates, now bound by their shared experiences and the insignia they proudly bear. This endeavor sets the stage for the harsher realities of the conflict in Alterac Valley yet to come, where the theaters of war expand from the hidden recesses to the grand stage of open terrain, where every inch is fought over to the last cold breath. We move our exploration to the frost-bitten expanses of Northrend. Here in Dragonblight, the Coldwind tribe has etched out a territory in the secluded and elevated Coldwind Heights. Cloaked in striking black plumage, these harpies contrast starkly against the snow-blanketed landscapes they inhabit. These heights, located between the Crystal Vice and Angrathar the Wrathgate, provides a strategic vantage point for the harpies. Led by the bewildering mistress of the Coldwind, recognized by her distinctive pink legs and arms, this tribe has become a notorious thorn in the side of the goblins of Nozzle Rust Post. Engaging in frequent raids, they disrupt the goblins' operations by killing their couriers, effectively hampering the trade and services essential for withstanding these cold weather conditions. In a bold attempt to retaliate, the goblins seek to employ explosives against the harpies, only for their plans to be thwarted as the mistress of the Coldwind personally obliterated their aerial bomber. Her warning resonated through the skies.
Wonder where I'm gonna find this dino at.
Leave and find some other land to pillage.
It might go that way.
This act of defiance by the Harpy matriarch signals the tribe's fierce determination to protect their domain at all costs, challenging the goblins' resolve and technological ingenuity. In the wake of the counterattack, an uneasy tension blankets Coldwind Heights. The goblins, humbled yet not defeated, are forced to reconsider their approach, contemplating strategies that could circumvent the Harpies' aerial dominance. This stalemate beckons the question of coexistence in a land scarred by conflict, where both parties vie for survival in the unforgiving climate of Northrend. As we leave behind the Harpies of Coldwind, we soon traverse the biting cold terrain of the Storm Peaks, where the Frostfeather tribe has carved out its own niche of terror and aggression. Occupying the icy expanses of Boar's Breath and Rohemdal Pass, this tribe, under the leadership of Sirana Ice Shriek, has escalated tensions within the region, particularly against the Frostborn dwarves. The Frostfeather's aggressive tactics are not limited to the usual skirmishes and raids. They have also taken to stealing eggs from the Stormcrest eagles, a revered symbol of the Storm Peak's natural majesty.
I don't think it does.
This practice has drastically reduced the eagle population, compelling these noble birds to guard their nests incessantly against the harpies' predations. Such actions have since destabilized the local ecosystem, leading to sparked outrage among the inhabitants of Frosthold, who see the preservation of these birds as a cause worth fighting for. In a macabre twist of nature, these harpies, draped in their ominous black feathers, have taken to a chilling practice that belies their savage instincts. It is not merely the eggs of the Stormcrest eagles they steal, but the very future of these majestic animals. With a cruel patience uncharacteristic of predators, the Frostfeathers nurture these stolen eggs to hatchlings, only to consume the fledglings in a grim feast that sustains their tribe through the bitterest of colds.
Oh.
Yet amidst the outrage and calls for retribution, there lies an uncomfortable truth, a reflection on the savage beauty and merciless nature of Azeroth itself, where life and death dance in the shadow of the mountains, and survival often comes at the cost of innocence. In the grim tale of the Frostfeather harpies, the line between endurance and savagery blurs, leaving us to ponder the harsh realities faced by those who dwell in the world's most unforgiving corners. Now that our exploration of the different harpy tribes comes to a close, we set our sights toward the verdant expanse of Mount Hyjal. Here, amidst ancient woods and sacred grounds, the Wormwing tribe flits through the air with their brightly array of colored feathers catching the sun's rays. Once peaceful denizens living in harmony with the druids of the Talon and other winged creatures at the shrine of Aviana, their allegiance has since shifted. Under the leadership of Marion Wormwing, this tribe now casts a shadow over the rim of the world, aligning themselves with Sethria of the Black Dragonflight in a dark pact to thwart the rebirth of Aviana and to lay waste to the sanctuary that once offered them refuge. The shrine, a bastion for all winged beings and a focal point of druidic power under the guardianship of Skylord Omnuron, is a testament to the enduring legacy of Aviana, the wild god and mistress of birds. The Twilight's Hammer's assault on Mount Hyjal has seen the refuge and its inhabitants come under dire threat, with the Wormwing harpies betraying their former allies in a frenzied assault fueled by their newfound dark associates. Marion Wormwing, acting under Sethria's illicit commands, is subsequently captured and interrogated, revealing an alarming conspiracy with a singular purpose:
it might rock me,
to ensure Aviana's eternal absence from the world. This plot aims to prevent her very rebirth, challenging the defenders of Hyjal to avert a catastrophe that would not just alter the earthly realm, it threatens to reshape the heavens themselves. As the battle for Mount Hyjal unfolds, the conflict with the Wormwing tribe transcends mere territorial disputes, becoming a struggle for the soul of the continent itself. The efforts to unravel the plot against Aviana's return encapsulate a larger narrative of resilience and sacrifice of those who watch over Azeroth's most sacred places. Amidst the turmoil, the defenders of Hyjal are reminded of the delicate balance between creation and destruction, and the pivotal role they play in safeguarding the legacy of the ancients against the ever-invading darkness. As we let the winds of our journey settle, we glide back to the familiar grounds of our beginning. Just as these creatures embrace the calm after the storm, we too find solace in the quiet that follows our exploration. Our adventure through their skies, echoing with the fierce cries of guardianship over their terrain, now becomes a part of our shared memories. In the hush that currently envelops us, the legacy of the Harpies whispers on, reminding all who accompanied us of the untamed spirits we've encountered and the wild, uncharted territories of Azeroth. Thank you for soaring with me into their storm-tossed territories, where each shriek and gust of air holds tales of mystique and strength. Until we meet again, fellow explorers, and may your paths be guided by the
Until
winds
we
of
meet
curiosity
again.
and the courage to face the untold mysteries of this fantastical world.
Good shit. I have thoroughly enjoyed this guy's videos. Big shout out to the Chronicles of Azareth for pretty much just, you know, the vibes the entire night. Really enjoyed. I feel like we've kind of watched like a good bit of all this stuff. I don't know if he has anything short. I feel kind of guilty starting something when I know I'm probably about to get off here in just a few minutes. I just want to hit 25. I thought this stupid dinosaur would pop up. This Owatonka. I've been waiting to see if it would appear so I can kill it and turn its quest in really quick. It'd be the easiest thing in the world, but it hates me. Yeah, I'll feel criminal turning something on another video, and you know, so I'm just gonna boop. But yeah, Chronicles of Azareth. Azeroth. Azeroth. I need to fix how I pronounce that, apparently. But, you know, it seems all of us have a little bit of issues pronouncing things, whether which way they are correct or not in Azeroth. We may never know. Everybody has their own ways of pronouncing things. A bunch of different words have different ways to pronounce things, you know? It is what it is. Yeah, let's kill a few things and it'll probably push me right over to level 25. Really do wish that darn Coda would show up, though. That would be a very juicy quest. It's appropriate for my level. It's not exactly why I ran up here, but, you know. Figured it would be a good thing to do on the way. Well, it didn't want to show up. So, that's fine. We all handle it right here. Killing everything. Ooh, level 22. Here we go. Here we go. Very close now. This should do it. Maybe. Ding. free. It's only almost 5 a.m. and I've definitely fucked up my sleep schedule again. But you know, that's life. What can you do about it? Nothing. Nothing at all. All you can do is enjoy it. So yep. That is it for me. Me is happy. I got to my goal for today, which was 25. I am aiming to be 30 by Thursday, like by the time I end stream on Thursday. So not when I start stream. It's, you know, I'll probably be like 27. I'll probably do like 26, 27 tomorrow if I'm lucky before I start stream on Thursday. But yeah. So it's been good. We're good. Life is good. Alright. Big stretch. That is gonna do it for me. 7.5 hour stream. Whew. Quite a grind. It was nice sitting here enjoying all of these wonderful videos. I'll find a different set of things to maybe watch or whatever on Thursday. Maybe I'll find like a bunch of machinima or something for us to watch. But yeah, thank you so much everyone for hanging out, chatting, vibing. Really appreciate it. It's nice to be able to hang out and vibe, you know. While grinding out some World of Warcraft. But yeah, oh my god, it's 4:40 a.m. Fuck my sleep schedule. I will be back on Thursday. I'll try to start stream a bit earlier so that when I stream for 7.5 hours, it's not this time. It's really such a crime. I do it to myself, but you know, that's life. So yep. Take it easy. Have a wonderful rest of your night, everybody. Thank you so much for coming by. Have a good one. We'll be back.